in a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude. Dua to you, Saba Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien, or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons, directly and indirectly, from the world and beyond this world, to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude. And as well, thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility, as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the seed, and allowing the Natert and the Netter and the Natiru and Ma'at to again be. Peace.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua, for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua, for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua, for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua, for everything. May your exquisite Netterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this Nefer class. Your discipline, your example, I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a Nefer class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right, that I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the...
I just want to say Hotep Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle in my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in a good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
The deepest parts of me that yearned for something I felt I was missing in my life has finally found what it was searching for. I now continue to find the answers to the deep, unanswered questions in my life because of my teacher, Tehuti. Who am I? What is my purpose on this earth? What happens after death? What is the truth, and how do I know this is the truth? Why have I been lied to so much in today's society? If I were to convey what Tehuti is giving me, it would take infinity to explain to you. Yet one word may encapsulate it all. Tehuti is giving me life, and I hope that one day you will walk through this door with me too, to see and feel the experiences of what life is, to receive a new love that you have never experienced before.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because His wife was there helping him. Reggie was there helping him. Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing it.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
If you're to take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl. They gonna need some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
stand on a stand. That's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole war, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing, Hotep? What's up, brother? This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Hotep has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Answer
the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari, has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Camille.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one?
Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Signature TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No. You can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now, like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him. Reggie was there helping him. Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing.
I discovered Tehuti on Signature TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari followers, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's going to wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Signature, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. They claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
In Mary segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, That's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you're listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in 89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in 89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
I was showing Hebrew, and then I got this one right here.
Hang on a second.
This one's also Hebrew, showing the firmament and Sheol.
Okay, this depiction right here, this is an ancient Hebrew tablet that's in the museum. This is an ancient Hebrew papyrus that we can date, or what is this?
There's a few you can choose from. We've got
the one that we were looking at, the one that I'm asking about, is that picture, that Hebrew picture.
This one's Hebrew, yeah.
That was found. This picture was drawn by the ancient Hebrews.
There's quite a few drawings.
No, I'm not asking if there's quite a few. Maybe I'm not being. Can I be heard? Okay, the image that was on the screen, can we go back to the image? I don't know why I keep jumping.
Because there's so many.
80, yeah, but can you stick to the one that you showed? That's why I like to do things step by step. I know everybody likes gish, gallop, and jump.
Okay.
I do things nice and slowly, and that's how you catch people. Nice and slow.
Okay, catch me.
The image that you're showing right there that's being called a Hebrew image, is this an ancient papyrus image in a museum, or that can be dated back to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no.
We're not familiar with museums, so no.
Can this be dated? This image that we're looking at here, this color image, this is an ancient. Why is it moving?
Oh, okay.
Everybody okay?
It's the same one.
No, okay, can we stick with the?
It's all the same one.
I know people like to jump. That's how you cause the chaos. You can forget the argument. This is why I win debates, because I stick with the one thing and I'm not moving. So the one image, I'm asking a straightforward question to everybody on the panel: is this an ancient Hebrew image that can be found dated to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no.
This exact CGI rendering of it? No.
Okay, on to the next person. Lord Jamar, is this your Hebrew image that you're presenting that can be traced back to the ancient Hebrews? Yes or no?
That is an image that I understand to be an ancient, their depiction of their cosmology.
Where can we find this ancient image?
Is that an actual one from some? I don't know, man. See.
Okay, we're here now. Ooh, we got a bunch. Mic check. Peace. Greetings. Is everyone here? Press the 9 if you can see me and hear me clearly. Press the 9 if you can see me and hear me clearly. Let's see if there's 9s in the room. There's a little bit of lag, so I don't get them at the same time that you are actually typing them. It takes a couple of seconds for me to see them. Press the 9 in the room if you can see and hear me clearly. Press A9. We're about to get started. Interesting questions coming in. Okay, we have Hush Nation with the 9. Nukpu with the Pest Jet 999. We got Ampu here nice and early, on time. Ampu Ma'at is here with the 9. Okay, can anyone else hear me? Check. We have 18 people in the room so far. Oh, I get what? Okay, excellent. We are here. Let's go ahead and get started. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to start with the proper frequency, which is the affirmation, before we get into this excellent question, which is questions and answers plural. So we're going to start off with the affirmation. For the new people in the room, if there's any new people that are watching, the affirmation is how I start off my mornings.
how I start off my family meetings in the mornings. It's how I start off House of a 10 meetings. It's going to go on the screen so you can follow along as we say it all together. And we start on the count of 3. And everyone ready? We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anke ma'at un and s nintet oset ema'at min habapet ema'at her and hukiwi her ikut I live for ma'at I exist within her I do not speak in the place of ma'at every day I advance towards ma'at my being surrounded in darkness I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful. Wonderful. There it is. Now we can start off this beautiful pod class. So peace and love, everyone. I always ask when we begin. They may come in later, but as of right now, are there any new people in the room? Any new people in the room? You know, we got the veterans. We got Nukpu, Hush Nation, always here. As soon as the class begins, on deck. But are there any new people in the room? Hush Nation, but Rick's on Gracie. Where did that come from? And are there any new people in the room? If there are new people in the room, press A7. And new people watching in the room, press A7. It is going to be an interesting one today. Nukpu says, I am always new. Okay, wonderful. Look forward to seeing you on the panel today, Nukpu, and the rest of the House of a 10. It is a warm one. It is an actual, really beautifully hot, warm one. Let me go ahead and it's been a nice little heat wave here in California. Whew. Okay, everybody. So there are no new people in the room, no new people watching. Press a 7 if you're a new person watching, which means you've been watching for under 2 months. Okay, new people are not here as of yet. Wonderful. We shall get started. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti pod class. Welcome to Hush Nation. Welcome to Nukpu. Who else did I see in the room? The whole chat is filled with Nukpu's names, so I have to scroll up to see the other names that were here. But welcome to everybody. Ampu is here, Hush Nation, and there were some other names. I think Harass. I gotta scroll up because the whole chat is Nukpu. All right, so wonderful, everybody. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the new watchers who may be too shy to type at the moment. Welcome to those who have been here for years and years and years. Welcome to the consistent people that are always here on deck and always studying and always supporting. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. Peace and love to you. In my hand is Renunet. The root word of Renunet is Ren, which is the word for name. It's really the word R, which is sound, or the mouth, that which makes sound. And then the N, which is waves. And when you put them together, those are sound waves. And it is sound waves that actually define every single thing that you go to describe. Because every single thing you go to describe has a name. It has a description. Somebody says, name that object. Well, the name of that is the car. The name of that is the caterpillar. The name of that is the sky. The name of that, everything has a name because everything has a sound wave that you identify the thing with. Unfortunately, in this modern matrix time, the sound waves have been distorted. So now most people's sound waves are associated with the slave trade or the captor that captured or converted people to Christianity. So now most people's RENs or sound waves are things like Mark, Christina, Jack's son, meaning that you're the son of someone named Jack. Or you have names like Miguel, Hernandez, or Rodriguez, when you actually descend from South American Aztecs or Mayans. Now you have the name of the Spanish. So one of the first things that was done in the Matrix was to remove the sound frequency and identity of the people, of multiple people that were indigenous to different parts,
so that they could not relate to their frequency. And today's class is about that. It is about frequency, which is extremely important. And as I've taught in many prog classes, at a 900 hertz frequency, that hertz has the ability to shatter glass, even though it looks like nothing touched it, but mere sound can shatter glass. And sound is actually that which creates. And I showed a video on sound creating. So the frequency that each person has and attains is extremely important. And that's why we have a Ren ceremony coming up in October, where certain people will be receiving new Rens, new sound frequencies. So when people say their name, it comes with a story that is directly associated with them, their physical, their biochemistry, their history, their ka, their ba, and all of that. So the sound frequency is that which is raised up or brought back into consciousness in the realm in the afterlife. And the raising of that was called renunet. And the word renunet was to raise that. This thing popped off. That's okay. It didn't even affect the background. The renunet was to raise that sound frequency. So renunet became associated with this type of serpent, which is today called a cobra, which associates with his expanded hood, because the cobra, which is called the Ararat, raised up, and it represented ascension and expanded consciousness, which was why it was seen on the seat of the brow between the eyes and on the forehead of the Par-ee. It was considered the bright light of Heru on the head of Ra. And so Renunet was associated with those which resurrected and raised. And thus, in the afterlife, the resurrected ones were called the children of Renunet, representative of the serpent and its ability to shed its skin, looking like it leaves the old behind and begins off with a new bright color, associated with the Ku, as you leave off your old shell when you pass away and die. That detailed body that you once have becomes less preserved. It starts to lose color. It starts to get rigor mortis. It starts to lose definition until it decays and turns into gray dust, just as the gray shed of the serpent, while the new serpent that comes out of the shed is vibrant and colorful. And just as is taught in the Purim Haru, the new you that comes out of that decayed, of that carcass that begins to decay, which becomes old and gray and eventually dust and loses its color and detail, comes out as what's called the Ku, which is a word that means bright light, representative of the sheen of the serpent and the color of the serpent as it comes out of its shed. So the serpent was called Renunet, the raising of the sound frequency consciousness that comes out of the body in the form of what's called Seta, which was the word for walking out of the body in the Purim Haru. And the image of Sata was a snake on 2 feet, resurrecting or raised up. Once again, the Renunet. So those in the afterlife were called the children of Renunet. And that is one of the, not explanations, because we don't explain things. We don't make things that are plain and put an X in front of it. We do elaborate, and that is the elaboration of the serpent, and that is her name, Renunet, and what she represents to me. And yes, this is one of my cobras and my cobra family that I have here. Welcome to the pod class. Ever since I was a young youth, I actually just tracked how old I was, because I don't keep track of my age, but I actually just tracked how old I was at the time when I was waking people up, and it was 16. I thought I was older than that. It was 16 and 17. At that young age, I was doing rebellious things because I wanted to break people out of the matrix. I realized that there was a matrix taking place when I was 16, and at 16, I was being expelled from school, kicked out of school, and I would break back into the schools to hide in the library to get information. And when recess time took place and there was a lot of chaos going on in the hallways, I would come out of the library, blend in with the chaos, and start teaching classes in the hallways where the teachers didn't recognize me because I was actually expelled from some of these schools, and I actually kept going back to the schools I was expelled from. And when recess was over, I would go back and hide in the library
and I would go collect data from all the books. The library was my heaven at 16, so I used to go to school, not to go to school. I used to go to school because of the haven of books that were in this thing called the library, and I was in there just indulging, and coming out during each recess, and I would start teaching the students, breaking them out of the matrix. I found out this was in the. I didn't think that I was that young, because I don't keep track of my age. But ever since I was a youth, I started doing that. It actually sparked from the time that I was much younger than that I would actually be around these animals, and I would go out into the wilderness and the forest and break away from humanity, break away from people and regular civilization, and spend hours and hours out by the ponds, out by the fields, observing the snakes, observing the bees, observing the ants, and I would just watch them for hours. I would catch them, I would let them back go. Some of them I would bring back home. I would bring them back to the wild, release them, and some of them would continue to stay with me even after I released them. And they would actually draw more animals towards me. And I would take them to the pond, release them to the waters, and they would still swim around me. And I would feed the turtles, and then more turtles would come around, and you just see this little boy, a little boy chest deep in the swamp, in the ponds. I'm up to here deep like this, and turtles swimming around me, and up to my waist. And that's what I would do, and I would spend time analyzing. And as I would analyze, I realized that these creatures that humans are calling wildlife were actually extremely structured and organized. And it was actually the people that were living a wild life. They were completely unstructured, undisciplined, unorganized, arguing about religions, arguing about different things that they can't prove, trying to convert people, knocking at people's door, telling them about God. A lot of chaos. Some people ate this type of food. This person was obese. This person was bulimic. This person was suffering from anxiety. This person suffering from depression. This person's a Christian. This person's a Muslim. This person has cavity tooth decay. This person doesn't. And when I went into the animal world and I would see the beavers and look at all the animals there, I just didn't see one beaver with tooth decay. I didn't see one deer suffering from depression. I didn't see any animals committing suicide. Interesting. I did not see any animals wanting to take their own life. I did not see turtles sitting in a state of depression. I didn't see anything like that. I saw bees and ants doing exactly what they're supposed to do, not arguing with each other within the hive, but every ant and bee had a ranking system. And the drone ant was the one that impregnated the queen, and the queen was the one that had the children, and the worker ant was the one that worked and took care of the hive or the colony. Then there was the army ones that went out, and they were the fighters. Some had stingers, and they would never argue. Not one position wanted to be the other position. The drone ant never wanted to be the worker ant, and the worker ant never wanted to be the soldier ant, and the soldier ant never wanted to be the queen. Same with the bees. And I noticed this was complete structure. But it wasn't structure when I got around the people. So I considered people as the wild, because when they would describe what a wild man was to me, there's always a man in a straitjacket in the nut house, and that guy's going wild, he's going crazy. And when I look at the bee is not behaving like that. It's very structured. So I was like, something is going on here. And I would start to ask Christians questions pertaining to wildlife, nature, contradictions I would find inside of the Bible that didn't make sense, things that didn't match science, and it got me in a lot of trouble. I was asking questions in school. I got kicked out of every school, expelled from the schools, never made it past grade 10. I think it was grade 9 and a couple subjects in grade 10. I was just not meant. I couldn't survive within the matrix system. It was just, they could not answer my questions. There was too much control going on with no backup of history. It was just complete craziness. I didn't, the holidays, I couldn't comprehend. The holidays didn't make sense. Everything seemed to be chaotic. But when I go around the animals, everything was calm, and everything was, until they had to go kill to eat, but everything was structured and organized. And so I never got much along with the religious people, asking questions to the point where I was about to get kicked out of my house. And I had to make a bet with my mother that the only way to stay in my house was that I beat her pastor. She set up the debate. The debate lasted about 5 hours. And after the 5 hours, she kicked him out of the house for embarrassment because this little, I was like 16 there, 16, 17, sorry, what? Was I 16? I don't remember how old. I just remember it was back around those time, maybe 17. The pastor was 47, and he was embarrassed so bad that my mother threw him out of the house, after which we received a restraining order on the door from the courthouse. And the restraining order was in my name, and it was to restrain me from going to churches. I was legally no longer allowed to go to churches anymore, at least the ones that he controlled. And so I had a restraining order. So my first interaction with fearing the law was because of my stance in consciousness. My first interaction with providing a roof over my head was to debate in the consciousness I had. That was the first interaction that I had to associate myself with, what do I do to keep this roof over my head? Beat the pastor, still went back to the churches, and I started converting the students before the pastors got there. So I would go there half an hour before Bible study started, and I would put questions in the students' mind as if I were a regular Christian. And then when the pastor came in, all the Christian people would bombard him with the questions that I was beating him with in the debate. He didn't know what was going on. And then after the church, I would wait for the church to release. And when the church got out, I would continue teaching the people. And I went from church to church. I went to Bible study. I had no school to go to. I think my mother thought I was going to school some days. I didn't have any school to go to, so I would just go out and walk around and look for church Bible studies and just start converting people left and right. I'm this little boy doing this, and I ended up joining an organization that I thought was about the same thing. It was for certain things, and I ended up excelling, becoming the top teacher there. Because I was teaching through my animals. I was using the animals to teach class. I was using science and things that were not particularly in any doctrinal book to debate pastors and debate preachers, and using natural science and animals to defeat them. People would bring pastors to me. I'm still a little young man. I think I'm 18 now, 19 maybe. And they'd bring 50-year-old pastors to me, and I would debate the pastors, beat them, and the Christian woman that brought the pastor proposed marriage to me. I started seeing some very interesting things that took place when people would see me interact with these religious people, and none of them had the answers to the questions, and none of them could show that their religions went back prior to colonialism. Not one of them, not the Hebrew Israelites, not the Christians, nobody. Eventually, in that organization, I got to such a high level where I was teaching I was interacting with the crowd. I was teaching from sources of science, teaching from the animals. The actual leader of that organization told the entire organization that he's going to start taking information that I'm teaching, and he asked me to present the information to the rest of his movement. He said, "Brother Amenhotep, tell them what you were teaching about this Morphophilus plant and the way that it grows in Indonesia." None of that was in his books. And then I got up in the class and I started teaching the class about nature and the Morphophilus plant and how I use it to debate a pastor. And he said, "I'm going to take that information." He said, "You all don't be mad at me." He said, "You all take my information, I'm going to take his." So it started getting to the point where jealousy started rising. He started telling the whole organization, "If any of you want to learn how to teach, don't go to him, go to Amenhotep." He pointed the entire organization. He said, "Go to that brother if you want to learn how to teach." And jealousy started arising. They came to my apartment. It wasn't even an apartment. It was a trailer home. They came to my trailer home with torches to burn down anything that I had that was not produced by the organization. And at that point, I felt threatened. Young man here, feel threatened. I joined an organization. I left society. I went out and lived in the woods with the organization, which I loved. I loved to do because I was in the wilderness. And now they're threatening me with torches that they're going to burn all my writings or anything, books that I have that are not written, by the master teacher. And I told them, but he told all of you that he likes that I'm teaching from outside of his books. He's taking my information. They weren't hearing that. Eventually, I was told by that teacher that it was too dangerous for me to be there, and it was time for me to move on. He pulled me to the side and told me he cannot take the entire movement to where my consciousness is, because he said he would lose half of the movement. He said these people that I'm teaching, they're not where you are, Amenhotep. They're not at the level where you are. So if I was to just bring them to that level and teach without raising them up slowly, I would end up losing them, and I would have you and a few other students, but I would lose half of the nation. He said, I can't do that. He said, it's best for you to go on your way because it's dangerous for you here. And that's what I did. I went on my way, and I went back out into the world with no school education, no job, no tax return, paper W-2, 4, whatever those things were. I left society before I was even old enough to, I didn't even know what that was, tax return and all these different things. I had none of that. I never had jobs, 9 to 5s and all these things. So I went back into the world with only the knowledge. I had no way to get a job, no school history, no nothing. So I had to survive somehow in this world, back in the world, years later, after being away from the world for years with no paperwork. And then all my paperwork, nothing. I had things expired, and I'm just out in the world now. How do I survive? And I was just selling incense, and so fortunately, I used my consciousness, and I developed a way to survive by using fitness training, by telling people that I had products of fitness, which I did not have, but telling people I have access to them, and teaching the people until they trusted me enough to send me money to go get the products. I'd find the wholesale where to get the products after they sent me the money, and then I would send them the products and keep the profit. Little by little, I was going all over the internet, elite, what is it called, elite fitness, all these different boards, and just teaching. Landlord's knocking at the door. I have no rent for him because my aunt helped me get an apartment, but I had no way to pay the apartment. Landlord's knocking. Crackheads are under the floors, stealing the pipes, the copper pipes. I'm in Brooklyn, New York. It's just I can get kicked out. I don't know which day are the lights going to turn off. I can't pay the light bill. I'm going into the couch to get quarters to feed my son because I was a single father at the time. I had to feed my son with change that fell out of people's pockets. How am I surviving? So I'm just making little sales enough to eat, and then I eventually just kept building up, and building up. And I found a way to manipulate the real estate industry. Exploded, did very well with that, and I went back to teach the people that were in consciousness, and they weren't ready to be taught. They were homeless. People were living in cars, and I was teaching them, but they still had the grimy type of mentality, and they ended up doing bad deals and robbed me for tens of thousands of dollars. So now I'm back to the bottom again. How do I survive? Luckily, I took the money that I made from real estate at the time, and I invested it in magic. I invested in Voodoo, Hicka, David Copperfield teachers. I found David Copperfield's teachers. I found Chris Angel's teachers. I found David Blaine's teachers. I found master voodoo teachers. I found anything pertaining to magic, and I just dumped thousands and thousands of dollars and just sat at the feet of the masters, and they sent me things, and they sent me warnings and different things to do at my home, and I started manipulating magic, and I took the magic and I went out on the streets and I started teaching people, but using magic as I taught them. I would take two things and say, this is your man, that's your man, brother. Imagine if you two were bonded for life. And I would take 2 coins or something and go, and they'd be 2 coins melted together, and people would scream and they just start throwing me money. So I started actually walking the streets like David Blaine, doing magic for for people while telling them stories. Imagine if you shrunk down your thoughts to the point where you were just calm, and I would take something they own and I would shrink it down and give it back to them. Here's your pen. The pen is like this big, and it was just, people were blown away. It was scaring people, but people were throwing me money as I would just walk from bar to bar, person to person, club to club, and I'm out till 12 o'clock at night, just telling people stories, breaking them out of religion. So I'm still teaching them, but I'm using magic to teach them. I would take something, give me your wallet, give me your phone, and I would say, imagine this world wasn't even real, and you could just break through the matrix. And I would take the phone, blow up a balloon, hold the balloon for me, take the throw it, it would hit the balloon, and they would be inside the balloon, and they're shaking the balloon, and they're, how my phone is, why is it inside the balloon? The balloon's blowing up, so it wasn't, and it was just a beautiful thing, walking around, teaching people to break the matrix while showing people that this whole world is an illusion, and showing them that anything they hand me, I could demonstrate that as an illusion. And I would do this purposely beside preachers. And I would set up beside preachers and do this. And their congregation started coming to me. People started doing out-of-body experiences on the streets, because my one-on-ones back then, it wasn't a computer world. So I would teach people things right there on the street, and they would actually perform it right there before they got home. And people were doing out-of-bodies. My one-on-ones would just be me meeting people on the street, performing magic, pulling them to the side, teaching them, saying could I set up a time to just take you to the top of the mall tomorrow? Could you meet me at the top of the, this is Tehuti's first one-on-ones. Can you meet me at the top of the mall tomorrow and just kind of teach me what things are? And I'll go meet this one girl, her name was Coco. We met at the top of the mall. She's telling me about her life. I'm pulling some cards out of doing some things, and then all of a sudden her babies, she starts crying, and I'm asking her why she's crying, and the babies that she had, the two babies that she miscarried, are climbing on her shoulder. She said, my babies are back there here listening to you teach me. And she was crying, and she said, I always wanted to recontact my babies, and now they're here. I could feel their presence here. All type of things. That was my one-on-ones then. My one-on-ones then was literally having the person do the magic, sometimes right there in the one-on-one. And so people who were familiar with me started pulling me to the side. And this is how I was making my living, from 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 12 o'clock at night, day in and day out of the matrix, just telling magical stories, telling history, teaching about Kemet while showing them the magic. You ever wondered how Moses turned his staff into a serpent? And I'm doing the things that people, well, you see what Jesus did this, and I'm showing the Christians what they're talking about in the Bible, and it was a beautiful thing. I was able to take my money, save it up, and move to California, where I could perform this 24 hours and still teach people. At this time, I stayed away from the society. I just taught a few people that I would meet at the beach. I would teach my ladies that I have. I would just teach them every Wednesday, and in my apartment. And I would kind of stay away from people, because people had damaged me so much, because people were inconsistent. People were flippity flopping. I would teach a person, they'd disappear, they'd come back. I'd see them back at the club, and they'd come back, and they had the uncon, they're ready to study, and then they're over here and they're over here. And I was like, I don't think people are ready for the structure that comes with Ma'at that I'm teaching. I think they just want to know that the Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong. When I would teach that, the crowd was hyped. The Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong. This is the black, and the crowd was circling around. But I'm teaching, okay, here's the structure, here's the practice, here's the meditation, here's the metanetter, here's the Purim Haru, here's where this practice is from, here's the diet plan, here's how you can change your body. All of a sudden, people were flip-flopping. So I kind of stayed away from the inconsistent and the flip-floppers. It always turned me off, and I just stayed away from that energy and just stuck to my family and taught. My family and some of my students told me that there were people on YouTube that sounded like me, but they weren't quite teaching anywhere as thoroughly as me. I would set up classes online, but I would not show my face. It would just be a box. It was called Pal Talk. You couldn't see me. And I started converting Hebrew Israelites to the point where, what's his name? Nathan, ISP. I'm not sure their groups now, but this is before when they were small. Nathan, they would have entire online chats named after me called We Must Destroy Amenhotep and His 6,000 Gods, because I would go into their Hebrew Israelite chats and I would convert them. Mainly their women, for some interesting reason. Their women were being converted, and they were getting very upset with that, because their women weren't even supposed to be talking to brothers. But anytime they talked to me, give me 10, 15 minutes with a Hebrew Israelite woman, and she's converted, and she's going back to her husband, asking questions, going back to the group, and it would just, but nobody would see my face. So people started taking advantage of that. I went back to the internet. I went back online. I went to look at some of the teachers. I looked at the audios that were going out, and I heard my voice teaching. That was one of the first things. It was my voice, and the person, it was a CD, and it said Amen Hotep. And it was my body, the same body that you see in the intro with me teaching with the staff. It was my body on the picture, but my head was cut off. And it was his head photoshopped on my body, and it said Amen Hotep, which is my name. But when you press play on the CD or the tape or whatever it was my voice teaching. I said, this is very strange. Why not just, because remember, I'm raised in the wilderness. I'm not around the people in the disgusting ways. I'm wondering, honestly, why not just teach? Why not just tell people that it's me and put my face there? I didn't know the deception of the internet and getting views and getting algorithm monetize, whatever those things are. Internet wasn't out when I was making those classes. They took my classes before the internet, before there was a YouTube, and then they were putting it out with me teaching. I was like, this is kind of evil. This is strange. What's the benefit of this? Is it to get people to follow them? I didn't understand it. So I would go on the internet and I would see some other people teaching, which are people that most of you watch. And I would say, oh, that's my student from 1994. He came to me as a preacher. He was brought to me to debate me in 1994. And I beat him in a debate, and he said, I can't be a preacher anymore. I want to learn about these origins from you. And then he became a YouTube person that focused on where Christianity came from, Kemet and different things, and he became that kind of teacher on YouTube. And I'd say, I remember him. I remember these people, and I would see other people, and I was like, oh, I remember that teaching that person voodoo back in 2008. I remember showing them the Loa. I remember showing them the how to manifest spiders, and spiders would appear. They would wake up, and spiders would appear on their face, and I remember proving the magic. And now he's a teacher on YouTube. Hey, this is a cool world. I didn't understand why. I was like, congratulations, but why is my name not being mentioned? I didn't understand that part of it. I was like, why not just say, hey, it was Amen Hotep, and this is coming from him. So I would see all the strangeness going on. So I decided to become interested in saying, let me come back and let me do some interviews, and let me come back. And I did some interviews online with a Hebrew Israelite group. And it was a debate group, and they ended up challenging me to debates, and I ended up beating people effortlessly. I never was a debater. I never was like a professional debater. My debates were always a couple of minutes, except for that one with the past 5 hours. But my debates were always a couple of minutes, and the person usually converts or backs off. It's a few minutes that I take to debate. After that, I stopped debating, and the crowd doesn't listen to the other person. I just move on. So we did these professional debates, and I was beating their champions easily. They were bringing all these names to me. I didn't watch the internet, so I didn't know these names. Let me bring you the what are they called? I bring in all these different names. I bring you the Zion Lex, and I'll bring you the Judah Naz, and I'm bringing the Floyd Mayweather. I'm bringing the Unc West and the Commission. I did not know any of these people. I said, it doesn't matter who you bring. I will just teach them what I'm teaching in my Wednesday class. And I literally took my Wednesday classes that I was teaching my ladies on the couch, putting them in picture form, and I was beating everybody in debates. And I was beating them talking without much effort, just talking and showing them, in the crowd every single time was picking me. And I started realizing that, oh, these people are just debating for the love of debating. Oh, that's why I'm winning. Because when the computer shuts down, I'm still living the life. Nothing changes from what I teach in the debates to what I'm doing in my living room and with my family. So I was like, oh, they're not genuine, so they keep losing. At any rate, I went to Kill the Priest. Kill the Priest was a show that I saw that I wasn't interested in at first because of what I saw on the channel, and it didn't seem to be much about knowledge that I saw. Maybe a little bit of astrology. There was scriptures on there. I wasn't interested, but then I sat back to myself and I said, you know what? Killer Priest himself is a great brother who puts out knowledge in his rhymes, except for he doesn't quite know how to source the things he's talking about, but he's an excellent rapper. What if I filled in the blanks for him? What if I went on Killer Priest and I set up a master class to pick all the topics he teaches about, and I give him a visual class on his show for him? I only went to Killer Priest for him. That is it. I went to Killer Priest to teach Killer Priest the sources, and I wasn't planning on being a regular on the show. I'm going to be on the show every Tuesday. I know nothing about that. I just said, let me go on there, and I'm going to teach him. He's going to get the sources, and maybe then I could be his teacher, and when he's rapping, he could contact me and say, well, where do I get this from? And then convert him over to the truth, where he sees where the real source of everything is. And that was my goal, and I went there, and it blew up the show. It blew up the show. There was no other melanated man getting 25,000 views. It was complete change of the face of the show. The very next show, he gave me the show. He gave me the Killer Priest show to run the show. It was my very next time being there. I was the killer. I was the interviewer. I was running the show. AD was the engineer. Killer Priest wasn't there. I was interviewing Mighty Hebrew. And that's how much he trusted me from that first blowaway show. At any rate, every week he started to calling me saying, you can come back this week too. You can come back this week, till it became a regular thing. And I started teaching in a fashion where people were asking me questions that were his Killer Priest fans. They weren't my students. They were his Killer Priest fans. And I was answering in such a way as if I already had the question pre-organized. Killer Priest was confused. He was like, how are you answering these questions so structured and organized as if you and my fans have planned this out or something? How are you? Nobody's come to the show to do this. AD pulled me to the side, dumped his wallet in my hand, said, whatever money is in here, take this, and we're going to pay you because we've never seen anything like this on the Killer Priest show. We got to pay you. You got to be consistent. The ratings are going up. The subscribers are going up. The super chats were going up. They were having the super chat bids for Tehuti, $350, $250, $500. Killer Priest never seen anything. They never seen nothing like that prior to. So the show was blowing up. It was a beautiful thing. At this time, it was during COVID. So fortunately, the rent was stopped where I was. The electricity was stopped. Everything was stopped. So I had time to cruise and just teach. But all of that was coming back. My aunt asked me one day, she said, all this teaching you're doing, are you getting any pay for this? She says, I know lecturers that are nowhere on your level, nowhere close to you, and to sit at this seat to see them lecture is $50, $75, and sometimes 100 people come, and they're making buku cash for not doing anything close to what you're doing. Do you even get paid at all for any of this? Does anybody? And I said, no. She said, what a shame. She said, what a shame. What a shame. So after AD throwing me money, people were actually setting up one-on-ones with me, offering me to pay me. I said, I don't know about the pay. Here's my Cash App and PayPal. I'll do the one-on-one, whatever you feel that it's worth. After the one-on-ones, 100, 250 for a one-on-one, another 200 for a one-on-one. They said, this is not even worth. They said, what I'm paying you right now is not even worth what you did for my life. Here's another 200. Here's another 100. And I said, you know what I'm going to do? This is getting too busy for me. I'm going to create something that's never been created on the internet before. What if I create a class? I'm going to take the word podcraft or podcast, and I'm going to take the word pod from it and class. I'm going to smash those two words together, and I'm going to set up a class where people actually send in questions of their personal quest. And I set this up purposely so nobody could say, hey, Tehuti, you're teaching all this knowledge. What's the relevance of this? What's the purpose of you teaching that? Who cares about whether you can't ask me? I'm going to set it up where you have to ask the person who asked the question. These are not my questions. I'm going to put myself in a complete servitude state because of the hyper sensitivity and all of that. Tens of thousands I spent on the magical transitioning that I've done alone in magical rooms and rituals and different things that I did away from everybody. And I created a hypersensitivity where I had the ability to know where the end of a problem was. We're going to talk about that in this class. The end of a problem is the answer to the question. Once I realized that the end of a problem is the answer to the question, and every problem starts off as a solution, that means in the conscious realm, the solution existed before the problem. So the solution existed before the problem, then the answer to whatever the person's asking, if it exists, that means it's somewhere to get. And I used that ability and my hypersensitivity to immediately rebel against the matrix, and I started answering people's questions. And I said, the way that you support this, because we know we support Doritos. No one in this room has never bought Doritos, Cheetos, gone to see the Avengers movie, donuts, Dunkin' Donuts, and the Burger King-ing it up, and French frying it up, and the cheese, the extra cheese on the pizza, and we're gonna get the extra oil on the popcorn. Every single person watching this has bought popcorn in the movies, went to go see the movies. We supported Friday the 13th, Chucky, every killer movie, every Saw 3, the Avengers, the Transformers, and all of the stuff. We did the Halloween. We bought the fireworks. Dad bought the fireworks, barbecue, frying it up. We're buying the Heinz, the ketchup, the extra barbecue sauce, and we're dipping it in, dipping the chip and chip in the dip. You got too much dip on your chip. We're doing all of that, and I'm looking around and saying, but all of that is killing people. The people that are around me, they're coughing. I'm like, why are you coughing? I've been smoking weed. Let me tell you, man, you're smoking. This good stuff, man. This is the best quality. And I'm like, is coughing good for the body? Is inhaling carbon good for the lungs? Like, I wanted to know that as a child. Is inhaling carbon dioxide? Is inhaling carbon good for the lungs? It's a curious question. Forget about whether it's weed, cigarettes. If you take something and go, is that good for you? And I couldn't understand that. I went to driving school. I found out that we couldn't pass the driving school test if you were pro marijuana, saying that you're going to do that while driving. You talk about the gray mat. And so I realized that everything that we were doing was slowly destroying us. All the sugar, you open up the cupboard, mama and grandmother got regular sugar, brown sugar, molasses sugar, salt. Everybody has the big box of salt. The salt is in the cupboard. Why do you have salt? What is salt? You got the salt. You got to open the fridge. You got the cheese, the Sunny Delight. You got the juice, the children's Lunchables. Everything, all thousands and thousands of dollars. And I realized everything that we're spending money on in the trillions is actually killing us. I asked people they're on diet plans. No, I'm not a diet. I said, you're on a diet plan. Your diet plan is pizza, chocolate chip under dip. You're on a diet plan. It's just that somebody planned it for you. You didn't plan it. It was planned for you. You're part of a diet plan. Trust me, you are. It just wasn't you that planned it. So I wanted to move people away from that, and I wanted to see if people appreciated if they got life-changing answers, and that could be on any level that you are on. So I set up a pod class where people could send in questions with support. And then there would be testimonies. Can I set up a class where I don't speak or come with a pre-prepared lecture unless somebody sends in a question with support? And then can I get testimonies on video from each and every person that it was a life-changing answer? Not just, that was good. Good answer, man. Thanks for that. No. Can I get testimonies that they say these answers changed their life? So I started recording the testimonies of people. Started creating a podcast where people sent in questions on any type of topic. And it was reciprocity. We've given too much money to Spider-Man, the Avengers, to the Bible, to churches, to Thanksgiving, extra turkey, extra sauce and cranberry sauce on turkey. We've given too much to Cheetos, too much to Lay's potato chips and all of that. Things that are killing us. Oh, boy. And I wanted to reverse it. So I set up the podcast where you can send in questions and support what you see that is changing your life. If your question helps change your life, and only you know how important your question is. And I said, I'm going to answer these questions as no one has before. I'm not going to set up and talk about it. I'm going to show you the magic behind the veil. Why? Because I sat with the magician and gave it an extensive amount of finances that the regular people couldn't afford. Because when I got into real estate in my early life, I came across large flips of properties. I took that money and I put it into magic. I put it into sitting with the masters. I put it into rituals. I put it into setting up magic rooms. I put it into setting up things that I would ingest and change my that's what I did. So because of that, my hypersensitivity, I set up a pod class. I said, now, if the people are ready, they can ask questions and their answers should come with testimony. So what type of questions can be asked of the pod class? What has been asked of the pod class? Not even what can be asked. What has been asked of the pod class? Excuse me a second. On my lip. Is there any limit to what can be asked? So what can be asked of the pod class? Well, somebody sends in a question, for example, about spirits. Why do we see outside the light spectrum? Sometimes we can see outside of the visual light spectrum, and sometimes we can't. That's a great question because it is true. Why is it sometimes people see these spirit energies and then sometimes the people can't? What happens to your question? Something that's never happened in history. Boom. You get an entire class for over an hour dedicated with sources, videos, references. Images that you see on the screen right here are not from Getty Images. They're not from Alame. What's it called? Alame? These images are from my students, the ones that asked the question before the pod class was started. Because before the pod class, I was teaching live classes where people can actually do the ritual and practice live in front of an audience, in front of witnesses. And the spirit energies would manifest there live. And videos were taken and pictures were taken. And here is the sister of one of my students. His name was Krishna. One of the first ones to have one-on-ones with me before the pod class. This is years ago. And these entities started appearing and pictures were taken and videos were taken. And when they were blown up, the entities had faces that looked like their family members. And these things would follow them. These were large circular things that were partly lit up, and they would have faces inside of the circle, and they'd be about they'd be about the size of a cheek, the size of a quarter of your face. And they would follow Krishna and his sister back to the home. He would do a ritual, and the ritual practice would manifest hundreds of them in front of people. Pictures were taken as he was doing it. He would do the reverse ritual, make them disappear, and they would go away. And they'd be seen by people who could see in the visual light spectrum. Regular people that were not doing meditation, not doing any practices, but he was, and thus the people were able to see it. And so there was witnesses. This is how my classes used to be. This is what the classes used to be. So you get an entire pod class where you learn the questions that you're asking about the topic, and you get an answer that doesn't have the content of the regular person who just studies this for debates. Somebody can send in a question the exact same time that has nothing to do with it, but it's from the beautiful sister Gabriella, a consistent supporter. Is postpartum depression a psyops? So here we are, you get a class where in the same class you're learning about visual light spectrum, conjuring spirit entities, visual proof of the spirit entities, while in the class, in the same pod class, you're learning about postpartum depression and what part of it's controlled by the government, what part of it is natural, what part of it's unnatural, what foods are causing it, who is actually behind it, what year it started, the year that it started. This has never happened in history. This is what happens when you ask about school. Somebody says, what about school? The school psyops. You get to learn about the graduation, the alumni, the Knights of Templar, why the Knights of Templar are associated with the alumni ritual. So many things were taught in this class. How the Moors tie into it, the schools, everything. The colors, why is it red and black? Everything. All of these things are learned about the graduation when you ask these type of questions. Somebody asked a question about the Nag Hammadi, about non-humanoid artifacts parallel quantum sites, double slit experiment. What is luck? Imagine that type of question. What is luck? What is the definition of luck? Is luck connected to light? This asked by Nook Panook. That class was explosive. Somebody asked about succubi attacking them at night. What happens? Boom. Commit out of body, dream war possession, who are spirit negs. Succubus mind control while you sleep and have an out of body. While a doctor asked a question, well, what about the Vatican? He went to the Vatican and saw that there was a bunch of statues that were of Kemet and Nile Valley. So I said to him, would you like to learn about how the Pope actually does Medu worship in the Vatican? Not just that there's statues there, but would you like to know about the Pope's worship in the Medu language and the ritual done that is set up to do a ritual in the Vatican in Medu in the Pope's name in Medu? Boom, he sends in that question. He gets that answer the same time as someone's getting an answer on succubi. These two topics are not tied in, but yet you get this at the Tehuti pod class. And this is what happens. You send in a question about the Montauk Project, Cash App TT Moon. Question comes in about the Montauk Project. It has nothing to do with the out of body, has nothing to do with the spirits, nothing to do with the school psyops. And what happens? Boom. A whole class movie dedicated to you on the Montauk Project and how the creators of the Montauk Project said that they got it from the Kemetic science, from studying Kemet. That was never revealed before. Studying Kemet. So this is what happens at the Tehuti pod class. There is no limit. What if somebody says, well, I want to learn about my physical body? What happens? There's a person in the room right now. His name is Ampu. We have his before and after pictures. What did he do? He sent in, let me get bodybuilding instruction and a nutrition class. $100, he gets the nutrition class. Ampu, are you here as a witness? Boom, now he looks like a fitness trainer. When he walks down the street from looking like a regular man, coming to the pod class, asking about fitness, getting a fitness answer while somebody's getting an answer on breastfeeding, while somebody's getting an answer on school psyops, somebody's getting an answer on diet plan, his body's changing while the other person is learning about what to feed their baby, while the other person is learning the ritual, the Vatican, the Pope. His body is, so if this is happening anywhere else, feel free to put the link in the room. So I set up the pod class to show people that you can enhance by sending in questions and enhance your goal, your path to consciousness, and eventually get right back to the source, to the Medu. But in the meantime, you're going to learn about a whole bunch of things that appear to have nothing to do with the Medu. Whatever it is that you asked, the Montauk Project apparently had nothing to do with the Medu. When I did the class, everybody was like, the Montauk Project was formed based on the Medu, formed based on the Kemetic science. So this is what happens at the Tehuti pod class. Whether you ask about feng shui, whether you want your eyesight fixed, you have hyperhidrosis. This man had hyperhidrosis for over 20 years. Went to every doctor, took all the medicines, spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars, insurance money, this, that, bop, boobity, bop, ba bam, boom. Comes to the pod class, boom, sends in one donation, he's healed. Is that happening somewhere else? If it is, please put the link in the room so we can join forces. Please put the link in the room where people are getting bodybuilding nutrition, looking like fitness trainers, while they're getting cures for hyperhidrosis, cures for eyesight, while they're learning about pregnancy, breastfeeding, the Montauk Project, seeing spirits, and of course, last but not least, this brother Bijan Pharaoh, known as Maharu, sends in a support because his mother dies in his journey learning from the pod class. He was broken. He said, that's the most important woman in my life. I want to continue a connection with her, just like those who teach consciousness say, you got to contact the ancestors, ancestral worship, set up an altar. Tehuti, can you do that? Yes. Let me show you how to do it. So while one person is training, forming into looking like a bodybuilder, while the other person is learning about postpartum depression, this person is setting up rituals to contact his deceased mother and does it. Is that happening anywhere on the planet Earth? If so, put the link in the room where all those things are happening under one roof. He ends up now creating a relationship with his mother after being taught how to go to the other side and to bring her back to this side. So he does not have to go to the other side now. She comes to this side and they have a relationship, and he used the same science that was taught to communicate with his other dead relatives, and they come to decide. And now there's a relationship between him and his direct ancestors. That is not happening anywhere else. So this is the Tehuti podcast. Support the Tehuti podcast. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockESV. You can send in your questions. People send in support. People even send in, see the cover right here. People will say, well, boom, I don't have a question. What am I going to do? I'm Moon Mat Ra. I remember this, brother. What happened to him? I remember Amun Ma'ara. Amun Ma'ara, boom, sends in $33 for Cobra food just for support. Like people tip the waiter for walking 20 feet, giving you a meal that you paid for and the chef made. The chef made the meal, you bought the meal, the waiter walks it over, and you throw $20 to him. Waiters get tips more than chefs. Can anybody explain? Can anybody explain? Because you're programmed to do so. Send the money to the waiter. Say, this 10 is for you. That 15, tell the manager that's for the chef because I enjoyed my meal. I enjoyed my meal more than you walking it over to me. But here, this is still for you, and here's for the chef. Waiters get tips more than chefs do, and the chef is the one there with the hot suit on. So we support that which supports us. So Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. And with that, everybody, we're about to get started because the question that was asked today was, well, there was multiple questions. There was one question that was asked that led to a few questions that are inside of the answer. One question was on, there were two separate questions. One was on Wu Wei and the Taoist interaction and flowing with things. And one was on a very interesting question, which was Tehuti teaches that you have to lower your frequency in order to reach higher levels. But this beautiful young lady said, I've learned and heard from someone who studies, has these calibrations, map of consciousness, that something is raising up in numbers from 20 to 600. So what is it that's raising up? From that question came about the field of individual ego dissolve. What is spontaneous nature? What is the live Hotep? Because all of these things are actually studied to get to the answer to that question. And all these things will be taught about to get the answer to the question. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in the room, the supporters, the moderators, everyone who supports to jump in so I can relieve myself. And when I relieve myself, I will be back in a few minutes. Put her down for a moment, go freshen up, get some water, come back in a few minutes, and then boom, go ahead and answer the questions that were asked. Wonderful. Shout out to new people in the room, such as Mo Life. I think I remember this name from the past. Killer Priest Podcraft Rocks. Yes, yeah, go back and watch the old videos up and just keep watching beautiful videos. Absolutely. Killer Priest, shout out to Killer Priest, who has come to the podcast on several occasions, and always give love and respect to Killer Priest. And let's see who is showing up to relieve me on the panel today, and that is none other than, of course, Amun and Amunet. Peace and love, family.
Peace and love, Great Saba, Uncle Justin, Hotep Marie.
Peace and love, Great Saba.
Peace and love, Uncle Justin and Hotep Marie, to both of you. Wonderful. And here's the beautiful sister Ark Isis. I haven't seen her in a while. Hey, tribe, miss y'all. I heard she took a trip somewhere, and we all look forward to seeing her back. And maybe she's back now. Who knows? But at least she's back in the typing. All right, so we got Amun and Amunet doing good. And did I ask Amunet how she's doing? Yeah, before she left?
No, you did not.
Okay. Well, when Amunet manifests back. When Amunet appears back, Amunet, how are you doing today?
Hotep, I am doing beautiful. I'm really happy to be here. I am extremely happy that you are alive, healthy, and here teaching us, and for your nefer health and protection. Tuati.
Nini Uk, I appreciate your appreciation. Nini Uk, for everything you thank me for. For the new people in the room, shout out to the new people. This is a reciprocity environment. You send in your questions. Oh, such as, boom, to the new people watching. What is PSYOPs? What PSYOPs are behind kidney dialysis? Do the kidneys really fail? Or is it the adrenaline failure? And what is the Medu solutions to heal high blood pressure and kidney failure? If your question is important to you, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. And what happens when you ask a question about kidney failure? Boom. There you go. That's what happens when you ask the question here. So there's no barbershop talk. There's no talking from the top of the head. You send in a question because you appreciate your question. First of all, you appreciate yourself. You appreciate how important the answer could be and how it could help your life. And then boom, here it is. True kidney liver truth PSYOPs, kidney disease, the truth PSYOPs, failure, fatty liver, the truth is PSYOPs, the solution, which is the most important thing, hidden health attacks revealed. That's what happens when you ask the question here, the Tehuti Pod class. You get that. So send in your support. It is Cash App. You see it scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you value your question, value the time of the brother, which is me doing this service for the audience, and value your answer. We have Nukpu and we have the Jed that just popped up. Peace and love. First, Nukpu. Nukpu's here. Nukpu, are you there, brother?
So, Hotep, you can hear me?
Okay, I hear you now. I'm not sure.
Uncle Justin. Yeah, I can't go on visual. Hold on, give me a second.
Okay, take your time. And next was the Jed. The Jed disappeared. It was Nukpu, the Jed, and then Hush Nation. Okay, we'll go to Hush Nation till the Jed gets back. Hush Nation, how you doing, brother?
Hotep Ma'at, Saba, Hotep Porem Aton. I'm grateful to be here. Henu, Dua, Sakem. Yeah, grateful to be here to give you Henu Saba. Big love, big Ma'at.
Okay, wonderful. Big love, big Ma'at to you. And on to the Jed Sedem Ma'ah Hemt Pautsku. Peace to you, brother. How are you?
Hotep, peace out. Can you hear me?
I hear you great, clear.
Fantastic. Peace. Yeah, I have to be on my phone. My internet went down, so I'm here just trying to get this audio thing right because it's not coming in on the Bluetooth. So I can't really hold it close to my ear. But yes, I'm doing good. We here. Glad to be here on the panel. Definitely excited for another class. So Tua to you, Great Saba. Dua to you, and hopefully everything is good with you.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, things are good with me, Tua, for your beautiful answer. And I hear little baby. Nana calls her baby more than I said. I hear a little baby in the background, or maybe that was the children, some little voice. Was that the big babies or the little baby? What was that?
Yeah, that was all set in the back.
Okay, good. Shout out to us, set. Shout out to the new people in the room. Who's new in the room? Arc. I'm still in Brazil. Shout out to Arc Isis, who's in Brazil. Shout out to her. Shout out to they're both in green. Can you get into Pa Nabab Yanun? That is Renard Bell. We always give a shout out to the new people in the room. So shout out to Renard Bell. Definitely, if you have a question, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Those who support the pod class also get to come up to the panel, introduce yourself, and you will get a pod class answer. So, but shout out to you, Renard Bell. If you have another name, Renard Bell, looks like you speak another language. So if you have another name in that language, you can type that in, and I will address you under the other name. But for now, shout out to Renard Bell. Send your questions in. You'll definitely get a podcast answer for them. So shout out everybody. Peace and love to everybody in the room, all the new people. I'm going to step off for a moment. For those who just got here, the questions that were sent in, we're going to be covering these topics, and the panel can tell me if they've ever heard of these topics before. What is this? Power versus force. What does that even mean? Power versus force. That's a book. Hidden Determinations of Human Behavior. Tehuti didn't write that. Okay, maybe you can still answer. What is spontaneous nature of the netter? What is the mental field of individual ego dissolve?
And I'm going to introduce a new phrase that is, you can mark this date, September 6, 2025, as the term Ankia Ma'at was brought in, and now everybody's Ankia Ma'at, Ankia Ma'at. We're going to bring in a new phrase, which is an old phrase, and that is live in Hotep. It's going to be called, what is Ankh M Hotep? And you're going to find out that today from the scribes and how that ties into kinesiology. Self-unified empowerment. Do you raise or lower your frequency in order to reach higher levels of consciousness? This is going to be another good one, everybody. So shout out to all the new people in the room. Shout out to the people that have been in the pod class. I'm going to step off now for just a moment. When I come back, we're going to get into all of these answers. So before I go, you all can build on this. If you've ever heard of it, have anybody in the room raise your hand if you've heard of anything called power over force. Anybody want to do a little mini class on power over force? Anybody heard? Nope. Nook, power over force, brother.
Hotep, Sawa. Yes, sir. You know I heard about that. You know, with the qigong and the tai chi.
Okay.
So I'm excited. This sounds like another lucky class.
Well, this power over force is actually a doctor, a physician named Dr. David Hawkins, who one of the students asked about, Saket asked about Dr. David Hawkins, who has a book out called Power Over Force, and she wants to know the correlation between his teachings and Tehuti's teachings. So the actual Asian aspect, I'm not going to be, she asked that one too, that's a separate question. She's going to partly get the answer in this one. She's going to hear the answer, and I'm not even going to mention the woo-wee, but she's going to get the answer. But this particular one is about a physician doctor. But yes, you're going to enjoy it, of course. We'll go around to Jet. Have you heard of power over force or spontaneous nature?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Hush Nation, power over force, spontaneous nature. Tying into kinesiology?
No, Saba. I never hear about it.
Beautiful, and that's the beautiful thing about the pod class is somebody sends in support. That's why everybody sends in support after I answer the question, because somebody sends in a support of a question that nobody on this panel, Nukpu is talking about the Tai Chi version. This particular one is coming from a doctor, and being that nobody has heard of this really before, the answer is going to benefit everybody listening from that one person's support and donation. So support the Tehuti pod class. This answer is going to be, it's going to help a lot of things with people, and it's going to also source what is there a Kemetic source to any of this? What did the scribes say about this? What's the connection between the body and the mind's consciousness? Is there a connection? Does the body communicate through does the mind communicate through the body? What is kinesiology? Do the Kemetic scribes speak about any of this? We're going to find all that out when we come back. Support the Tehuti pod class. I'm going to take a break. So shout out to all the new people in the room. Shout out to the people that have been here for a while. Shout out to Angela Gates, who just stepped in. Shout out to Renard Bell, who says, I never keep up. Okay, shout out to you. Patah is listening, and he's putting the support link in. So I'll be back, everybody. Shout out to everybody. I'll be back, everybody. When I come back, I'll deal with these answers. Support. You all build amongst each other. Talk to these people about the support. Talk to these people about your testimonies, what the pod class has done to you, done for you, what has happened. And hopefully the new people listening will be sparked. I will be back. And for all the people friend requesting me on Facebook, if you're listening right now, if you want to friend request me on Facebook, please do these two things. I am not accepting friend requests on Facebook unless I see these two things. One is see if you can pre-send me a message. Pre-send me a message and talk about your interest in why you're friend requesting me. Tehuti wants to know why you want to be my friend. Of all the thousands of people on Facebook, why do you want to be my friend? You see? Because I get friend requests of people, and then I accept their friend request, and I never hear from them. I'm not from the internet school. I don't know anything. I'm not familiar with the algorithm, the monetize, the clout chase. I'm not familiar with
any of those things. My friends were earned. We friends see each other face to face. I don't know what this new AI definition of a friend is, but a friend to me are somebody that talks back and forth with me that I can trust. So send me a message, because I accept friend requests, and what do? They start spamming all of my people. I sell red, black, and green vacuum cleaners. They start contacting. I'm the Obatala, and your grandmother told me you need to talk to me. No, you're not getting that from me. My friends are hidden on my friends list. If you friend request me, I send me a message. I send you a message. What is your favorite pod class? You better not type me back. What is a pod class? That's how I know you're trying to do some type of scam. What's your favorite thing that I teach about? What's causing you to friend request me? Let me know that. First off, I'm not accepting friend requests. So send me a message or come to the pod class. And when you come to the pod class, type in the room. It's free to type and it's easy to type. You just press your fingers down. And when you say, Hotep, greetings, everybody. Peace, Tehuti. My name is Fred Kendrick. And my name is Fred Kendrick. I'm known as Amun Ra. And I'm going to send you a friend request. I love the pod class. Boom. As soon as I see Amun Ra, I'm accepting the friend request. I don't know why I'm getting hundreds of friend requests from people who don't want to talk to me. I don't understand that world. It's the different computer age world. My friends talk to me. My friends come to the pod class because they're interested in what I teach. So that goes out to anybody trying to friend request me. You will be ignored unless you pre-send me a message or come to the pod class. Then boom, you'll be a friend. People friend requesting me, and then they're asking people on my friends list personal questions about me. And every day, almost every day, I delete 5 friends. That's a thing that I do. So almost every day, I find 5. Say happy birthday to Shakira the booty shaker. I'm like, how did Shakira the booty shaker become my friend? Because she friend requested me under the name the Goddess of Ra, and then change her name back to Shakira smoking weed or whatever. Nope. Talk to me, Goddess of Ra. Tell me what Ra is. Tell me what I teach about Ra. So that goes out to the people that friend request me. I delete 10 friends every day because I don't want to create big friend lists. I'll be happy with 500 friends if there are 500 people that are dedicated to the pod class. So peace and love, everybody that supports the Tehuti pod class. I shall be back, and when I come back, we're going to get into these answers. I see Patah has popped up on the screen. Hotep Patah, how are you doing today?
Hotep Great Saba, Uncle Jasa Neb, watch it. I'm doing Nefer, Kapara, watch it. All the great words of power and prosperity and growth and expansion. I'm doing Nefer Great Saba. Happy to see you smiling and happy. Duan Hinu to you. How are you?
I am doing great. Before we spoke, I said when this brother, I observe everybody, and I said when this brother answers on the voice, he's gonna say Hotep in a certain way, and I realized that you have a certain frequency. Patah does not say Hotep; he says Hotep. There's a long Hotep. It's a Ujasaneb. It's like he's singing. It's like he's constantly in the music. He's constantly creating verses. Hotep. So shout out to you. And I picked that out about you. I was like, he's gonna say Hotep, and as soon as you answered Hotep. So I'm doing great, and it was good to hear. It's good to predict the positive, predictable frequency that comes with your tone. And on that note, shout out to you and everybody. I'm going to go refresh myself and come back and answer these questions. And peace and love to you, Patah. Yes.
Okay, to our Great Saba. Yes, have a Nefer break and refreshing, and looking forward to this Nefer pod class. So, Hotep to you.
Excellent. And before I go, have you gotten this book or heard of these kind of teachings, Power versus Force and Spontaneous Nature, David Hawkins? And have you? It's not too popular, but have you known of this?
No, I haven't read that book. I'm familiar with the author in the book, but I haven't read it.
Okay. Wonderful, everybody. That's a good thing about the Tehuti podcast. Again, you can send in a question that's not from my books, and I will actually show you the answer from the person's teaching, the source from where they got it from, and then show you where they really got it from. I'll be back, everybody. Peace to everybody. Shout out to everybody on the Tehuti podcast, and I will be back. Hotep.
Hotep, rematch.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
All right. Hotep Henu, everyone. Tua for being here in the pod class. If you're here with us live, please hit the like button. And for those watching on the playback, the support links are pinned to the top of the chat. They're also in the bio. All of our links for everything that we do. If you want to know more about anything that we do, just go into the bio and look at all the links there. Tua to everyone who asks questions and supports the pod class and the Great Saba. And again, utilize those links, ask your questions, support for the questions that are being answered that's not yours, that you're receiving benefit from. So Tua to everyone who supports there. houseofatton.org is where you can go to support us in many different ways. Also to purchase your Pathways to Awakening tickets for this year, 2025, PTA 2025, which is going to be phenomenal. You want to be there. You do not want to miss that. And as the Great Saba speaks about, and the fundamental purpose for the Pathways is to get off the internet and get physically around each other. So come be around us, Hotep Henu, and we'll go around the panel and we'll allow everyone to speak and get some powerful words in. So we'll start with the great Amun and Amunet. Hotep Henu, peace and love.
Hotep Henu, Uncle Seneb, peace and love. I'm happy to be here today. Happy to be alive. I'm excited to be here in today's podcast. Happy that the Great Saba Tehuti is alive and healthy, that you are all alive and healthy, and that other supporters in the chat are alive and healthy. Looking forward to learning today. Take notes, expand myself, expand my ka. Tua to the person who sent in this question, and Tua to the Great Saba Tehuti for all the time he took to build this answer. I have not heard of that book. Looking forward to learning everything about this class, starting fresh, learning it here from Saba first, so it's going to be an absolutely never experience. Hotep, Uncle Seneb.
Hotep Uncle Seneb, to everyone on the panel, to all who are listening. I appreciate all of Amun's words, and I echo all of Amun's words. And I appreciate all who support the Great Saba Tehuti for what he is bringing forth, the life that he is giving all of us here. And I appreciate all that Saba has done in the past to become who he is right now, and all that he continues to do every single day, for the hard work that he puts in this pod class, for all of us here and all of his Nefer supporters who give back to him for this beautiful creation that we are all a part of. I'm extremely thankful to be here, to be a part of something so beautiful, and I'm also really looking forward to the Pathways to Awakening. That is extremely exciting. I am really looking forward to seeing everyone again and meeting new people who are coming this year as well, who haven't come before. And yeah, just really excited and really happy to be here. So Hotep to everyone, and peace and love.
What's up? Peace. Yeah, shouts out to our Great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It's always good energy to be here on the class. Tua for this question. You hear a lot about force and you do hear a lot about power, but I'm not familiar with the book at all. So I'm very curious about where Saba's going to take this one. It's always good to see everybody here on the panel. Shouts out to the Great Fatah, Amunet, Great Hush Nation, Great Napu. Do out to everybody. It's always a pleasure to be up here with you all. Tua, for just everybody that's in the chat, everyone that's watching in the future. Support the podcast. Shouts out to the HOA, everybody that's in the chat rapping. Do out to everybody. It's always, once again, it's always good to be here and learn something new, because I don't know anything about this question. So it's always a pleasure to learn something new and upgrade the consciousness. So to the great Saba for being able to be that doorway, to be to have the gift to answer questions. And yeah, so Henu and Hotep, and shouts out to everybody. Hotep.
Hotep Marie Ma'at, Uncle Justin Neb to the Awud, Uncle Justin Neb to Saba Tehuti. Grateful to see him in good strength and good health, you know. So yeah, Tua for that, Tua. Nana Asetmer, Tua Titi Amun. Yeah, Dua to the whole Awud, Dua to the program Aton. Appreciate all of you, Amun Amunet, Nupu, the Jesse Jim, Pata, Ani Aten Tehuti. Appreciate all you, Pata from Kemaat, I don't know. Yeah, it's big love, big mouth every time. Yeah, Tour for all of the Aku, you know. I like how the Akudas be going from back and forth between everybody to light up the place. So that's really never. And then you just have Saba and Pata classes bouncing off and reflecting. So that is be really never. Give man a lot of neferness, a lot of Uncle Justin. So I definitely appreciate that. To everybody with the support. Appreciate that a lot. It's big love, big my heart. Yeah, and support, you know, support. But definitely appreciate the ones who does support. I appreciate that a whole lot. It's big love, big my heart, and I'm grateful for this class. I think like power and force is the same thing. That's how I just think. So I definitely want to see Saba break this down. And I know you're going to have a lot of Meru in this class. So yeah, it's another roller coaster ride, man. Strap in. Ready for the next one. So yeah, Dua, Hotep Marie Ma'at. No poop, no poop.
Hotep. I could be heard?
Yeah, loud and clear.
To Uncle Justin Nev, Hotep Siru, Hotep to the Aout, the New, the Paout, the Meru, her Emma 10, Uncle Justin Nev to Or Saba. Yeah, it's a never thing to be here. I'm excited for today's class, dealing with forces and power. Knowledge is power. You know, force. I love to hear what's to come. Shout out to everybody on the you know, on the chat, here on the channel supporting. Everybody that's in tune. And yeah, just keep supporting Saba. Like Nania Setmer says, you're gonna get some mind-blowing answers again and again. So Tua. Yeah, I'm excited for today's class. Like I said, it just you know, I'm curious now after I told Saba about that, you know, what I thought it would maybe. So it's very never. I'm seeing like a pattern with every question constantly. It's all correlated. So I'm excited. I definitely see the nefer, the consistency, the seta. It's a nefer thing to do. Saba's consistency, constantly coming with more and more that come to us. So that's a very nefer, excellent, fantastic, wonderful thing that he's doing. And yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm honored to be here. I'm at work right now, but I had to jump on the panel. Definitely later on when I'm out of here, I'll jump on the visual to represent the House of at 10. And yeah, man, it's the never thing. So Uncle Jashanev, marry my aunt, Hotep, Mitsuru.
Hotep Marie, Tua, everyone on the panel for your medu and for your words, for being here as well. It's a never thing. And peace and love to anyone new in the chat that's just being introduced to the Tehuti podcast, to the House of Aten, whether this is your first podcast or first month, first year. Dua and hinu to all of you for your consistency, and for those who are new. Dua for those who support, and which single-handedly is the way to allow this podcast to become beneficial for you in the greatest ways that it has. It gives it the greatest chance by supplying ma'at and balance, and allowing that frequency to work for you by giving the doorway of reciprocity. So Tua and hinu to all of you. Again, those links are pinned to the top. You see it scrolling at the bottom, and it's also in the bio, the Cash App and the PayPal. So yes, I'm looking forward to this podcast and seeing where this goes. And it's a beautiful thing. There's all type of questions that are asked, and you won't receive the answers that are received here anywhere else. So it's just a never thing that we have a space where we can ask a question and know that we're receiving in return an answer that's specifically tied to the question. And that's is a very powerful thing, because it teaches you how to ask questions as well, which is a super important skill in life, and knowing how to ask the right questions so that way you get the answers that you're looking for. So dua to all of you who ask these questions and also refine them to continue to advance in what it is that you want to know, and take it further. That's the beautiful thing about being here in the pod class and being able to be a student, is to take what you learn and push it and move it around. So it's a beautiful thing, and I'm very thankful and grateful for everyone, and of course for the great Saba and his Aout for presenting what he has presented forward, starting with how he came forward, and going into the debate leagues and Killer Priests, and moving around and doing what he was doing, and now consolidating his life's work into this pod class. So it's a never thing that we have such great nefer sinu brothers and sisters up here on the panel in the House of Aten, who is always leading with the left, bringing ma'at forward, working on self, Pekka Mku. This movement here is a movement on many levels, and it always starts with the individual themselves, and starting with that, and everything begins to spiral outward. from a singular point internal. And when all of us continuously do that and our spirals come together, it creates a beautiful image, and a beautiful song comes from that. So this what's taking place here at the House of Aton is Kepara, right? Is what is fundamentally in the writings, in all of our writings, from the beginning all the way up until the last of the Medu Neter that you find, is about Kepara and transformation. Heret Emheru is a book full of transformations, and the Heka within is embedded. So Nefer, it's those things that presents a lot of hidden power in plain sight, and our great Saba shows us how to dig into anything that we like, right? And that's such a powerful thing, to pick a topic, to pick a subject that's interests you, and learn how to ask the right questions, learn how to dig, and not be satisfied with just the first thing that comes up, right? And continue to refine and chunk down until you get to the source and to the root. And sometimes that takes a lot of time. Other time it's quicker. But that's the purpose of the digging, right? Is to get to the other side of that question. So this question here and topic is a very powerful one, a very deep one. And of course, I'm always excited to see what the great Saba has to say about consciousness, right? There's no place where we can go and receive these type of teachings, and to be such an accurate reflection of the great scribes of Ma'at and what they taught, and the depth and the creativity and the spread of expression that they were able to teach on consciousness, is why it exists in every popular system that seems to be effective in some way, in some form. The Medu and Ma'at is there, is present. So its foundation, the fundamentals, are ever present, never effective in all that we do. So power versus force. Y'all know I love duality, and I say everything always at least has a double, no matter which way that you receive it. There's never just a singular pathway. There's always at least two meanings to everything, and three ways to correct any problem, which is just the interweaving of the one. So it's a beautiful thing. I'll pass around, and if anybody wants to pick up the mic and have any thoughts, anything on your eve that anyone would like to speak about on this topic or on the podcast, or anything that happened throughout the week that was magical, that maybe we can receive some of that Heka. Anybody have anything that happened this week that's Hekaful? That's one of Saket's words, Hekaful.
Yeah, I had a Hekaful experience, and
okay.
For letting me to drop in and that, because the Abu with the new washing is a new thing that I have to go over, because it is like everything happening in a certain timing, so it's good for the Pekka and Ku, and the Ren that are getting at pathways, so it's like out of nowhere. I got this I ain't know, but it's like a weapon, it's like a jewel, it's like a cleansing, like a medication, Yeah, it's like a medication. You see, so it really never, is a new knowledge, according to Nupu, is a new knowledge, according to YouTube, and I had a cousin that was going through some things, you know what I mean, and I just come up on this knowledge, and I was like, okay, this is what I into, and I could reflect on the class, and I drop certain jewels, you know what I mean, and it in line with the previous classes, with the gap and the digging, with the root and the opening, the ank in the ground. Yeah, it really never, so Tua so much for that. I had to tell you, Tua for that, and that's why I just be telling Saba, Tua for the program Aton, because when he put man like you, man like the Jetset Gym, man like a Tefram Camp, to do these things, it is make real hecka in people's life, you know what I mean? And that's why I just tell Saba, Tua for that, so yeah, Tua and Henu, big man, I appreciate that a lot.
Henu, great brother. Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
no, go ahead, Pata.
No, it's on you, the Jet Hotep.
Okay, yeah, Hotep, just want to, once again repeat, make sure you buy your tickets for the Pathways. That's definitely going to be an exciting energy to be around. The event will be, it's just going to be super nefer, man, to be back in the presence of everybody. Try not to focus on how long it takes for us to, that 1 year, man, it's like it go fast, but then it don't go fast, because once you're around your people, you know what I mean? Once you're around your out, it's a nefer thing, because you can have conversations, everybody's face to face, and just, great laughs, great builds. So if you haven't purchased your tickets yet, purchase the tickets to the Pathways of Awakening. It's going to be next month on the 19th. Definitely excited for that once again, and continue to build, and just that camaraderie, that bond with everybody just strengthens. So tour to the Houseofatton. Once again, go purchase the Pathways to Awakening tickets. Hotep Henu.
Next month already. I mean, at the beginning it was taking long, but next month, that's radio. So yeah, everybody get a ticket. It's about that time. I myself gotta get ready, because I even gotta spit with the best of the best. So I'm gonna have to get on my business, to Ani for making me stay on my business, by motivating me to keep creating, so yeah, when I got a chance, check out sessions, Medunecho Media, scribe with 3 eyes. Yeah, that's what it's about. So I just gotta get ready. I gotta go in the baseball thing, practice my swings, just go for 1,000 swings every day, 999 swings every day, and yeah, I should be ready. Not gonna be crazy getting to. I didn't get to see Pata perform, you know. I didn't get to see Pata perform, but now I get to see Saba Tehuti live in the flesh. That's gonna be real never. I see Saba Tehuti spitting on Killer Priest. I ain't see it live in the flesh.
I can only imagine what the that energy in the room, how that's gonna feel, right? Like, you know, you probably won't even be nervous. The energy will be just so powerful that them flows just start flowing, man. That Mad Dude hit them tones. You just probably be in flow because the energy is so well when y'all go and record that. So yeah, I'm excited for that.
Hotep. I'm more than excited. Is that moment, you know, that big moment, October 19th. You can imagine spitting with Saba and getting a Ren in the same cycle. Make a song with Saba and get your Ren in the same night.
Hey, Hush, you might go up. You might try to say, "Hey, rewind that. I got my Ren now. Let me put my Ren in my bar."
It's gonna be a blast. We're gonna have a blast for sure. I'm excited.
Yes, Hotep is going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun at the Pathways. So everyone make sure you're there, October 19th. I just see your image or your message, Amunet. Yes, Tua. Yeah, I'll let you speak for a few moments while I get that video up. Tua.
Okay, Nini, it's up to you. And what I'm looking forward to during the Pathways this year is, of course, giving my Hotep, my gifts to Saba Tehuti, and being able to give a Cash App in person, face to face to him, and experience that in person, and to be able to just truly be in that moment, because being in person is so much different than this, and it's extra beautiful. It's so unique, and you're able to hug Saba Tehuti, you're able to talk to him one-on-one, and like last time, I remember just seeing him in the physical. It was so powerful to me, like really hard to explain, but really powerful and just really special. So if you haven't been to the Pathways yet, I highly suggest that you come to the Pathways, and even before the Pathways, come on the panel and build connections with us, build beautiful communications with Saba Tehuti and the family here, and that's a beautiful thing to do as well, before or after you decide to come, if you do want to come. It's a life-changing event. It is extremely powerful, and also getting my Ren was super beautiful. It is an experience that I cannot explain with words. It's still unfolding to this day, and it will continue to unfold for me. And I've experienced a lot of changes with my new Ren, and a lot of advancements in my own self, in my life, what I do, what I intake. A lot of things about myself have changed from my Nefer Ren that Sabatuti gave me, and I'm extremely thankful for my Ren and being able to imbue my Ren, learn about my Ren, and just all these beautiful aspects that are brought forth from this event. It is extremely beautiful, and I love it so very much. And being in the presence of all the out there as well, being able to last year participate in the Womb Circle, that was extremely beautiful as well. All wearing white and doing that at the Pathways is extremely, extremely beautiful. I love the sisters so much, and it means so much to me. The Womb Circle is so beautiful, and I love it. I love the energy that is within the SWG and all the experiences and the memories that are being created in this beautiful, beautiful, these beautiful things that we are creating together. It's so powerful to have this and all these things as memories that we will bring to the afterlife. All of us will bring these beautiful memories to the afterlife, and that is extremely beautiful and powerful. So to you all who are thinking of going to the Pathways and who have gone, I appreciate all of you very much, and I look forward to seeing what you all bring forth, the energy that you have, and yeah, Hotep, that's what I have to say. Yeah.
I'm excited for the Pathways as well. Looking forward to seeing everybody. Looking forward to connecting, talking, seeing the great Sabatuti. I wonder what animal he will bring this year. Seeing at 10 was beautiful. It's huge, very, very big snake. Being there in person, that's a true way to experience the Pathways. Hearing it from us can only do so much. You really have to be there in the moment to experience what it's like, to know what it's like to be around everybody, to know what it's like to see Saba Tehuti, to see him teach. And I'm looking forward to the Ren ceremony this year for Hush Nation Fix to get his Ren, and for the others who have signed up to get their Ren as well. That's going to be a beautiful moment. Very beautiful and unique experience. So I'm happy for all of you. I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to everything that's in store, everything that's planned. And especially to see the great Saba Tehuti. Like Aminette said, to give our donations, to give donations live, gifts live, and to see what everyone else gives Saba as well, to see the happiness on his face, for all the hard work he has put in. Looking forward to hearing the song that's going to be put together and watching it be performed live. That's going to be very, very beautiful, very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing and hearing what Saba brings forth, because it's going to be unique for so many reasons. One of the reasons is that I know he's going to teach. So I'm going to be able to learn, get a little pod class in a verse. So that's absolutely beautiful. Looking forward to seeing how it pairs with other people's verses as well, and what others bring forth, and then seeing it performed. That's going to be absolutely beautiful, spectacular, and unique. So everybody, please sign up, get your tickets, arrange how you're going to get there, where you're going to stay. It's a little bit over a month away, so now is definitely the time to get ready and go. And it's an experience you will never forget. You will always remember it, because it's so unique, it's so beautiful, so spectacular to be around people that think the same way, that stand on the same foundation, being mods. So I look forward to seeing everybody there, all the people that went last year, and all the new people as well. Hotep Murray.
Oh, tough. Okay, there we go.
Light the pathway.
Pathways.
All my life I was looking for a sign.
To awakening.
Wasn't sure where to find a peace of mind.
House of Act.
Sometimes you can see things when it ain't time.
Pathways.
Well, for you I'll be putting it all aside.
To awakening. Open up your eyes, I see they dream and sleep. Knocking on the door, I'm for sure they're not hearing me. Open up your eye, let the light inside, stop fearing it. Please don't be surprised when we rise and appear in it. Traversing the boats of consciousness. Are you steering ship? Are you dedicated? Are you focused? Are you serious? Are you motivated? Is your inspiration clearly lit? Are you advantageous of opportunities hidden in the Saba to the pathways? We are past the last days. We do more than half faith. Put in action in place. Pathways to awakening. Travel to awaken me. Pathways to awakening. Travel to awaken me. Awaken me. Pathways to awakening.
When I look at you it seems
House of Act. Pathways to awakening. Are you awakened or are you staying asleep?
Pathways.
Join us for this year's Pathways to Awakening 2025. Tua to the great Saba Tehuti.
Yes, that's definitely the vibe. That's definitely place to be, and those were definitely happy moments from last year, and excited to create new memories, and things just get better and better. So yeah, those are just that put a smile on my face, man. Back in back last year for that, we received the Ren. That was always that's just a unforgettable feeling, and yeah, it's a never thing. So shouts out to everybody who's getting a Ren. Different frequency is gonna be it's gonna be good for y'all. And so yeah, I'm excited for that. That's gonna be super nefer. Pathways to Awakening 2025. Yeah, do. We're gonna see what we're gonna call you, Fix. We're gonna see, man. We're gonna see that name at the bottom gonna change.
Yeah, I finally getting a wave pattern, frequency, a tone. I can remember when Saba was breaking down the tone frequencies, the particles and waves, and like Annie Pata, like he even say it in the sessions, like the things go over your head, and then one time I was in the shower, and then I heard a man say parts and waves are in the glyphs too. I was like, yo, I hear this 100 times, and only now it really hit me, and then I was like, yo, I hear this 100 times, and I was like, boy, now I tell you that sessions album, yeah, crazy. So to have that after Saba teach so much on it, but yo, it's just so never, you know what I mean? It's because of Saba. I know about the slit experience, when they send it like photons through the splits, and then on the other side they come up different, they make different splits, and they operate the photon particles, they operating different under observation. Bio Saba just crazy with the waves and the particles, and then the Ren, the ray, the sound wave frequency in the Ren. Boy, I just can't wait to learn more, maybe. Boy. Yeah, boy. Tua Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra Tua Purim Aton, and Tua for all of the Aku that are you reflecting off of the Nefer Meru. It ain't ancient if you're doing it now, so it real Nefer. The sound frequencies, yeah, boy, Tua for that.
Hotep. Uncle Justin Nev. Yeah, I'm excited for this PTA. I'm not only getting a rent, I'm gonna get my bop. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting some more cool. You know, tell me key everything, you know what I'm saying? So I'm excited for that. Hearing Saba spit, like the just said, it's gonna be a whole, like, you know, Saba's gonna open up a portal. That's what he does, you know what I'm saying? To be in that, you know, it is enough for thing to be in that frequency, you know, where Saba's being creative, you know, coming up with not just him, with all of us being creative, open them up the vortex, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's gonna change the world right there alone. It's gonna take it to a higher shift. So, you know, that's enough for thing, man. So towards everybody who's coming, towards everybody who's been there, towards everybody who supported this movement for it to even be at this level, you know what I'm saying? Because we came a long way. Saba came a long way. So towards the Saba, towards the Ani, the Jet, my Netflix, Amun Amunet, all the Sanu Out. Yeah, it's enough for thing. And also wanted to share that when I think that individual that came up and was asking for Pa Yanum, he was speaking about Malachi. That's Malachi's, one of Malachi's rents, and that's who he was speaking upon. And yeah, man, it's a never thing with Saba, man. Like the consistency, it's a never thing because, you know, Saba done taught us discipline. It ain't just about, like, you know, a workout or whatever. It's a way of life, man. It's my eye, you know what I'm saying? So it's a never thing to experience that, to feel, to have a role model, a leader that has that intact, to show us that, to show, you know, the discipline with the food. That's something I like to share as well. Like, you know, with the food, how Saba mentioned last week with the pleasure and being, and, you know, being part of discipline and all that. Like we didn't, you know, indulge into pleasure, you know what I'm saying? We did more discipline, and through that discipline, you know, you learn to find pleasure within that. And I found it difficult when Saba used to mention about eating the same food every day. Like, try eating the same food a whole week. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do that. And found it difficult because it'll be like going to the store, grabbing the same thing. And sometimes I wouldn't have it or whatever. But I've been able to get that intact. And it's a very important thing because you don't waste time on trying to look for food off of what you're feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, what do I feel like eating today? And that's just another form of Isfet without people even realizing that. Like, you know, you're wasting time and you're self-indulging yourself. You know what I'm saying? For, like Saba says, most of the foods he's eating is for nutrient purposes. It's not self-indulgence. It's not like, oh, you know, I feel like eating whatever pizza or, you know what I'm saying, whatever the junk food of the day is. You know, you're more disciplined and recognizing that it's deeper than just your taste buds. You know what I'm saying? Your cells gotta eat, your bones gotta eat, your liver gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? All your organs, your brain gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just wanted to give a shout out to Saba for that. Those were one of the major things that Saba has influenced me in my personal life. Just to, you know, get that confirmation and to see that consistency from Saba. Like, that's important. Just let alone these classes alone is a never thing that he does. But Saba has multiple arms, multiple layers to him. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of people, the outsiders, may look at us like, why do you guys praise Saba so much? You know what I'm saying? And they might just see one class or something. It's like, you guys don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, once you tap into this frequency and you recognize what Saba is doing, what we're all doing, you know, you're gonna be grateful for us. You're gonna be grateful for Saba. You know what I'm saying? Like me seeing Ani and Saba and the Jed and Atef all in Sarnetta, House of Consciousness. You know, a lot of people in the comments and all that, they all is fat, and let alone they don't even know what we really doing. What we really, like, you know what I'm saying? Like how we're stepping up for everybody, for the world, even for the haters. You know what I'm saying? Like I see later on, you know, eventually they'll get what we're doing, and they'll be thankful for what we have done, what we're doing, what we continue doing. And if they don't, it's all good. They don't gotta. We're not worried about your recognition. We're in my eye. But yeah, man, it's another thing. But yeah, I'm excited for this Pathways. Willingly, I'm doing all that I can to make it. I already got my schedule for work cleared up for that. Just got to get my ticket. My main concern is the air flight ticket, because that thing is crazy, man. They tried to kidnap me last time, so I'm like, man, I just want a one-way. I'm gonna either get a one-way ticket and then find a one-way coming back the other way, because you playing with me too much over there in the airport, especially now with this orange guy. But yeah, I'm excited. Ain't worried about nothing. Super excited. Yeah, man, it's just another thing, man. I'm ready to spit these bars, man. Spit these bars. The J, you gonna spit some bars?
Hey man, that's all y'all. I'll just film it.
Now everybody gonna spit some bars. Watch. Everybody gonna get inspired. Everybody gonna come out as an MC that day. Everybody. If Saba brings a serpent, that serpent gonna be spitting. You already know. Baby Offset gonna be spitting.
Hey, don't let me be the only one that have to try to come up with some pekka to make music with Puta and Saba. You know, I need some backup.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be powerful, and then that we get to perform it as well, man. That's gonna be, man. Better get ready, man. I'm already there, man. I don't know where y'all at right now, man. I'm waiting on y'all, man. Hurry up.
Hey, greatest Martin ever. The ready and still ready. You ain't gotta get ready.
The
gym that. Hotep, talk to me.
Hotep, great brother. I'm expecting the greatest verse in history from you, great brother. You are, oh man, the way you talk, you setting the bar real high.
I be talking that talk. I walk that walk and I astral project that projection.
Starting already. All right, yes, Hotep and Hinu, to all of you, and yes, the session is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be fire, and we get the performance. So, and there's also something called the Walk in My Eye that's taking place for everyone, which is a very nefer thing. It's very powerful. So let me share the screen, and so that way I can give you all a look into the Walk in My Eye for those who want to up their game as teachers, as want to imbue a piece of Ma'at with you and be able to teach on it, be able to speak on it. So this is the Walk in Ma'at imbuement presentation embody, teach, imbue. This presentation invites participants to embody the essence of Ma'at by selecting 1 or 2 items connected to a netter or a sacred representation and demonstrating their meaning, symbolism, and power to the judge, which is Saba Tehuti. This is not a display of attire, but an act of imbuement, right? So this isn't a fashion show. This is an imbuement presentation. So we want you to choose 1 or 2 items. You know, everything is a medu. So anything you look at, you can choose that you want to imbue and be able to teach on it. So this is not a display of attire, but an act of imbuement, bringing sacred objects to life through understanding, energy, and presence. So you'll have 5 to 7 minutes to present to the judge the history, the symbolism, and meaning of your chosen item and why it's important to you, right? What does that embodiment mean to you, right? And embody their energy in your presence. The judge will evaluate accuracy of the presentation, your depth of knowledge on the item or 2 items, your energy and presence as you're presenting, your creativity in the presentation, and the direct connection to Ma'at. So this is something phenomenal that I suggest everyone would, find a way to participate in this and elevate yourselves. And it's only going to assist you in your own growth as a follower of Ma'at, as one who imbues, which is what we do, right? Everything has a purpose. Everything has a reason as to why we use it. Nothing is there by accident. And this is something that is very important for us to utilize today. The more focused that we can become and intentional in what we're using, the more power we're able to tap into from that particular item, right? Because the item is connected to a story, and that story is what allows us to tap into very deep heka, right? So if Sekim was one of your words, and you have a Sekim scepter, right? You should, and you're carrying that, you're walking with that. You should be able to teach on that Sekim scepter, what the word is and what that word means, and imbue it and speak on it and stand on it, right? Or a flower, right? A water lily. We have a netter for that. Nefertim. So everything is always utilized in a way for us to deepen our connection to Ma'at. And so that's what this walk in Ma'at is. It's for us to deepen our connection, to advance ourselves, and to also step into challenge, right? Because anytime you're doing a presentation in front of anyone, especially Saba Tehuti, there's going to be challenge there. And it's going to force you to do things that may be slowing you down or preventing you from doing greater things in your own personal life because of fears of whatever it is, right? So I always encourage those to take advantage of these very powerful spaces to advance yourself, to face a fear and overcome it, because only greatness arises on the other side of that, right? So if you're coming to the pathways, definitely reach out, put it in the Discord, and I'll be posting this in the Discord as well for everyone to sign up for this. And and just take it to the next level. Have fun with it. Enjoy it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I look forward to seeing all of what you all choose to imbue, right, and stand with. So it's a very nefer thing. This is the Walk in My Eye imbuement presentation 2025 at the Pathways to Awakening. So this will be taking place before the studio session, right? Let me double check. Yeah. Yep. So we'll do the Walk in My Eye imbuement presentation, and then I will be doing a performance, and then we will do the rinse ceremony, and then we'll do the HOA studio performance. So yeah, this is going to be phenomenal. And I look forward to everyone's creativity and what you all will do. So I wanted to share that for everyone, and make sure that you participate. Participate. This is what this is all about, and participating with what we do, evolving, just stepping up, because it's only going to make you better, right? It's only going to make you stronger, and this is the best place to start if to put yourself around people who are only going to lift you up with what you do. There is no no such thing as messing up. This is the best place to do it, because imagine going onto a stage with a bunch of strangers you don't know. It's a little bit different, right? So here in the PER, we created a nefer space for everyone to advance themselves and promote new skill set and deepen your embodiment. Here as a follower of Ma'at, as a follower of the Natiru, and it's just a nefer thing. So I look forward to that. Hearing, and especially to hear y'all teach. I want to hear some of y'all teach. I want to hear some of y'all come up and be able to teach on a particular item that you're imbuing and bringing forward. I'm super excited about that as well. So I'll put this in the Discord. Everyone make sure that you're tapped into the Discord, and which that link is in the bio. And I also will put it in the chat, so you all can join there. And when I post that, just let me know. Say, hey, I want to be a part of the Walk in My Eye, and we'll put you on the list. And there will be some winnings, of course. So yeah, that's phenomenal. And Pathways to Awakening is packed full of some powerful things. And yeah, everyone do what you can and more to be there. This is I always say, and I've always been very open about this, and in a lot of my own personal journey through different situations, anytime that something important was arising for me to come to, and there wasn't just a clear, direct path onto how I was going to attain that thing, there has always been a pattern I recognized where there was at least two things that would happen simultaneously at the same time, and I have to pick and choose which I want to do. And it's always a decision, and I've always been able to choose the more important to me, regardless of what the matrix create this illusion that prevents us from putting ourselves in position to deserve the opportunity of just doing the thing and putting yourself around the frequency that's going to cultivate you and elevate you and allow you to overcome those things that may be preventing you from getting there in the first place. So it's always a battle of that. So pick and choose. And once you make the choice, stick to that choice, and it will come true for you. So know your outcome, and the outcome is to be at the Pathways. So I'll see you all there, and this is some beautiful things. So let's welcome the great Saba Tehuti back to the panel. Hotep Marie. Saba, you're on mute.
Okay, I couldn't see the screen. I can see the screen now, and let me close these out so I can fully see the screen. Oh boy, interesting. Boom, 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 boom. Close, close, close. Okay, everybody, we're about to get started. Mount Everest, close that. Okay, we're about to get started here. Let me come look at you on the screen, and then we're about to get started with this beautiful podcast answer. Once I can get back to the screen and see everybody. Okay, let me expand this, and then I will be right on this. Okay, that's expanded. Technical difficulties. There we go. Boom. Okay, it's retracted. One more expand, and I should be able to come to the screen and see you all. Okay, wonderful. Can you all see me? Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. I am back. We're going to get into this podcast answer. Two to everybody who spoke, and I heard the pathways video playing. You were playing that, Scribe, the full pathways video. I heard you rapping.
Yes.
Okay, I heard you rapping while I was moving back and forth. And then he said, "You're playing the pathways." It's perfect, because I was actually going to come on here a little earlier, and then leave back out and tell you to promote the pathways, and you started doing that before I said it. So Tua Scribe for that. Tua everyone on the panel. We're about to get into this answer.
Great Saba. I just wanted to
yes.
That was Amunet's reminder. She's the one who reminded me to do that. So Tua to Amunet.
Amunet. Oh, Tua to Amunet. Then there we go. Okay. Tua to Amunet for reminding Fatah. Thank you, Amunet. And I was just thinking about playing some of the pathways, and you thought about it. And thank you for that. So Tua to you for that. And we're going to get into this, everybody. So first off, let me say peace to the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We're about to get into this answer. We're going to put the answer on the screen, the question on the screen, and give a shout out to the sister who asked the question, who is none other than the great sister Saket. Saket is the one who asked this question. It's 2 questions, and we're going to put them on the screen. Give her some noise, and we're going to get right into this beautiful question and answer. So, what are you doing? Wonderful. Let me go ahead and get it right here. And where is the kid's question? Force. There it is. Okay, boom. And is this force? Force versus power versus force. And power versus force. Here we go. We got 3 of them. This podcast answer, it's about wonderful. Angela Gates. That's the beautiful thing about the House of the 10 that you don't really see anywhere else. I came on giving, first of all, giving respect and thankfulness to Fatah. This is actually the opposite of every other panel. Every other people that argue with each other and try to break people down and try to take away from each other. I give respect to Fatah. Fatah passes it to Amunet, and then Angela Gates says Nefer Amunet. And this is the type of frequency here at the podcast. So shout out to you, Amunet, shout out to you, Fatah, and shout out to you, Angela Gates. Wonderful. Let me go ahead and put where are we? Okay, here is the question window. This is coming in from one that's not showing. One, so let me try to get it. Okay, Saket, now it should show up. Okay, here it is. All right, shout out to Saket. We're going to give her some noise first for the question that she asked. that I hope can show up on the screen. And there it is. Okay, boom. So here it is, coming in from Saket. Could you go ahead and read that for us, Pata? That is your I meant right there. Go ahead and read that when it pops up on the screen.
All right, 6996 from Nefertat and Saket. Let me zoom in a little bit. It says Nefertat and Saket 2 emailed questions on Wu Wei, Art of Inaction, David Hawkins' Map of Consciousness book, Power versus Force.
Okay, wonderful. Let's give her some big noise. Did you ever get your sound system working?
No, so I have to use my phone today.
Okay, no problem. Okay, we got Amun, Amunet, and Patan. So let's give her some big noise first.
Go ahead, Amun.
And we're the best.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Well, looks like we have Saba's internet. Do y'all see that as well? The loading screen?
Yes, I see it as well.
Okay. All right. 2 out to the great Saket. Saket has every book. Any book I'm looking for, I'm like, I can't find this book. She be like, hey, I got it. Okay. 2 out. Peace and love to Anki and Ma'at. Hotep. To you. Peace and love to the great Ibet Amun. Says Nefertat and Saket. 2 out. Hotep Marie. Inu to the great Angela Gates, Hotep Nefer's sister. And Harass Dig. Dua. The great Maharu, Nefer House of Aten Hinu. Inu to the great Maharu. Robert Williams in the building, Hotep Marie or Sinet. And peace to the Natiru. Absolutely, Hotep and Hinu to you. Very Nefer. And yes, again, be sure that you all have hit the like button as you come in, and we'll wait for the great Saba to come back on the screen. But yes, Amun, let's hear some words for you before Saba Tehuti comes back on. Great brother. Hotep to you, Hotep.
Hotep. Looking forward to this answer. To us, Saket, for asking the question that you did. Never heard of this book. Don't know anything about it, so I'm looking forward to learning fresh. Learning something completely new, and how it ties into Ma'at. I'm interested to see what the exact questions are, and how Saba answers them, what he brings forth, and what I'm able to apply to my life and teach other people from what I learned from this class. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I'm happy I can be here live. Happy I can see you all, interact with Saba. I'll be here for him on his breaks. And I'm happy that we're able to learn today together, and that we're able to expand our consciousness, expand our coup, and what we're going to receive today. Thankful for all the work Saba Tehuti puts in, for all the questions that he answers, all the things he brings forth and provides to all of us. And I appreciate the way that he does it as well, the way that he puts it together, and the way that he brings forth a question that someone asked. He brings forth an answer that can apply to everybody. So I appreciate that very much. I have no idea what Wu Wei is. Haven't heard of it. Haven't heard of the book Power versus Force. So this is all completely new to me, so I'm looking forward to it. Don't know what to expect besides greatness in the answer. Don't know the details of what this will consist of. I only know what I see in the thumbnail and from what Saba has talked about, what he has gave about what the answer will be. So I'm looking forward to that. Excited about everything that has to do with consciousness, frequencies, Ma'at, especially anything hidden from quote unquote naked eye. So I'm looking forward to this beautiful class. So for allowing me to speak.
And you're a great brother. Yeah, this is you're gonna love this class because this is all of everything that we're about. So just different words for it. So yeah, this is gonna be very deep. It seems like Sabatuti's internet's already bonking out. So I don't know, he may be getting excited too. I just have to calm down so we can get the electronics to work, which is a real thing. So Tuan Hinu, everyone. And yes, the teachings that the great Saba Tehuti brings forward, I mean, and all anyone has to do is just take a little piece of each class and begin to, deepen your own study within it and begin to apply the thing. That's the powerful thing about what takes place here in the pod class at the House of Atten. These are teachings that you take and use. It's great to know things, but without the use of it, what's the reason behind knowing it, right? It's for us to use it. So, it's a very, very powerful thing. So, and again, Tua, the links are pinned to the top. Continue to support House of Atten. We have merch, many, many powerful items there as well. So go support and get your items. Yeah, and we have some powerful things taking place very soon as well. Some return to other platforms and the continuation of the story that's being written. Just turn the page and go to the next page. And keep bringing these teachings forward. Keep giving people what it looks like for those of us who actually apply and live Ma'at. And now Sabatudi is going to teach on Anki M Hotep, right? Living in Hotep. So
okay, am I here?
Yeah, you're here. We said Saba may need to calm down a little bit. The technology's bonking out. Internet's going crazy.
The computer shut off and would not turn back on. I'm not sure what that was on. I power turned it off. The lights were on. The lights were on the keyboard, and nothing was coming on the screen. I'm not sure what. That's very odd. But we are here now. We're about to get back started. So okay, everybody, you gave noise to Saket because I got cut off as soon as I shared the screen.
Yes, we did.
Okay, good. And here is her question, everybody. Here's the question that was asked. Here is her question. It's okay, power versus force. And here's her question. Okay, here it is. Finally, we got it. Okay. Boom. Put it on the screen. And here we go, everybody. Boom. Boom. And here is her question. Interesting. There it is. Okay, boom. Here we go. Okay, wonderful. And yet? Is it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, and here is her question. She said, love a teaching digging into the book Power versus Force by David Hawkins. He explains the entanglement of consciousness as an increasing scale. As you've taught, which is me, Tehuti, as you've taught many times, we are to lower our frequency, over raise it. So my question, here's her question on this. My question is, if powerful states happen at lower brain waves, what actually is expanding when one embodies more power in their being? Okay, so there's her question. So there's her question. We're about to get into this. So she is stating that in the book she's reading, numbers are expanding as people reach high levels of consciousness. I'm going to show that in what's called the map of consciousness. But Tehuti teaches that in order to reach those states of consciousness, your frequency number is lower. So she's asking, what then is expanding? Because you're going to see in the chart, the numbers are going up. So that is her question. And of course, we're going to get into the definition, power versus force. And I think I heard Nukpu, Patah, some people comment on it. And of course, the general consensus is when you think of a powerful man, that or a powerful woman, or something that's powerful, it has a lot of force. So how could they verse each other? It's something that's powerful. It's something that has a lot of force in it. We're gonna find that out today, everybody. So everybody, get your pen, your pads, get your iPhones, get your iPads, get your eyeballs, get them all ready. We're about to get into this question here. Angela Gates gives a thumbs up. Robert Williams says, Saba, you may have to unplug the gate, wait 10 seconds and restart the computer. Okay, I'll try that out if I need to. Thank you, Robert. So here we go, everybody. We're about to get started. So I'm going to say Patah, Hotep, and peace and love to you. I'm going to see you in the chat. Amun, Amunet, peace and love to you. See you in the chat. Nukpu, peace and love to you. See you in the chat. Jed, Sadem, Ma'at, Out, Hu, peace and love to you. See you in the chat. We're about to get into it, everybody. Hotep and Fix Hush Nation. See you in chat. We're about to get into it, everybody. Everybody get your pens, your pads out. Get ready. There was a little stall and delay in the beginning there, and then there was some problems getting back on the back online, getting back on the computer. But we're here now. We're about to get ready here. We got thumbs up. We got pencil out. Thumbs up. Let's get ready, everybody. Ready? So first we're going to check, press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get started. A little bit delay, but we're about to get right started into this question here, everybody. So press 9 if you can hear me, and then we're going to get right started. I'm going to put the timer on. We're going to get right started. Here is the thumbnail for the question. Question, which is going to be a set of questions that we're about to get into and answer today at the Tehuti Pod class. And peace and love to all the new people in the room. So press 9 if you can hear me and see me clearly. Press 9 if you can hear me and see me clearly. Restore. Check the room for the 9s. Let me get the timer back out. Here we go. Boom. Timer on. And here we go. Let me check the room for the 9s. Any new people still in the room? All the new people that were in there. There was a brother asking about some language. Some other new person that was in the room. You're welcome. Press the 9 too if you hear me and see clear. We got Harass did with the 9, which would be beautiful. Yvette with the 9. Robert Williams with the 9. Empu with the 9. And we got Angela Gates with the 9. Nukpu with the 9. Amonette with a 9. And we're about to get started. That's all I need to see. Are you ready, everybody? We are about to get into this question. Rob Lowe. The name is that. Rob Lowe with the 9. Here we go, everybody. Get ready. We're about to get started. Here we go. Ready? Okay, we're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Boom, everybody. Oh, start again. We're going to have to do the phone over here. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what are the original languages of spirituality, who are the Nitiru, what about my physical health and purity, what about mental detoxification, what about out-of-body experiences, do they have ancient sources, or are they all new age, what about government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately, now that you have left Christianity and Islam and Hebrew Israelitism, I'm thinking that you have escaped the matrix. So now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little do you know that you have stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise, and has infiltrated in the form of new age consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as quote unquote conscious teachers, quote unquote Kemetic teachers, quote unquote esoteric guides, quote unquote metaphysical teachers. In the agenda of the matrix to just focus on knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with indigenous references. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. They do not live by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching, which is just to go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matter stay on the beginner phase, which is limited to a good phase, but it's limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen. But after showing you where the Bible is stolen, the original teachings, excuse me, after showing you, okay, let me get some water. Let me get a little bit of water, everybody. Excuse me. Okay, after showing you where the Bible is stolen from, none of them stand on the actual specific part that it was stolen from, or give the original teachings of that specific part with the actual what the actual teachings are and how to apply it to their daily life. They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as the actual way of their actual way of life. The focus is just to show you that it is stolen, and they leave you right there. That is called breaking something down or someone down, but not building anything or anyone back up. If you show that something is stolen, show how we should adhere to it in our original state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. So the next topic of focus that people focus on are Egyptians are black, but I won't follow anything they teach. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. But as far as the discipline, forget about that. Or let me tell you what is wrong with such and such a group. All their titles are argumentative, such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the American Indian, not African. But never just on what the pyramids in America are for, or how they can enhance you, or what are the disciplines, described ways of the Native Americans that can be lived by, that can enhance you spiritually. They can only do counter teaching, which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any of the quote-unquote African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can actually stand on its own and hold people's attention. They need contention, the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything, never giving you any indigenous written or spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily basis. They don't have that. That they and their family practice when the computer actually shuts down, when the debate and fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious atheists, conscious teachers are really just atheists in disguise. They actually do not believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, the high that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries, because their hidden agenda is really individualism, which is to just unite under the guise of knowledge, but with no structure, no unity system, as all the ancients did. Thus, they have no movement, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions or feelings are for that day, with no accountability or accountable obligation to anyone telling them where they are wrong or where they have slipped up in their specific cultural way, because they have none. Thus, they are about loneism, individualism, which means that no matter what they do, they can always justify their behavior, because there's no written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language, and it exists in no ancient culture's language, because we, ancient cultures and indigenous people, always moved as mentally unified groups, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching, I follow no man, follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of those original cultures were a unified group of people with structure and accountability to a specific way of life, discipline. Thus, disunity is the New Age conscious community teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists, who were actually outsiders just collecting knowledge and information and then discussing, debating Egypt historically to see who is the top scholar, but not from a disciplined liver of the spiritual system and the unified followers of Ma'at that actually created Kemet, in which they study with structure, discipline, and ranking. Thus, the New Age conscious teachers' videos are mainly complaining on what is wrong with other people. Here are some wise words that the House of Aten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink, and thus the people will have testimonies of how they clean, how you cleaned them up and gave them a better way of life. If not, you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the mass of people who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Aten, the Tehuti Pod class, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions to with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, and then customized, and on top of all that, taught live with each answer giving you subconscious matrix is broken within you, is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer today? And coming in from Nefertatin Saket, who sent in 2 questions. We're dealing with this question that she sent in, with some excerpts from the teachings of a Dr. David Hawkins. And she says she loves digging into this book. He explains that enlightenment of consciousness is an increasing scale. As you've taught many times, let me shrink this down a little bit. So David, this doctor, has taught that it's an increasing scale, but as you've taught many times, we are supposed to lower our frequency over raising it. So my question is, here's the question. If powerful states happen at lower brain waves, what actually is expanding when one embodies more in their being? There's the question. And here comes the answer. Again, another beautiful question. Which demonstrates the diversity of questions that can be asked only here and answered here at the Tehuti Pod class, coming from a loyal, dedicated, consistent student pertaining to the raising of consciousness, which happens to match the name of the student who sent in the question, whose name happens to be Saket, which happens to be synchronistically the oldest name on the planet for memory consciousness, and is the name of the student who sent in the question pertaining to consciousness. Her name is Saket. And he's asking a question about raising a frequency in consciousness. What is it that's actually raising if Tehuti teaches that your frequency should actually be lowered? And again, we have another example of a PhD professional who was an atheist realizing the unseen forces of consciousness and interconnected weaving between unseen forces and the anatomy and spirituality. This PhD physician is David R. Hawkins from Wisconsin. And here he is right here. So this is the book that she is reading, that she's getting that particular teaching from, that she loves to dig into. So David R. Hawkins, let's find out his credentials and see who this is that we're going to be discussing, and then getting to the actual original teachings. David R. Hawkins received a medical degree from the Medical College of Wisconsin in 1953. David R. Hawkins has directed the largest psychiatric practice in the state of New York. He was a clinical psychiatrist for 50 years. A PhD from Columbia Pacific University in 1995. He co-authored the book Orthomolecular Psychiatry, Treatment of Schizophrenia, with double Nobel Prize winner Linus Pauling. So there are some of his credentials. And here's the book that they co-authored, Treatment of Schizophrenia, David Hawkins and Linus Pauling. So this is a physician, psychiatrist for over 50 years, PhD from Columbia Pacific University, and he directed the largest psychiatric practice in the state of New York. So there are some of his credentials. I like going over PhD's credentials so we can see that we're quoting from people that are respected by atheists. Atheists always say, what's the paperwork on the person? What's the credentials? What PhDs does he have? What is his paperwork? What is this? Well, there is his credentials and his paperwork. And interestingly enough, the atheists that usually question that always have less credentials than the doctors that I'm actually going to be teaching from, the doctors that I've taught from, that are going to go right into Kemet Ma'at teachings. Everybody ready? Here we go. Let's get into it. Okay, ready? Here we go. So, earlier in the life of David Hawkins, he actually became an atheist after reading Thomas Paine's book, Age of Reasoning. So after reading Age of Reasoning, he became an atheist. And then Dr. Hawkins also put out a book, which was mentioned in the question that was put forth today in this evening's pod class. And that book is called Power versus Force. So starting off when he was in his early days and throughout his psychiatrist and physician PhD career, he is an atheist. Let's see what happened. Here's the book, Power versus Force, The Hidden Determinants of Human Behavior, by David R. Hawkins, MD, PhD. So atheistically and scientifically speaking, what is the definition of power and force? So there is a definition of power and force that is scientific. And this would be the definition of the early Dr. Hawkins when he was an atheist. This would be what he is going by, what he would originally have went by, being that he was in his early days was an atheist. I will take you to Science News Today, May 27, 2025 for force. Because most people that are watching this actually have never taken the time. I've not taken the time to know what power and force is. And actually in our daily conversation, we use those words interchangeably, but there's actually a scientific definition of power and a scientific definition of force. And this is the definition and these definitions of what an atheist and a scientist would go by in their career and in their profession. Let's go ahead and go over these definitions. So we can see if they are the same. Entire screen, boom, and boom. Here we go. Ready? Why am I in the? Why am I in there? Okay. Here we go. Boom. There was the screen. Okay. So atheistically and scientifically speaking, what is the definition of power and force? I will take you to Science News Today, May 27th, 2025. For force. So here we go. Let's go to force, everybody. Let's move over a little bit. Here is force. Let me shrink it down so we can see the entire thing. Shrink it down. Actually, we're going to go for power. Let's go for power. Here's power. We'll go for power, then force. I was going to do force first. I changed it. We're going to do power. So here's power. What is power in physics? The rate of doing work. So this is Science News Today. Power. The word conjures up images of strength, dominance, and force. We speak of power as engines, powerful leaders, powerful emotions, but in physics, power has a very precise and elegant definition. It's not about how strong something is or even how much work it can do, but how fast that work is done. Power is the rate at which work is performed for energy or energy is transferred. So here is the definition of power. It's KE plus PE. KE, kinetic energy. Energy of motion, kinetic energy, which equals energy in motion. PE is potential energy, stored energy due to position, gravitational, elastic, electric, common form, gravitational near Earth surface. And there's VO. VO usually means initial velocity. VO equals 0 in the chart. It means the object starts from a rest period. Okay, and in mechanics stands for the normal force, upward contact force on the surface. The W that you see on the chart stands for weight, which applies to the force of gravity. Given by N equals dash W means the upward normal force from the surface balances the downward force of gravity, weight, keeping the object in equilibrium. W, mg, which is weight mass to gravitational weight mass and gravitational force. So this is what power is specifically in science as an atheist. And as an atheist and scientist, what is the definition of force? I will take you to Science News Today, May 27th. Well, that was Science News. We're going to actually go to ThoughtCo. ThoughtCo. We're going to go to ThoughtCo here. January 10th, 2020. In science, force is the push or pull on an object with mass that causes it to change velocity to accelerate. Force represents as a vector, which means it has both magnitude and direction. In equations on diagram, a force is usually denoted by the symbol F. An example is an equation of Newton's second law. F equals ma, where F force, m equals mass, and a is acceleration. There's force. We have power, and then we have force. Is there a difference? Yes. So there is a definition of power, and there is a definition of force. There is the definition of power, And there is a definition of force from a scientific and atheist understanding, which of course should be the understanding of David R. Hawkins, being that he was both at one time a physician, scientist, and an atheist, and wrote a book whose words are called Power versus Force. So the original state of mind of David Hawkins would have been the definition of power versus force, with these two scientific definitions, that at one time was an atheist. But did he change that? We're about to find out. What if I told you that amongst his other accolades, he was also the founder of something else? Guess what he was the founder of? And here's where the story takes a twist. Ready, everybody? What was David Hawkins the founder of? Ready? Whoops. David Hawkins was the founder of the Institute for Spiritual Research Incorporated, W. Sedona, Arizona. And here's the other book, Devotion, Non-Duality, Intensive, God, Religion, and Spirituality. What? David R. Hawkins started off as an atheist, has a book out called Power and Force. We find out the institute he's the founder of is the Institute for Spiritual Research Incorporated. Something must have changed. What happened, David Hawkins? What happened? This is a converted atheist? David R. Hawkins. So boom. David R. Hawkins, MD, PhD, is the founder of the Institute for Spiritual Research and has books on God, religion, and spirituality. So, of course, to find out what is it that turned this PhD, psychiatric physician, who was an atheist, to become the founder, the founding director of the Institute for Spiritual Research. Something must have switched, everybody. And of course, everybody, to find that out and to get into the definition of power and force reincorporated into consciousness and spirituality, and to find out how many thousands of years the teaching actually goes back to. What is it time for, everybody? What is it time for? Ready, everyone? What is it time for, everybody? Type it in the room for those who have been here before. I was about to say, how could he remain an atheist? Exactly. But it's time for everybody. Harassed did. Tehuti Overdrive. Angela Gates. Tehuti Overdrive. Aminette. Tehuti Overdrive. Big Vapes. Tehuti Overdrive. You all right, everybody? It is time. Hush. Tehuti Overdrive. I bet. Tehuti Overdrive. You all ready, everybody? We're going to go to Tehuti Overdrive. And something's going to be different in this overdrive, because we're going to start off with the overdrive, and then it's going to mellow out. Are you ready, everybody? You all are absolutely ready? Once we get into the actual spiritual teachings, the music's going to mellow out. But for now, you know it's time for... Are you ready, Randernet? We're in the overdrive music. It's going to mellow out as it gets into the teaching. Ready, everyone? Let's find out what the switch is first. Ready? Look at the timer. Boom. Oh, very funny. Ready, everyone? Let's go. It's overdrive time. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, everybody. Those who have been here before know that things are about to flip. And you know what time it is for. It is time for... Screen goes white. Yes, it is time for Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Font changes. Here we go. The Ras did font. Ready? Boom, here we go. Dr. David Hawkins in his 30s came face to face with death. And in his experience, he felt the experience of transcendent intellect, and he began to know how to perceive reality without processing it sequentially with the activity of the left brain. So he went to a near-death experience, a very traumatizing experience, and in that experience, he felt and experienced an overwhelming feeling where he learned the transcendence of intellect and how to perceive reality without processing it sequentially, which is the activity of the left brain. Ready, everyone? Here we go. Let's go. Left brain function, right brain function. Ready? Right brain function, right side of the body control. So left brain function, right side of the body control. That's number skills, mathematics, math, scientific skills, written language, spoken language, objectivity, analytical, logic, reason. Right brain function, which is the left side of the body control, 3D shapes, music, art, awareness, intuition, creativity, imagination, subjectivity, synthesizing, emotion, face recognition. Do you see the difference between both sides of the brain? So in the near-death experience, there was an experience of transcending intellect and perceiving reality without processing it sequentially. What does that mean, Tehuti? How can you see reality without processing it sequentially? For example, just for an understanding, creation, it's one word. And in the way that it was taught in religion, it's taught that things happen, this happened on this day, this happened on that day. But notice they have to teach it through days. Notice that. They never say in their religion that in the beginning, God created everything. That could be an ability, right? Or for some reason, there's a sequential process. For some interesting reason. Day 1, he did this. Day 2, he did that. Day 3, he did that. Day 4, day 5, he did this and he did that. And then creation ends. Yet, we have evolutionary creatures that could not have existed at that time. We have new viruses, all type of new life forms on the planet that evolved into existence. Is that a process of creation? Are things still being created? Are things coming into existence? Absolutely. On a wider scale, looking at it with another aspect of time, it would look like a shorter event. When you're inside of it, looking at it sequentially, it's hundreds of thousands and millions of years, and you get to never actually experience it. You never get to experience creation sequentially. You can only read about it and study on it and know that it's going to continue after you pass. Things are continuing to evolve. Looking at it from ground level because you're inside of it. You're a part of it. Looking at it from an above level, like looking down at microscopic creatures or insects, fruit flies, who only live 14 days, your perspective looking down on them, you've seen 200 fruit flies live their life from beginning to end. That is uncomprehendable to a fruit fly. In your perspective, you're just like 14 days, they're gone. Their sequential life is longer than you're perceiving it because your lifespan is 90 years. And 14 days to you is just the time of one paycheck. That's 14 days, what's that? Just a paycheck. That's just 2 weekends. To a fruit fly, 14 days is their 90 years. And there's minute 1, they're getting older. Minute 2, it's a long sequential process. You're looking down from a wider perspective is like 14 days. I just saw their whole generation, mother, father. I have a lot of 14 days to see. I just saw a whole generation and generations live and get born. The perspective changes as the consciousness expands. We're going to get into that. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get back into it. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Let's go back. Here we go. There we are. So there's right brain, there's left brain. It's going to be one of those classes. You can already tell. This made him aware. When he went into this frequency, this made him aware of what is called the dissolve of individual self. When one reaches this state, which unfortunately is usually only reached through means of DMT flashing before your memory or before your mind's eye, at NDEs, which is near-death experiences. That's why we have these life-changing experiences and perspective changes with Dr. Hawkins, Pastor Pascal Beverly Randolph, and others. Their reality changes as they taste death. Their perspective and understanding and comprehension changes. So usually, people only reach this state of individual resolve when the DMT causes a flash of their life going before their saket or their consciousness, which is what happened to him. It's how he reached it. So others who are focused and diligent and disciplined, they can attain this without that trauma. And that is why you are here today in the Tehuti Pod class. It was the coming into awareness of discernment between truth and falsehood. When you get to this stage, you have this discernment of truth and falsehood. One receives with this type of mental imbuement with the reality that I want you to remember that the discernment of unbinding of truth from falsehood. I want you to remember this statement: the unbinding of truth and falsehood. And the discernment of this is that level of stage that we're about to talk about and about to see what state he reached, and then he started wanting to attain higher states and then put it into his medical practice. I will show you how far back that concept goes of the unbinding of truth and falsehood in the writings of the follower of Ma'at later in this class. So he reached a discernment, which is the dissolve of self, the awakening of truth from falsehood, and a perspective change where his perspective of reality was no longer just the sequential left brain perspective of how existence unfolds in front of you. So the perspective changes where you process and perceive reality without processing it sequentially through the activity of the left brain. Here we go, everybody. Ready? The reality is that everything happens of its own nature. Everything that's happening is happening of its own and of its own nature. Everything is a consequence of the effect of that which you are within any given context, within an infinite context, that everything comes about spontaneously. As you can see, as I mentioned before, 14 days to a fruit fly is 90 years. Your level of consciousness and perspective is way beyond the fruit fly, so that time period is a smaller time period to you. That which is above you looks at your 90 years as a small time period in its existence, and that which is above it looks at it as a smaller time period, and thus as things happen shorter between times, events actually appear to become spontaneous, and that is the ultimate truth. So again, the reality is everything happens of its own and of its own nature. Everything is a consequence of the effect that you are within at any given context. That is within an infinite context that everything comes about spontaneously as a natural effect. And to understand this picture, picture everyone in their thoughts as a magnetic field, and the magnetic field draws you to that which your own level of consciousness is, that's helping you create your surroundings. I'll move this up a little bit. Helping you create your surroundings spontaneously. You looking at it from the left brain, you're not understanding the minute spontaneousness of your conscious switch, change, and mental fields, because you are looking at a picture that is based on the mundane left brain, which seems to be taking you a long time to get somewhere. We're going to get to that. Your consciousness will change in this class. Here we go. Dr. Hawkins, being a physician in the physician field, he was immediately able to discover this reality through his field, through kinesiology. What's that, everybody? He incorporated this spontaneous reaction reality of truth from falsehood in kinesiology, where it can actually be seen through the physical. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Boom, let me move this up. It's one of those classes. Here we go. So what is kinesiology? Kinesiology is from the Greek word kinesis, which means a movement, and is the study of the healthy connective movements between the body parts used by professionals and physicians in biomechanics and orthopedics, strength and conditioning. So it's the study of the healthy connective movements between the body parts and its connection to the mind. Here we go, everybody. Because he was in that profession, he was immediately to take this reality that he discovered and put it directly and instantly into work to show the connection between the mental conscious realm and the physical body's changes on minute levels. But what was rediscovered by Dr. Hawkins was its ancient connection, was that the actual mind, which is the invisible consciousness, actually thinks with the body, and thus consciousness can reveal itself through minute mechanisms and mechanic changes behind disease process. And for skeptics who may think that this is some isolated fringe theory, strictly limited to Dr. David Hawkins, let me take you to Glenn Rain, PhD, of Quantum Biology Research Labs, published in the proceeds of International Forum on the New Science in Denver, Denver, Colorado, October 1996. Look how many years ago this was. And when people hear about this in 2025, that's pseudo, it's made up, you made it up. Meanwhile, they were doing this in 1996. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go to resonant field imaging, aura and brain image system, brain optimization and synchronization system, high-tech magnetic therapy products. And we're going to go to the effects of conscious intention on human DNA, published in the proceeds of the International Forum on New Science, Denver, Colorado, October 1996. Effect of conscious intent on human DNA by another PhD, I guess he's pseudo. Glenn Rain, PhD, Quantum Biology Research Lab. This is in Northport, New York. Introduction. Mind-to-body medicine has well recognized the ability of mental images generated by the mind to redirect specific parts of the body to produce profound physiological changes, e.g., impede tumor growth. Psychoneuroimmunologists, however, do not recognize that the mind can also intentionally focus on and manifest changes in biological systems outside the body. Effects of focus and tension have nonetheless been studied using both physical, which was done by Jane and Duane in 1986, and biological systems done by Broad in 1989, and is often referred to, respectively, as psychokinesis, PK, or bio-PK, a parallel investigation of consciousness, intention, and biological system falls under auspices of healing research, where investigators have demonstrated that various types of healers can produce biological effect behavior. And third line, one moment everybody, hold on. One more. Okay, let me get back to it. Here we go. And third line of investigations involves the study of Qigong. There you go, Nuku. Qigong practitioners who can also influence biological systems. Most of these studies, however, are phenomenological and are only intended to demonstrate an energetic communication between the practitioner and the biological target. In most healing experiments, the intention of the practitioner is to heal or normalize pathological situations. The pathological situation. Here we go. Internet, you're on the move. Here we go. We're still in the same PhD article. Here we go. A few studies, however, have addressed the questions whether different intentional states of consciousness produce different biological effects. For example, Roscher and Rubik examined the relationship between biological responses and different healing states of consciousness. Roscher and Rubik, 1983, these experiments were designed to determine whether the healer could protect bacterial cells in culture from inhibition induced by antibiotic ampicillin using different intentions. Lascaux could either protect bacteria from the lethal effects of antibiotics or inhibit their growth on the absence of antibodies. Everybody got that? Here we go. Ready? So boom, there we go, boom. Consciousness or conscious intention on biological systems falls under the auspices of healing research and psychokinesis, and intentions causing the protection of bacteria, of antibiotics. Discoveries of ancient knowledge such as these promoted Dr. Hawkins to use his knowledge and expertise of kinesiology with his experience of losing his awareness of self-egotistical identity to prove that we are a result. Let me move this here. Where's the mouse? To prove that we are a result. Oh, shrunk. Losing his awareness of self-egotistical identity to prove that we are a result of a conscious energetic mental field that is spontaneous and can decipher truth from falsehood. Ready, everybody? Here we go. So there are the scientifics. Let's move this over. Very strange. Mouse is moving strange. Okay, here we go. Boom. Boom. Let's move it over. And let's expand. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Thus, using kinesiology, certain trigger questions, we control the level of consciousness that is associated with spontaneous truth versus a resistance, and made a chart that was measured. That was measured, metaphorically described. So it was measured of a metaphorical description. That means he chose low numbers. He chose numbers to increase. They weren't scientific-based numbers. They were numbers that he chose to show an increase as a discernment of power versus force. But how could there be? What is this power versus force? Collaboration, which was measured by numbers, would signify first that which is governed by the beta wavelength. Only because today the beta wavelength is the wavelength of busy thinking alertness that is heavily tied into busy thinking distractions that one is unhealthily focused on. Let me shrink this a little bit. So again, the discernment, metaphorically, the discernment of power versus force, calibration measured by numbers, which signify first that which is governed by the beta wavelength, only because today the beta wavelength is the wavelength of busy thinking and alertness that is heavily tied in to the busy thinking and distractions of unhealthy, unfocused mind, which is within the matrix, which is usually of a destructive nature. But as the numbers went higher, representation levels of natural ascension and illumination of consciousness, and moved from that wavelength, or moved from that number. So here we are. It starts off in the red. So the frequency or the energy of being in a state of despising, miserable, shame, humiliation, scorn, elimination. All of this is the negative beta wavelength, because beta wavelength is not negative, but in the matrix, the beta wavelength is the wavelength that one is on when it is in this state, the state of unhealthy, because of the focus of what it has to be thinking of: despising, miserable, evil, guilt, blame, destruction, condemning, hopelessness, apathy, despair, disdainfulness, tragic, grief, regret. As it goes up, still stays in a negative state. Isn't this the focus of most of the news today, of most of the platforms, the debates, the discussion, based on hate, anxiety, regret, blaming, humiliating somebody, shaming, being miserable, antagonizing somebody, angry, being vengeful? Is this not most of the platforms that are on YouTube today? As you scroll through your Facebook and you scroll through YouTube, is this not 98% of all the channels? The actual number on the planet is 85%, but 98% of all the channels in a state of denying, disdainful thinking, condemning somebody. Then as it moves up into the yellow, it's moving up from 20, 30, and this is what Saket is noticing, that some numbers are moving up. Something is expanding here. Now as we go from the red to the orange into the yellow, indifferent, demanding, pride, still in the negative. What is indifference? Indifference is when you don't care about something. You don't have a complete desire about topics. You are indifferent to them because you have no stand in something. What do you think about murder and pedophile? What do you think? To each his own. Do as thou will. You're in an indifferent state. Demanding, pride. You're in a prideful state, but it's a negative prideful state. You're scorning. Then permitting, feasible, courage. Now we're moving up to the 200s, and in the 200s, which is still in the mid-low state, this is actually the state that's praised. Here's the state that's praised, and it's still within the lower states, but it's in the state that's praised. Feasible, permitting, courage, affirmation, empowerment, but it's still in the 200s. Now as it moves up to the 250, now enabling. Do you see the difference between permitting something and enabling something? Permitting something is, yeah, we're just going to let it happen. Nah. That's one vibration. Enabling it is actually giving something or someone the power to do it. So permitting somebody to do something is, you go ahead and doing. You want to start a business? Go ahead. Enabling it is saying, oh, you want to start a business? Let me sit down and give you the business plan I use. Let me go ahead and front you some money, give you a loan. Now you're enabling, which is different from just, permit, go ahead and do it. Feasible is, this is good. It's feasible, it can happen, as opposed to satisfactory. You're actually satisfied, not just, it's feasible, it can happen. You've actually been satiated, you're satisfied. You see? I mean, go on to neutrality. Neutrality now is the positive side of being indifferent. We're going to get into neutrality. Neutrality is being in the middle of something, weighing both sides out, which is different from just not caring about it. Now we have trust and we have release. Inspiring. See, we go from permitting something to enabling something, which is permitting, we're going to let it happen. Enabling is, let me help you make it happen. Inspiring is, let me be the motivation of you to do so before you even think about it. All of these are similar, but it's moving up in a form. Permitting, enabling, now you're the inspirer. Before the person even had the idea, you're giving them the idea. Giving somebody hope because you're the example. Willingness, optimism, intention. Now we're moving up from 310 to the 350. Merciful. Let me get some water. Now you're moving up to merciful. Merciful is a form of patience where you give somebody a chance because you have a sense of empathy. You have a sense of understanding. So you're merciful. You're giving somebody a chance. It's not complete 1,000 unlimited chances, but you're walking somebody through because you know they're going through baby steps. Now you're into a synchronistic state of harmony in a state of acceptance. Acceptance is a little different from just willingness. Willingness is, I'll do it. Okay, I'm willing to do it. Acceptance is moving on to that state of the non-biased aspect of seeing things outside of the left brain and understanding the spontaneous reality, which we're going to get to soon. Accepting the situation of what's actually happening. We're going to get into that. Now it's moving into forgiveness, transcendence. Now we're moving up to the wise, meaningful, reason, understanding, abstraction. Now we're moving into states of Marie, love, benign. Notice that this one is the only one where love is on here twice. Love is over here. Love, self-enlightenment, love again. Reference, revelation. Now you're into receiving information that is revealed to you. Not just some random thoughts, but revelation that you can actually verify. Now you're in these states. One, complete joy. Now you're in a state of joy, serenity, transfiguration. Now you're in one of the highest states because this actually goes to 1,000. But as the doctor was studying it, that most people after this state here, they leave. They're gone. They're not associated with. You can't find these people. They're extremely rare. And they leave. Either physically leave or leave and go into another state. Self-enlightenment, 7,700, 1,000. This is in a state of pure consciousness. Most in this state, they're not even here anymore. So this is the map of consciousness. And as you notice in this map of consciousness, notice how I talked about the different views. The view that you have compared to the view of the fruit fly. Well, of course, because up here now you're into God view. course, that's the word that he's using, God view. When you're into God view, it's a complete different conscious state than when you're just into the individualistic view. We're going to see how far back these teachings actually go. Here we go, everybody. So now, it shows here that these numbers are raising. But Tehuti teaches that when you get into the brain waves of beta, alpha, theta, and delta, let me shrink this down. The numbers are actually decreasing. But now understanding this plus the scientific definition I gave for force and power, how does all of this tie in? And why would force be versing power? Ready, everybody? Why would force be versing power? Let me come off the screen a second. Come on here. Ooh, here we go, everybody. Let me come off this. Ready, everyone? I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. Hold on. Nana? Okay, we're back, everybody. Here we go. Ready? We are back. Boom. Okay, so let me take it off the screen share. We are back, everybody. So now understanding all of this, why is there a versus between force and power? Understanding that scale, understanding the brain waves, why would there be a versus, force versus power? Here we go, everybody. Ready? And let's get into the calmer music as we now get into slowly moving towards the actual scientific to the spiritual teachings. And here we go. Ready, everyone? Here we go. So here's the book, Force versus Power. So, but now understanding this, plus the scientific definitions I gave for force and power, how does all of this tie in? And why would force be versing power? Once again, we give the scientific definition of power and then the scientific definition of force. Well, this is where things get rather deep and imbued, and the statement I had made earlier comes into a fruition. And what is that statement? The reality is everything happens of its own nature. Everything is a consequence of the effect of that which you are within at any given context, within an infinite context, and that's what Dr. David Hawkins realized and stated as well, that everything comes about spontaneously as a natural effect. And to understand this, picture everyone and their thoughts as a magnetic field, and the magnetic field draws to you that which is your own level of consciousness that's helping to create your surroundings spontaneously. Knowing this and having this in mind, let me walk you through power and force again. Understanding this, we're going to walk through power and force again. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Here we go. Boom. So different surfaces create different amounts of friction. Okay? And the amount of friction created by an object moving over a surface depends on the roughness of the surface and the object and the force in between them. The driving force pushes the bicycle, making it move. Friction pushes on the bicycle, slowing it down. Here's an example of forces in action. Swimmer's force, water's resistance. Gravity, air resistance. Cyclist, driving force, friction. Water resistance and air resistance are forms of friction. Friction is sometimes helpful and sometimes unhelpful. For example, air resistance is helpful as it stops the skydiver hitting the ground at high speeds. Friction on a bike chain can make the bike harder to pedal, so it is helpful. So here's a relation: force and friction. As you can see, force, which yes is a very natural occurrence, implies some form of resistance. Well, let me ask the class, what is the opposite of something happening naturally and spontaneously? In other words, how does your brain word things that you were pushed to do and really did not want to do? How would you word that? How does your brain word things that you were pushed to do, but you really did not want to do it? Put that in a sentence. You were made to do something that you really did not want to do. And what's the word that you use? Huh? There it is, forced. But see, in our layman's conversation, force and power is the same, right? In the layman's conversation, understanding this scientifically and then applying it to spontaneous reality, natural reality, and spiritualism, and even your day-to-day walk, you never put the word power in the place of force, do you? That person powered me. I didn't want to do the dishes today, but yeah, the brother's telling the little sister, I didn't want to do the dishes today. Mom powered me to do this. How come we don't use the word power if they're interchangeable? We don't seem to use the word power. But for some reason, something that you're made to do, that for some whatever reason, whether good or bad, we haven't covered intention yet, the word force is now used and not the word power. That's right, everybody got it. Force. I'll put the comments on the screen. There they go. Force, force, force. Forced to do so. I'm in it. Forced. Forced. Big Vase put pressure, which is which is what? The resistance. That's the same thing. Force. There we go. Ready? Boom. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. For those who are new, peace and love to you. Let's get into this. So now we start to see there is a difference. There seems to be a difference. When asked the initial question to everybody on the panel and to the people, force and power are interchangeable. He has a strong force. That team has a great force. That's a powerful team. We use them interchangeably. But we see in science there's a difference. And when we word them in our layman's everyday term, we don't use them interchangeably in that sense when it goes against something that you feel to do. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here's where we change realities. Ready, everybody? Ding, 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 ding. Everybody got it right. You are right. Boom, yes. You say, I am being forced. Again, we're not dealing with the intention, whether it's good or bad, because sometimes a baby is forced, yes, against its own will. It's fighting the baby bottle. It's fighting the breast. It's fighting the baby food. When it eats it, it's a better thing, but force does imply, in certain terms, friction and a fight going on. Whether you are the right person in the fight or the wrong person is not relevant, but it does imply there is a resistance. Force equals a resistance, some type of friction. So boom, yes, you say I am being forced. Now let's look at power again. Here's power. What is power in physics? The rate of doing work. Power. The word conjures up images of strength, dominance, and force. We speak of powerful engines, powerful leaders, powerful emotions, but in physics, power has a very precise, elegant definition. It is not about how strong something is, or even how much work it can do, but how fast. See how we're moving, slowly moving to the word spontaneous? How fast that work is done. Power is the rate at which work is performed or energy is transferred. Power efficiency, doing more with less. Power efficiency is a measure of how well a system converts energy into useful work. A car engine, for example, might convert only 25 to 30% of the chemical energy in gasoline into motion. The rest is lost as heat. An electric motor, on the other hand, might achieve 90% efficiency. In our energy-hungry world, improving power efficiency is a central concern. Engineers work tirelessly to design machine systems and technologies that do more work with less energy, thus less waste. From LED lighting to hybrid cars or renewable energy systems, efficiency is the key. In physics, the efficiency, Greek eta, is defined as useful power output total, power output, ETA equals frac, text useful power output, text total power input. A system with equaling 1 or 100% would be perfectly efficient. No energy lost. Again, no energy lost. Again, no energy lost. In reality, all systems lose some energy, often as heat, sound, or vibration. I'm going to leave that on the screen for a second. Let that sink in. This is power. The least amount of energy lost when you're achieving something, the more efficient and faster it gets done. The shorter in between goal and goal reached. Let me come off the screen and put that back on the screen. Okay, I'm back, everybody. You digested that? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Harass did is like, wow. That's right. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go, everybody. Boom. We're back to it. Here we are. Thank you, Nan. Sure, if I can see it. It won't go to it won't go off screen good. I don't know if it goes. I'm gonna keep running. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? So boom. Let's get to it. Here we go. Thank you. So as you can see, it's not quite what we thought or taught it was. In layman's conversation, power is actually the efficiency in which something is measured and how a system converts energy into useful work. It deals with getting the most done in the most efficient manner. In other words, doing work and reaching the end goal accomplishment with less put in or less input, making the pathway to that end goal more efficient. The closer you can shrink the line of less efficiency is the sooner you can reach a goal without having to walk down that long line. If that line is completely shrunk, then what does this mean? It means the end goal and reaction will appear, yes, spontaneous. Think on that for a moment. So the true definition of power is the most efficient way to get to the end goal in the least amount of time. Thus, the least power you have is the longer it will take for you to reach a goal. And the more power that you have with the definition of power is the closer something comes to being spontaneous. So here's the goal, efficiency input. Something can get from here to here faster and more efficient than something with less scientific definition of power. But that's also the conscious definition of power. Why doesn't my magic work? How come I can't seem to be getting? Here to here shrinks in time. The more efficient, until there's no separation between here and here. Thus, goal done. Goal done. Where it's being done, that we should get into. Here it is. Ready, everybody? Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Absorb these. Absorb the wisdom within all of this. And I want you to take the scientific and understand it in the realm of consciousness. Here we go. So again, everybody. Again, as you can see, power. It's not quite what you've been thought. You see power. As you can see, power, it's not quite what we thought or what was taught in layman's terms, conversation. Power is actually the efficiency in which something is measured and how a system converts energy into useful work. It deals with getting the most done in the most efficient manner. In other words, doing work and reaching the end goal accomplishments with less put into it or less input, making the pathway to that goal more efficient. The closer you can shrink the line of less efficiency is the sooner you can reach a goal without having to walk down that long line. If that line is completely shrunk, then what does this mean? It means that the end goal, the end goal and reaction will appear, yes, spontaneous. Think on that for a moment. You can start to slowly see the difference between power and force and why they would verse each other. Power versus force. And thus, instead of doing something that is forced because it was unnatural to your mind, what is something common you say when you feel that you've been given strength? You say, I feel am what? What's the word on the end of that? When you've been given strength, you say, I feel am. You feel what? What do you feel? Type it in the room. 45 people watching. All of you participate. Type it in the room. I feel, the first two letters are EM. I feel am what? When you're given strength and you have inner strength within you, but it's given from something. You feel am. I know there's a lag, so I'll wait. 45 people in the room. Hotep and peace and love to all of you. There we go, everybody. Boom. Angela Gates, empowered. That's right. Empowered. Robert, empowered. Nukpu, empowered. Amunet, empowered. Amun, Basatut, Maka, Atzafek, empowered. That's right. Hush, Nation, empowered. Ibet, empowered. See the difference now? Ankiamat, empowered. Do you see what's happening? Something's happening. When there's friction, that is a force. There's force which is associated with friction. So that's your mind. When there's friction, where there's a resistance of what you're being made to do or what you have to do, you say, man, I'm forced to work this job. I'm forced to work this job because I got to pay rent. Not that the job is bad, but there's a resistance. There's a resistance. Mom forced me to do the dishes. Doing dishes is good, but there's a resistance. Power, though, when there's no resistance, you're taking it in. The efficiency of the mathematical scientific definition of power shortens the distance, shortens the path, shortens to the point where the set goal and the answer is spontaneous. When you feel somebody gives you something that you're being made to do, you say, I'm being forced. When you feel somebody gives you something that enables you, say, I'm being empowered. What's the word M? Where do they get that from? That's the Medunetter owl. It means a path. The Medunetter owl is the word M. M, and it means a path from something, to something, within something, crisscrossing something. It's in the crisscross. It's the M. It's the middle part. The M. It's crossing over something. So you're trying to get to a path. And then you say, I feel like I'm feeling this other person's feeling. Oh, I'm empathic. What's that? I feel they give this word empathic. We know the M is something connecting the two things, and there's the path. If you can feel the thing the other person's feeling, the same way photonic entanglement happens, the two feelings now become spontaneous, just like in photonic entanglement. You tickle something over here, the subatomic particles do the same thing at the exact same time spontaneously on the moon, and it doesn't matter what the distance is. Therefore, the path is shorter. Therefore, they have more power because the path is instant. It's the most efficient way to affect something further is to have it quantumly entangled. Are you understanding now? I hope this is helping. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. That's the M. Right? And it's going to go into truth and falsehood. Here we go, everybody. Boom. If you are getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room, and we'll invite those people here. Here we go. So now you are right. Ding, 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 ding. Empowered. You are right. Everybody got it right. Empowered. You're starting to see slowly the difference between power and force. And thus, when one is in this mental frequency, it is not them that discerns the truth from falsehood sequentially, but the body's conscious natural functions do. Because they are vibrating on a frequency where you are the truth. You are the truth. As in, when you put fire to ice, there is no conscious thought that has to be to make the cause for the ice to melt. It's spontaneously natural. It just happens. Thus, it's a natural power, spontaneous effect that will happen whether you do it where you live or someone you know does it thousands of miles away. This, of course, takes place on subtle levels in our minds because of our surroundings by the matrix. But those who are on a higher calibration number that we saw on the map, those who dwell in these specific frequencies, literally dwell there, have the ability of discernment to become hypersensitive to truth and falsehood, which can result in immediate, minute reactions within the body. This, in actuality, is one of the secrets to what causes the podcast to exist. And why it has not and cannot and will not ever be duplicated by the mundane. All the podcast is that people are attracted to is the goal, which is a question. What's the most efficient way to get to the answer to the question? It could take you years to find out, months of studying, the whole week. It could take you going to this class, this meditation class, this group over here has this part, the Hebrews have this part, this Kemetic person, the yoga people have this part. You're going to take it together, put it together, or you can go or it all comes together for the most efficient answer, because the answer already exists. The pathway to get there, the shortest way to get there with the most impact, becomes the most powerful. Thus, people are attracted to the Tehuti podcast. It's one of the secrets to the podcast, which is the discernment. How do you get the discernment? Hypersensitivity. Hypersensitivity comes with a lot of giving up stuff. A lot of giving up stuff. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. And it only takes a few moments to lose the months and months in practice of hypersensitivity you were trying to do. It only takes a few moments, just like it takes months and months and months to a year to get in shape, and you can go binge and get out of shape in 1 week. Be fat again, be overweight again. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Let's go back. 1, 2, 3. Absorb the jewels. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to go for a few more minutes, then I'm going to take a break. Here we go, everybody. All right, so it actually is one of the secrets to what causes the podcast to exist and why it is cannot be and will not be and never be duplicated by the mundane. Let us continue, and thus, through kinesiology, Dr. Hawkins was able to log the slight reactions in a person's body, usually their arm, to sense the conscious reaction naturally communicated through the body. The body itself is the tool that these reactions could then be calibrated, or could calibrate what level of truth, fear, anxiety, fright, ascension exists within the person. Discussed in the book. Guess what his other book was called? What was the other David Hawkins book called? Of course, it was called Truth versus Falsehood. It's like there was power versus force. Now we have truth versus falsehood. What does he say on page 24 and 25 of the book? Tehuti, when did you read this book? What does he say on? What did he say on page 24 and 25 of the book? Let me expand it. While an explanation, a verification technique appears detailed or even laborious at time or time consuming, in practice it's very simple. Actually only takes a matter of seconds to perform. It is also obvious that the same technique instantly detects whether a witness or public figure is telling the truth, or whether a product advertised on television will do what it is claimed. It will be discovered that often the statements of public figures are actually 100% lies. Right, Nukpu? They lie. When the above process is applied to daily news, the results are quite astonishing and can be initially somewhat dismaying regarding famous crimes, trials, or worldly affairs where deception prevails, which is what happens in the podcast. In contrast, it can be gratifying to discover that accusations are frequently false and justice often does prevail. For accurate results, it is necessary that both persons doing the test procedure are integrous. And the intention of the questions is devoted to the discernment of truth for its own sake, and not biased in trying to prove a point or obtain supportive evidence for a person's viewpoint. In practice, checking out the truth of various aspects of life and truth leads to progressive wisdom and compassion. A sense of humor also helps. So getting to all this through also a sense of humor, which, remember the classes, it's one of the definitions of the word Saba. Saba, here we go. Spiritual phenomenon and the cities. From consciousness levels 540 and up into higher 500s, phenomenon occur spontaneously that are inexplicable by reason, the customary conceptualization of logic, or by cause and effect. They are an accompaniment to progressive dominance of spiritual energy, in brackets kundalini, and occur as a consequence of the contextual field rather than by volition. Last person I heard use this word was Pascal Beverly Randolph. They are witnessed and seen and occur autonomously. There we go. He's describing the process that he's doing through kinesiology. Thus, when one is in this frequency and imbued with the truth is within his or her body. This new discovery is something that was practiced. So, thus when one is one with this frequency and imbued, the truth is within his or her body. Is this a new discovery of something that was practiced and known by the ancients in Ma'at and Kemet? That the frequency of truth was in the body and causing one to discern truth from falsehood and repel the falsehood. Ready, everyone? Here we go. Oh, and the rest of these have been classically termed as cities, Sanskrit, and denote seemingly supernatural or miraculous mystical powers, as they are not explicable by logic. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. Boom. I'm going to go a couple more minutes and then take a break. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Now that we see the difference in understanding of force versus power, and that this was the discernment of truth from falsehood, and that kinesiology was the study of mind, the one that Dr. Hawkins was using, was a study of the mind communicating with the body. Guess how the ancients described falsehood? I will take you now to the hymn of the tin in columns 11 to 30. Right, everybody? So now that we understand in this new age discovery of kinesiology that there was a discernment of understanding falsehood in its minute reactions between truth and falsehood, that the tool of the mind was actually the body, and that falsehood and truth were actually communicated through the body. Guess how the ancients described something? Watch this. You ready, everybody? Here we are. Again, I'm showing you from my my personal reads, my personal book studies. So here we go. Self-justification and prayer to the king, columns 11 to 30. The netter's father, the vizier and fan bearer of the right of the king, the master of all the horses of his majesty, the true beloved royal scribe, he says, I am one truthful to the king who fostered him, one who is straight to the ruler and helps his Neb, his lord. The Ka attendant of his majesty is favored, his favorite, who sees his beauty when he appears in his place. I am leader of the nobles, the royal companions, chief of all those who follow his majesty. He set ma'at, which is truth, in my body. I abhor, which is hate, falsehood. Here is the set ma'at. By the way, set is a meta word. It means the same thing. Put in place. Set ma'at. Imkat. So the ma'at, the truth, is set. It's in the person's body. Because the ma'at is in the person's body, not just his mind, not just his brain, not just his lungs, not just his hands, it's in the whole body. It's in the whole ka'at. Because of that, there's an automatic hatred of falsehood. Not because he thought out the truth, but the automatic discernment is that mat of the truth is within the body. And because of that, the automatic rebellion of falsehood is spontaneous. Ready? Here we go. Boom. This is what we taught. Ma'at equals truth is set in the body. I abhor or I hate, despise falsehood. Thus, as every other anatomical connection, chemical and natural reaction of the body that is set, we taught the truth was set in the body. Thus, its reaction to truth, if set in the body, should be the automatic and spontaneous. Should be automatic and spontaneous. Do you see now? Of course, this takes years. This takes. This doesn't take one study and then you're back out watching the Knicks game, smoking weed at the barbecue, eating fried chicken the next day. This is when you imbue the truth and it is the body, thus the body becomes the antenna of it. The body becomes the antenna of it when you're imbued in the truth outside of the matrix. I must emphasize the truth outside of the matrix. Not these empathic, occult ladies, men. I just empathically know. I know the truth. It's within me. I'm like, quote 3 axioms for me. We'll see the energy of the Kundalini. See? Not that. Not that. Not talking about that. You see? The teachings of this originally come from those who were imbued in Ma'at. Now the scientists are discovering that this is in the body. Not that the person that they're studying consciously knows truth from falsehood, but in the study of where the arm is placed and statements that are made, the body is reacting to it. The person has to be in tune with that frequency and live a disciplined lifestyle based not only on the body knowing it, but the mind must know it, but not the truth and falsehood of Jesus Christ, not the truth and falsehood of your soul proper, not the truth and falsehood. I just feel in my heart that that's a bad thing. Quote 3 axioms for me. I don't know any of the original teachings of the truth and falsehood. I don't know Ma'at, but I just feel it in my heart that it is a good thing to do, that I do this. It's just a feeling that I have. I'm like, what discipline do you do every day? Because the Christian has a feeling in his heart that Jesus Christ is the one that told him to help the old lady across the street. So thus we know that Jesus is real. And the Muslim is saying, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told me that it's a good thing to beat my lady with a toothbrush. So therefore I know the truth is in me. Not that. Not that, because anybody now could claim, I got a feeling, it's a feeling that polygamy is wrong. I got a feeling that Egyptians are pagans. I got a feeling that Jesus is the truth and Osiris is the devil. Not that. Your feelings should also internalize with the factual environment that was reflective of that type of truth. Not the factive environment of your psychic reader smoking a blunt, living no kind of lifestyle. Not the modern day stuff. Because anybody can then say, I feel truth within you. Got it, Tehuti. I feel the truth in me. And the Christian like, I feel the truth in me. The Holy Ghost is in me and telling me the truth is you, Tehuti, are heathen. That's what I'm feeling. And I feel that person is a bad person because it's just a feeling. I got a gut feeling, not that. What disciplined life do you live that's in tune with anything? Because there has to be an attunement vibration that you're actually living daily. Remember the last class? Remember daily? Remember daily? You're living it daily. That's when another frequency comes in. There's a hypersensitivity to know that the other frequency is wrong because you're on a constant frequency. But if your mind is over here, I'm eating this today, I'm eating that today, snacking on a little bit of chips today, got a little burger today, I'm doing my namaste prayers today, a little bit of voodoo today, a little bit of Hindu namaste, doing this today, you know what I'm saying? I'm eating this kind of food, I'm doing this kind of food, I'm going out to the club today, and after the club, I'm going to go praise Osiris. Your mind is all over the place, so that any frequency comes in, you won't be able to discern it, because you have a million frequencies that are not matching that you're doing. You got a unk in your hand, a little namaste, or a little bit of Hindu over here, a little bit of doing this over here. I'm going to eat the burgers with the fellas. I'm watching the Knicks game instead of studying. And then when I come to the pod class, I can't be asked a question because I was over here hanging out with Crystal and hanging out with this person. And you're all over when a whirlwind is all over the place, you can throw debris in it and nobody will say, oh, that debris is not supposed to be there. When the house is messy, you can drop a couple crumbs. The ones who own the messy house will never notice it because the whole house is disgusting. When the place is immaculate, when the place in your mind and the frequency is constantly on this, once another thought comes in that doesn't match this that you're doing daily, then you're hypersensitive. Then you have the answer to people's questions. Because the answer resides on Ma'at. The falsehood is the blinding thing that's of the other frequency. And you'll be able to zip, 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 move through that and get right to the answer. But you have to be able to verify it. See? If you're not living at... Every culture lived one life over and over and over again. Why is that? Because when you do something over and over and over again, the brain waves, that is how you create a brain wave. What's a brain wave? Is because the neurons are doing the same frequency over and over and they're connecting and thus now it's a wave. But if your neurons are all over the place, you're not on any one brave way. You're all over the place. You know, really all over watching this channel. I'm gonna flip them to scroll down to Facebook, watch a little bit of this. I'm gonna scroll down the YouTube, I watch a little bit, watch a little bit of that, watch a little bit of this. I'm gonna argue with this person, talk to this person. Me? Boop, you're out of my frequency. You can't. Tehuti, what's your sister's birthday? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know. What's your cousin Andrew, cousin auntie, cousin such and such doing a barbecue? What's her address? I don't know where she lives. I don't know, because my brain is constantly too much of this. Anything out of that frequency, you don't hear from me. You're not in that. And I just sacrifice and I receive whatever the consequences of that. Whatever the consequences of that, I give it to me. Give me all the consequence. The result is pod class answers. That's the result. The result is get to the truth, see the energy, see the falsehood, decipher it. That's what the ancients were at, so they could feel it within their body, because the frequency doesn't match their proven lifestyle. You have to prove it. Don't say you feel something in your body and you're not living nothing. Prove that the thing is you're living, and then you can say there's the frequency. So there it is, everybody. Boom, I'm ready. Here we go. Boom, 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 and boom. Let's continue. I'm gonna go 2 more minutes and then take a break. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Oh my goodness, what class is this? Saket, what question did you ask? So there it is. So boom, there it is. Mat in my body. Do you see now? Are you starting to see now? So this is what we taught in Ma'at, equaling truth, was set in the body. Once that frequency is set, you abhor falsehood. Thus, as every other anatomical connection, chemical, natural reaction of the body that is set, we taught that the truth was set in the body. Thus, its reaction to truth, if set in the body, should be automatic and spontaneous. You know, like no matter what your opinion is, you put some cayenne pepper on your mouth, your tongue's gonna feel hot, even if you can bear it for a while. It doesn't matter what there's a spontaneous reaction that your body is doing. It's spontaneous. It happens. You drink water, real water. Your thirst is quenched. You keep your eyes open like this for 5 minutes. Regardless of what your belief system is, spontaneous, what will happen in nature, the eyes will get dry. You have to blink and close them. The body is natural, because that's the truth. The truth does not change. That is the truth. You see? That is the truth. Breathe in, breathe out, you're alive. That's the truth. Spontaneous, that's what happens. You must do it. If your truth that you're living is as frequent as that, the consciousness will react the same way. There we go. But if you're not living that, you'll be in constant confusion. I feel this. I think I know this. I'm in this. I got to do. You're all over the place. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Let's go, everybody. Woo-wee. And there he is performing the action. That's the actual practice, where the body is reacting in certain ways, and he's logging it on the map of consciousness. This, in 2300 BC in Kemet, was called Ankh Em Hetep, to live in a state of Hetep. The popular translation of Hetep is just peace, but I corrected that. When did you correct that, Tehuti? Over 2 decades ago. Over 2 decades ago, about 22 years ago, I came out and corrected what Hetep really is. So over 2 decades ago, when I taught its real meaning and why it brings peace. We'll go this and I'll take a break. I want to get to this part. So here is an unusual one. This is an interesting one. What is this? Hetep is an offering table. The offering table, this is the offering table of Dead GE. This is 2200 BC. So thus, Well, everybody was just saying, Hotep, brother. Hotep, brother. What does Hotep mean? Peace. I brought about 22 years ago. This is an action of a direction of giving. Hotep is a direction of giving. To do good to someone. To rely upon. Peace, joy, content, satisfaction. Hotep. It's the action of giving. And then the automatic full circle must take place in the proper frequency. And that is what? Reciprocity. So you're giving out to something, which usually is the Hotep table, the Hotep table. And you're putting offerings on it because you're giving something to the Akuz, the spirit. So thus, now we have the Heteb, which is to come, to arrive. So one is giving and one is arriving and one is giving out. This is the back and forth action of a Hetep. You give out and then something is arriving. So Hetep, Heteb, to come, to arrive, and then Hetep, to do good to someone. So yes, arrival, back to you, a full circle, which as the more power efficient it becomes, the shorter of the line of time of that which you receive, and eventually where it becomes automatic and spontaneous, and thus that which is meant to come, it will automatically come of its own, according to naturally spontaneous and immediate discernment. And thus when that happens, that is when you're in a state of peace. That is when you're satisfied. Satisfaction, because it's working both ways. So it's automatic. If this is a papyrus over here, I'm going to read this last thing and then take a break. So it's automatic. It comes of its own, which is spontaneous. Let me take you now to the writing of Ptah-hotep, same time period, 2375 BC. And I'll read this and take a break. Here's the spontaneous. Here's what happens. No terror of a man has ever been effective. It is only the ordinance of the Neteru which is effective. Plan to live in peace. There's Ankh Emhetep. And what happens? And what men give will come of its own accord. There's the Hetep, and there's the thing coming of its natural accord. It comes naturally because you're living in a state of Hetep. You not only just have a Hetep, you not only just say Hotep to people, you don't just have a Hotep table, but you live in this frequency of Hetep. And when you do, what comes to you comes of its own accord. And I'm going to take a break right there. I'm going to take a break right there, a little 10-minute break, and I'll be right back. I'm going to put the link in the room, and we're going to come back. Woo, everybody. Oh, my. There's a link in the room. Jump in the room. And I'm going to come back, and then we're going to finish this up. So you see that? You live in the state of Hetep, giving out, doing the thing, something come back and arrives. Now you're satisfied. You're Ankh Emhotep, living in that state. And when you live in that state, what comes to you arrives naturally of its own accord. And there's Amun and Amunet. There you go. I'm trying. How y'all doing?
Doing excellent, Sabo. This class is an absolutely fantastic class. I think this might be my favorite class. It's explaining a lot, and this class will just forever inside my Eve. This is very beautiful. I'm thinking a lot, very deep thought about many things. So, 12 very much.
Nini Uk, I'm glad you appreciate it. This is what did I do last week? Something masterclass. I teach so much I forget. What was it again? Somebody? I'm just looking it up. And what was it? Consistency. This was it was a Komet masterclass, accountability, consistency masterclass. Here it is. This is also the masterclass. This is the masterclass. This is the continuation of that class because now you're seeing what the consistency brings. And I'll leave this last example. Peace to Nukpu and the Jed for coming in. It's an example. Hawkins used this too. You have a house. The house is beautiful. House is set up. A person researches that house, finds it, moves his family into that house, sets it up. It's gorgeous. The neighborhood is gorgeous. The house, he abandons it, forecloses it, can't pay on it. The real estate agent can't sell the house. What happens? You come back years and years later, and you're like, what happened to the neighborhood? How did that change the neighborhood? An immediate spontaneous reaction that was outside of the control of anyone's consciousness. It had nothing to do with the decipherment of the left brain. How did it happen? You came back years later? Why are there thugs and drug dealers, guys hanging on the street in cholos and go, what? The guy's playing dice? What happened? What's going on here? It started from the house that was beautiful and gorgeous. It was awesome. Person just came into a financial situation, couldn't pay. Real estate agent couldn't sell the house. What happens automatically? The rats come in. The insects, the bugs come in. The spiders start making webs on the house. Who's making that happen? Why are the spiders making webs on the house now? Spiders are there's birds now, making little nests in the corner of the house, in the window. The trees, the little weeds are growing up the side of the house. What happens? Somebody looks over. That's all it takes. Person looks over. Nobody's been there in a while. Nobody's been there for about 5 years. Nobody's been in that house, man. Let's sleep in it tonight. Let's sleep in it tomorrow. Someone else looks over. The homeless are sleeping in the house. That could be a trap house. Let's kick the homeless out. Set it up. Start wheeling and dealing in the house. The neighbor's like, I'm out of here. The heck is this? All these thugs in the trap house. What's going on here? Those homeless in the house. Betty and Craig, it's time to move, man. Time to move, Betty and Craig. You come back. Now there's 3 trap houses. A couple prostitutes walking back and forth. That's an instantaneous action that takes place repetitively all over the world. And none of those people in those different parts of the world know each other, nor did any of them plan it. But it's happening in Brazil, and it's happening in California, and it's happening in New York, and it's happening in Jamaica, and it's happening in London. Why is the exact same results happening? And none of them are talking. It's a spontaneous result that starts from minute changes. And then the consciousness changes because the thugs and the prostitutes in the area didn't start off in that area. The prostitutes heard about it. The thugs went there and moved there. And they were naturally drawn to the area. Consciousness being drawn to the area based simply on somebody couldn't pay their rent. I'm going to step off right here, everybody. You all chit-chat. Peace and love to you, the Jed, to them. Hope you're getting the jewels. Peace and love to you, Nookpoo. This is a consciousness class. I'm going to step off, but I want to greet you both before I step off.
Hotep, Saba.
Okay, Nini, I'm going to step off. You all think about that and just place that thought in everything that's happening in your life. And if somebody said they were doing it, you would call it magic. If some aliens came down and said they're making that happen, you would say, wow, they're doing it in China, in Brooklyn? How are they making all this happen? And nobody is making it happen. You know why? Because everybody is making it happen. I'll be back. Peace.
Good break, Saba.
Thank you.
Peace. Hotep. Yeah.
I forgot.
That was
Support
that.
the pod class. Support the pod class.
Yeah, most definitely support the pod class. Shouts out to the great Saba, Dua. This class is really good. Definitely have to makes you examine yourself and see, okay, well, how powerful am I? And to me, that's a very never observation. So to it to Saba for creating this to get the coup actually moving and examining this. Super gems for the great Saba that he just dropped and just gave us right then and there. Yeah, the more powerful you are, the faster the result. And so yeah, this class is really good, and to it to Saket for asking this question. Definitely, like always, we get this in multiple layers that Saba gives us the walkthrough. So Tua to him, Tua to you, Amun Ned Nakpu, for being on the panel. Shouts out to y'all, everybody in the chat. Yeah, I can only imagine what it's gonna how this is gonna end. So Tua to you, great Saba, dua to you. And definitely grateful for this presentation and you utilizing the gift that you have to be a question answer. So, Hotep.
Go ahead, Moon. You could speak. Speak.
Oh, I was going to say, I'd love to hear what you think about the class so far, Nuku.
Do I need look? Yeah, it's real nefer. It's real powerful as usual. I enjoy hearing this last segment where Saba was speaking upon. Makes a lot of sense that what this reminds me of is that if you don't do what you got to do, something else will come. Like it all correlates with the last class about the mind control. If you don't control your mind, something else will. Is what I'm picking up from this class. If you don't do what you got to do, if you don't stay in my eye, something else will come in, and if you're not unky in my eye, you're gonna be something else is gonna come in place. So it's just very factual what Sal was speaking upon. When you leave something unoccupied, something else will come in and take that place. In the Perm Heru, it speaks upon that, sitting on the throne. If you're not on the throne, something else will, can pertain to yourself. If you're not in your soul, in your body, if you're not inside of yourself, if you're not in, within yourself, something else will come in. So it's a very powerful class as usual. Like I see the connections, and it's funny. I had a feeling that Nefertatin was the one that asked this question because she did post something on the Discord. I didn't get to respond to it, but I seen that it was similar to that. So I had a feeling that it was her that asked the question. So it's a Nefer thing because it's like I said, it's all correlating, it's all connecting. And then how I was bringing up with the science of force and power, the difference, the truth, falsehood, and then, seeing images of the meridians, little topics here and there about Qigong. It's a never thing, you know what I'm saying? It just all correlates how I see it. It's just another thing. The consistency, it correlates with every class, and it's just another thing to see that for us that's been in these classes and are consistent watching and learning, we see the grand picture. While others are like, "What's the big deal? How can I relate this to my life? Like, how's this gonna improve my life?" And it's like, man, you got a whole lot of classes to go to realize the impact that these classes that what Saba's bringing to us is really, being effective in our lives. So it's a never thing, man. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be in this consciousness and this frequency frequently with all of you all. It's a never thing, what I'm saying, that it's like we're all imbuing ourselves into this truth, and I enjoy it. It's every class, like how Hotep says, my favorite class is my favorite class. It just keeps getting better and better. I don't see Saba getting, worn out. None of that. Like, even when he has his little setbacks, it's just like a reset button for him to come back and hit us even harder. And that's what I've been seeing, the consistency, the determination. Just, you fall down, little mishaps happen, but the end goal, the end result is my eye. And I enjoy to see that from Saba, the consistency, the power, the sakem, the force. Like, I gotta do this, even though, hey, I could just hang out and chill or whatever. No, I have to do this. This is important. This is mandatory. And then you see the results, and it's more pleasurable than not doing it. At first it may feel difficult and resistance, but then once you hit that zone, you just go with the flow. So it all correlates. So it's a never thing to us. Go ahead, Amun.
Beautiful words, beautiful medu, Nilpu. To our appreciate your sound frequency. Appreciate your sound frequency as well. To Jed, this class is extremely powerful. It explains so much. It explains so much. It's a great class for everybody. I take this class very personal for many reasons. One of the reasons is because this class is a very important step in what I want to become. I want to, and I am following in the footsteps of the great Salvatuyam Hotep Ra, and the things he provides in this class is very necessary, important, and critical to following in his footsteps. When I hear a lot of things in this class, it explains so much. One of the things it explains is magic, how people do certain things. I thought about how Offset changed into an old woman. That was spontaneous. She did that with power because she imbues and is the frequency of Ma'at. She is it. And because of that, she's able to do various different magical things. There's so many synchronicities in this class, explains so much. I've had different experiences and states of consciousness. I've had NDE, similar experiences. And when I was at the highest points of consciousness I've ever been at, when I was extremely hypersensitive in a different state, everything was taken away from me. And I think about people that have NDEs and everything's taken away from them. Their whole life as they know it changes in that moment, and they reach a different level of consciousness, a different state. And when Saba said, in order to reach that hypersensitivity, you have to give things up, I really understood that. And it motivated me to think about more things I can give up within my life to reach that goal I want to reach. And another synchronicity is that I heard a story last week. It was a story about a Siddha, which was mentioned in the book Truth versus Falsehood. Siddha is a Hindu word for someone who's complete. People might call him a mystic or a sage, but it translates to someone who's complete. I heard a story about this British man who went to India during World War II, and he was traveling around the country, and he was looking for people who could do magic. And he came across people who did various different magic and tricks, but he knew that there was an explanation to all of it. There's an explanation to the tricks he was seeing. So he wanted to find somebody who was really revered in things that couldn't be explained. And the people in the village directed him a certain way to a person. And this British man, he's a soldier. He's walking around India looking for this person. And at this time, India is under the colonization of Britain, of England. So he's walking around and he sees this man, this short Indian man, and he's yelling at him. He's like, hey, where can I find this sage, this monk, this Siddha? And the Indian man just ignoring him. And the British man's getting really mad. He expects the Indian man to listen because he's Indian and the guy speaking is British, so he thinks he has supremacy over him, and he's yelling at him like, hey, listen to me. And the Indian man turns around, looks at him, and says in the most calm voice, he says, do you want some tea? And the British man was like, what do you mean do I want tea? It just made him mad. And he said to him, I walked across rivers and mountains and stuff to look for this mystic, this Siddha. And the man looks at him and he says, what, do you want me to entertain you with my tricks? And the British man says, yes, I do. So the Siddha looks at him and he goes, okay. He says, look up there on that mountain, look. And the British man's looking. He looks at the Siddha and he goes, what? I don't see anything. And the Siddha goes, look closer, look a little closer. The British man looks closer and he sees the Siddha on the mountain. And he's like, what? So he looks next to him and the Siddha's gone next to him. He's on the mountain now. And he's like, what is going on? So he's looking. He looks next to him again. Then he looks at the mountain. The Siddha's gone. He looks next to him. Now the Siddha is right next to him again. The British man says, how did you do that? How did you do that? He said, you couldn't have walked. That's too far. You aren't even muddy. You aren't even wet. And the Siddha looks at him and goes, you got to leave now. I want to meditate. And the British man says, why do I have to leave? And the Siddha said, you think too physical. And walked away. And that story, that story was a ginormous synchronicity, with the whole thinking outside of the left brain, thinking with the right side of the brain, thinking spontaneously, and what you can achieve when you have the power to do certain things. And then the fact that the person, the David man who wrote the book, he even brought up siddhas, and when they reach a level of consciousness, they're able to do certain things. That was a huge synchronicity. And I thought about so many different stories I've heard of our ancestors and from other cultures, and the truth within this class and the verification of it outside of the class. So yes, I wanted to share that story because that was a big synchronicity.
Yeah, that was
I like that.
powerful.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yes, Tua, I mean for that. Nefer share that you gave all of us. I like that very much too, and I like that you shared it. And for me, this class is also extremely synchronized with many things as well. But I'd love to share how last class and this class, both of them combined, is just truly helping me so much to such a deep level. And I'm so thankful. I have this beautiful feeling in me, this fire in me of inspiration and motivation, empowerment. And I just feel so happy to be here and so good about all of this. And there's many things in my life, as someone said, that I'm trying and I am achieving. And this is extremely helpful to me to get to that place easily. And it's so beautiful to be here because I truly need this. This class is so perfect for me in this time of my life right now. So I really appreciate Nefer Saket for asking this question, and for Nefer Saba for answering this question in the way that he answers these questions, and how he gets these answers living within the Netter frequency, and all that he does and has done in the past to be in this beautiful frequency that he's in consistently. And I'm so thankful to be able to be in his presence and learn from him and imbue his consciousness, imbue what he is doing daily to be an echo of him. So it's really beautiful, and I'm super thankful for this. And if you haven't yet, please support the great Saba, because he is, as you're watching this class, if you know it or not, you are changing, and it's so powerful beyond what my words can express. In this moment, it is extremely beautiful, and I love how even after this moment right now, there's going to be thousands of people who are going to be helped because of this question and this answer that Saba is bringing forth. This creation that we are in right now, in this moment, when we are all present in this moment, it's still going to continue for other people in the future, and they're going to see this and hear our voices, hear Saba teaching, and have the benefits for what they receive in this class. And that's really beautiful to me. So to us so very much, to Saba for who you are and for bringing this forth, being the netter that you are. And please support the great Saba if you are receiving what you are receiving, which is life. So if you're receiving and learning and growing, which you are, you have to be growing as you're watching this class. So please give back to Saba Tehuti, because that is reciprocity. And as we're learning more and more, we understand the energy within reciprocity and how that works. So please give back and give the love to Saba as he gives the love to us. And yeah, I'm so very thankful. So to everyone who is here, and I'll pass the mic to whoever else wants to speak from their Eve and give Nefer frequencies to us.
Yeah, Tua, that Ankium Hotep is, it's a new level right there, where I was speaking upon the reciprocity, living Hotep, not just having the table, not just saying Hotep to certain people. That was never how Saba put that and viewed that as well into the class. It's very important for people to understand the reciprocity, how Ani mentioned prior to the class, how, you know, this is how you imbue yourself with the class. It enhances you more. It's part of the reciprocity, the Hotep, and then furthering that by living it on a daily basis, the men in Medunetzer. That's the only men that I am. It's the Medunetzer word, men. You know what I mean? Consistency. So, yeah, that's Nefer what Saba is doing, putting it all together. And it's another synchronicity that I had earlier with you, Amunet. You mentioned about giving Saba reciprocity in person, the Cash App. And I thought about that yesterday too. I was like, yo, when I go see Saba, I'm gonna have my phone right now and be like, yo, I'm Cash App you right now. So it's another thing, like, yeah. But yeah, reciprocity, everybody, man. If you know, you know what I'm saying? If you don't, hey, now's your chance to know, man. Give it a try. You know what I mean? You can't get the snack out of the snack machine without pouring in reciprocity. So, you know what I mean? You're just gonna be a window shopper if you're not, you know what I mean? You're just a sneak learner if you're not really putting forth, you know what I mean, the effort. And those that do it to you, Uncle Jasaneb, and may you all receive the results and the benefits from sending reciprocity, feeling the hekau and what it does. And not only just that, but you're also empowering, you know, Saba and all of us. You see how Saba influences all of us, even his, you know, his pets, everything around him is being elevated, you know what I mean, by his his coup. So to those that do support, and I encourage those that haven't, you know, if you're, you know what I mean, you're too prideful to allow your name be out there, you know, you could do it anonymously, and, you know, just send your reciprocity. You know, if you know anything about ceremonies, about rituals, you know that you have to, you know, put something in to receive. And, you know, as part of the sacrifice, how Saba was mentioning as well, um, a lot of times people may ask, how do I get to a certain level and what do I need to do? And not so much what you need to do is what you don't need to do. What you need to stop doing is what you need to focus on first to get to that result. And that's another thing that Saba's bringing up for us all in such a articulate, more simplistic way for everybody to understand. So, Tua.
Yeah, shouts out to you, Naku. And I'm on the Lord go out to you guys. Nothing to do. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Naku. Definitely that consistency and that examination, to be able to come forth and do what is necessary, the things to cut out rather than the things to start, to be able to observe and keep that focus, right? Day in and day out, regardless of whatever situation that one may be in, is to consistently be able to echo that what you're trying to bring forth, and that process is you know, takes patience and really power from the material, to be able to embody those real spontaneous moments if the human is really there, like I was speaking. So definitely, these classes, recently and attached to also some of the sessions that Patap's been bringing on with practices as well. It's starting to reveal to me that there are multiple capabilities that we do have, and that can aid us in becoming what we're destined to become, and that's to echo the material. So do out to you, Saba, for this, and yeah, definitely grateful for this process and what it does for the mind, for the coup, for my consciousness, and so yeah, to us for this. This is just this is good, and a lot to examine and digest and bring forth. So yeah, Hotep for me.
Your beautiful words of Jed, your beautiful Medu. Shout out to you and Nukfu for the interview. Looking forward to part 2. Had a Upesh about that last night. Had a Upesh about the next one. And you both did a great job. So, great idea, the Jed. Absolutely great idea for so many different reasons. Yeah, great job. Great job being innovative, having the power to do it as well. Because to come to an idea like that, you must have been put in a position where you had to think about what you wanted to do, and you came to that conclusion. You made it happen. It's something no one has done, and it's absolutely great. So, and it's something that can happen for as long as you want. You can pass that down to your children when they're in the HOA later, growing up, teaching, doing different things. Yeah, so that's a great idea. And podcasts are so popular and stuff like that. It's kind of like a podcast, having an interview podcast, and I think it's fantastic that you came up with that idea. That could lead to so many different things.
Y'all be ready. Y'all be ready when y'all get that call. When you get that message.
That's the goal.
We will be ready. 12 very much. 12 for a great idea, and 2 on Nukpu for sharing so much. I'm looking forward to part 2. You all left me on the cliffhanger. And then then you were talking about it, and it made it more like I need to know. Yeah.
Part 2 is dangerous.
This class is absolutely fantastic and beautiful. Everybody, please support what our Saba is bringing forth. Is unique and beautiful. And if it resonates with you, if it's helping you, then please support our great Saba Tehuti, because this class is phenomenal. He is going, a lot of the times, he goes over things that you will understand more and more the more experience you have in various different subjects. I see that a lot, where Saba teaches stuff and it'll mean something to me at one point, and then it'll build up and mean more even later. And I'll also see where I have a certain understanding of it and someone else does not have a certain understanding as of now because they haven't had a certain experience. Saba covers all points of existence. That's the best way I can explain it. He's explaining the mind, the way we think, the way that we live, the way our body functions, and different states of consciousness past the physical body, and then the higher states of consciousness past those states of consciousness. And we can only understand what we have experienced. So to know this information, to learn it, to apply it to what you can in your life now, and to remember it and come back to it so that way you can apply it to what you experience in the future is very important, and it deserves support now and forever. Welcome back, Ray Saba, and for this beautiful class. Oh, you're on mute, Saba.
Nini Uk, yes, let's get right back into it. To everybody for their appreciation of this class. And when I was putting the class together, I'll say this before I start back. We're going to start back. Everybody's listening to the background. It took a break. When I was putting this class together, I just told my interns, I said, it's hard. It's hard. And like, is it hard to get the information or whatever? No. I said to her, the pod classes, when I put them together, I'll just say this. I'll say this and we'll get started. The Jed, how long you been with Gabby now? How many years?
About 6 years now, 7 years or something.
6 years, 7 years. Before
No,
6 years,
6 years.
6 years before her. Do you remember the last? How long? Who was the last lady you broke up with before 6 years ago? Watch this.
Like 17 years.
Oh, so you were with somebody 17 years. What was the space between that woman and Gabby? What was the space? You're on mute. Was it years?
I said within a year.
Within a year. Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine the first day you met that first girl, the first lady, but knowing everything's gonna work out with Gabby. Imagine I could put in your brain all the knowledge. You're gonna have Gabby. There's gonna be a set. There's gonna be a pod class. You're gonna have all of this, and you're in the middle of the relationship with the first female. You already have the end, but you have to go to day one. I'm gonna meet Gabby one day. Day two, day three. It's gonna be at the school. It's gonna be security. One day it's coming, and you already know the end of it. I'm gonna have a set. She's gonna be named. She's gonna be a pod class, but there's no killer priest yet. There's no pod class. None of it. You just have to go through day, and that's how it is with putting together pod class. When you speed, when the spontaneous aspect of the hypersensitivity already has the answer, and you gotta put it together for the people, but you already have the answer. So you're like, this goes here, and I'll put this here. Just to show you before I start, the pod classes that you all get, you know the first thing I write when I put it together? What do you think the first thing I write?
The last part.
What's that?
Hotep, I'm done.
Yeah, what did you say to Jed?
I said the ending. You already have the ending.
One of the first things I wrote in this class I'm giving you is Hotep, I'm done. And I'm like, I already have the answer. And I'm like, oh, it's gonna take 3 days to put this. I'll put this word over here, and I go back to the bottom like Hotep, I'm done. And that's how it is putting together the pod class, and that's how it will be sometimes when you shorten the line of power. When you shorten the line, you're already there. The line is shortened, so you don't have to walk down this long path. That's how my pod classes are sometimes. The answer is already there. The mechanics of putting it together is the long part. So anyways, everybody, we're going to get started back. Let's get to that Hotep, I'm done. It's going to be really good. It's mind-blowing. I'm glad you all like this and appreciate this. So I'm going to say Hotep to Amun, Amunet. Jump back in the chat. Hotep to Jajet, Sedem, Ma'a, Hemp Pauku, Nukpu, who thinks I never get worn out, never get tired.
Never. You never do. Hotep, Natiru, you never.
He's the energizer. Nukpu, I could be in quicksand. Look at him. Nukpu, help me. Come on,
yeah, like you got it.
Jump out of there, man.
Stop playing with my mind.
grab a tree branch with your left tongue.
Just start levitating. Don't worry about it. You got it.
Oh man. Okay, we'll jump back to it. Here we go, everybody. Get your pens, your pads out. Get your iPhones. Get your iPads. Get your eyeballs. Get everything ready. We're about to get right back. Those who took a break, who are listening to this in the background, run back over to the computer screen because we're about to get right back started. Everybody in the chat, press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get right back into it. I'm glad everybody truly appreciates the story that's being told, that's unraveling section by section. Press the 9 if you can hear me. This is the class. Timer still going? All right. Timer still going? Nice. Okay. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Here we go, everybody. Ready? There's the 9. So all I got to see harass. Press the. Oh, I put it there purposely.
Oh, yeah, okay. I want
it. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. We're getting right back into it. Let's go, everybody. Entire screen, and here we go. Are you ready? Let's get right back into it. Boom. So, again, the truth in the body. Let me take you now to the writings of Ptah-hotep, 2375 BCE. The maxim Ptah-hotep: no terror of man has ever been effective. It is only The ordinance of the netter, which is effective plan to live in Hetep, Ankh M Hetep. And what happens? What men give will come of its own accord. So you plan, you're in that frequency, and what comes happens naturally of its own accord. It is just nature. It will naturally happen. Just like I explained the situation with the abandoned house. Naturally, these things happen, whether you're in Brazil or Mexico or New York or Chicago. It seems that that same story happens. So the same consciousness is attractive there, and they're not even trying to do it. The roach, the rat that went there, the spiders that weave their web, the prostitutes that went there, they turned into a trap house. None of them communicated, but yet they all seem to be consciously attractive there. Here we go, everybody. So things naturally will happen. So boom, there it is, 2375 BC, Ankh M Hotep, living within the natural truth frequency, and things will naturally come of its own accord. Let me shrink this down. Things will naturally come of its own accord. Okay, and this one accord, are you ready, everybody? Get your pen and pads for this one. Of this one accord of life, of Hotep, where your devotion and discipline, creating the frequency that brings things directly towards you, was associated with a body part. Again, it was associated with the body part again, which was the heart, which was the Ebe, as we see here in the writings of the great Pahari, the scribe under Tehuti and Hatshepsut, 1450 BC, and again shown with his family, biological imperative. Let me show you what body part is associated with this one accord, alignment of life. Hetep, mental, conscious, spontaneous results. Here we go. Ready? So here we're in the tomb of Pahari. What does it say? You awaken gladly every day. Every day you wake up glad and happy. There's no waking up miserable. There's no waking up, what is it called? What was the D? Depressed. There's none of that. All afflictions are expelled. You traverse eternity in joy, in the favor of the Netiru who is in you. Your heart is with you without failing. Your heart is with you without failing. What happens? Your provisions remain in their place. For the Ka of the scribe Pahari, the justified. So, in the ultimate state that you're trying to get to, you're waking every day, because the state that you're trying to get to is the echo state of the happiness that you're supposed to have on earth already. If you follow, if you're following, and if you're in the frequency. So you waken glad every day. All afflictions are expelled. You traverse eternity in joy in favor of the Netzir who is with you. Now your heart is with you. It doesn't fail. So with the heart, the Eve that's in you, it's not failing, and thus the provisions remain. They're consistent. If something is in a state of remain, that means it's consistent. It's always happening. They're always in their place. They're set in place. Why are they set in place? Because your Eve is without failing. That body part in you is without failing. We all know the classes of what the Eve is and what it represents. So the Eve is without failing, and thus provisions remain in their place. Everything happens in accordance because you're in alignment. Why? Because just on earth, you're waking up gladly every day. Every day you wake up. How do I wake up every day? With my Neterts saying the affirmation. Represented just as this image here. Who is he with? He's with his Netert. Who is he with? He's with his child. This is family orientation, and they're quoting, they're waking up every day because they represent biological imperative. The difference between true culture and the organized religion stories is in the religious stories, there's no depiction of them with their children or their mates or their wives or husbands. It's biological imperative. Nothing is failing. The provisions remain. So the heart is what's associated with that, being in tune with the Eve. If the Eve is in tune with the frequency, when in this conscious frequency accord, the body part that is associated without fail, which is the success, is the Eve, the heart. When in accord, your provisions remain in their place. And let me ask the class, What does accord mean? What does being in accord mean? Let me come in the room. Everyone can participate. It doesn't matter if you are for the podcast teachings. You can be a Muslim, a Hebrew, a viewer. You can be a student. Just go ahead and type the answer to this question. What does it mean to be in accord? What is that? What is accord? Being in accord with something. Harmony. Here we go. Boom. Harmony. Harmony. Yep. Accordance with it. Yep. Harmony. Harmony and alignment. There we go. Aligned with something. All the other people watching, 32 people, it does not just have to be the podcast students. If you're watching, if you are in accord with things that are happening good for you, just type in the room, what does that mean to be in accord? If you say, me and my wife, don't like the word wife, is horrible, but me and me and my lady, or me and my husband are of one accord. What does that mean to you? 34 people watching. Do you have a lady? Do you have a man? Are you and your children in one accord? Are you in accord with your daily plans? What does it mean to be in accord? Aligned with something, same frequency. Absolutely. Angela Gates, harmony. Let me go put all the comments on the screen. Harmony, accordance, harmony, a lot of harmony, alignment, align with something. Wonderful, everybody. Good. Same frequency. Accord, tet, set. Same frequency, align with something. Okay, boom. There we go. Ready, everybody? So remember, we saw that the truth has to be set in the body. The truth is set in the body. The same thing they're doing through kinesiology that the doctor is studying. He's separating the truth through falsehood, finding out that the truth, that the body is actually the communicative tool of the mind's consciousness, and the body, according to the map of consciousness, and the body's movement, according to what he says and how he touches it, is actually showing its accordance on what level it is. It's telling you the truth. Not that the person's body was telling him what the truth is. It's telling him the truth about where that person's consciousness is. That truth, the truth of where you are. So we found the body part that is associated with being in accord. Things happen to you of accord is the Eve. Let me show you what accord means. On this date, September 6, 2025, you're going to hear what accord means for the first time in your life. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Are you ready? Boom. Remember, in Kemet, it was associated with the Eve, the heart. Ready, everybody? You will find out today, September 6, 2025, here at the Tehuti podcast for the first time in your life from your Saba. So you will find out today, September 6, 2025, here at the Tehuti podcast from your Saba for the first time in your life, just to show you again that these Freemasons who put the language together sourced the original concepts from the ancient teachings of the Netter. Guess what the word of accord really means? Are you ready, everybody? Ready? Uh-oh. Boom. Uh-oh. Accord. Boom. Harmony. Yes, from Kurd, which means heart. Your Kemetic teacher didn't teach you that? Huh? Accord means heart. That's what accord means. Why would that be? Literally, to be of one heart. To bring heart to heart. From Latin, ad, core, heart. Figuratively, your soul. Ka and ba, your soul, your mind. From P-I-E, kurd, which is heart. Concordance, discord, boom. Accord is from the word heart. They never told you that, did they? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Huh? You like that for the first accord means heart. Being in accord is being in alignment with the body part of the Eve. Why would that be? Does that make sense in English? No. It only makes sense in the writings of Ma'at, because that's what the writings of Ma'at say. Things will come to you of your own accord. Your provisions will be provided if you live according to the alignment of the heart, of the Eve. That's the body part. It doesn't say live in alignment of your elbow. It doesn't say live in alignment of your shoulder, your liver. It doesn't say live in alignment of your intestines. Live in alignment of your groins. Live in alignment of the Eve, the heart, and things will come to you. That's straight Ma'at teachings. That's straight from 2300 BC. Straight. Your heart is never failing. Your provisions remain. And I have about 50 to 90 more quotes just of the heart and being aligned with the heart. So the Freemasons, knowing this, they create the word accord, which is harmony. Oh, we'll use that from the word curd, which is heart. There it is. Welcome to the podcast, September 6, 2025. If you're being taught this anywhere else, please put the link in the room. If not, understand the path of the class. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, everybody. That's fire, right, Amunet? Robert Williams. It's like Robert Williams. It's like what is it like? It's like uppercuts. It's like fighting the Tehuti pod class. Is like fighting Mike Tyson. You're there. No, boom, boom, boom. Uppercut. You never know when the hit is gonna come. Boom, boom. Another one. Okay, let's relax. Let me take notes. Boom. You get hit again. Like rum nitty punchlines. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Ready? Uh-oh. Whoa! Fire. That's Iker. True law of attraction. Ma'at. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. We're not done. Welcome to the podcast, everyone. Is this happening somewhere else? There you go. Accord means heart. Accord means heart. Your heart is without failing because it is what's consistent when in alignment with the Ebe, right? Because you Ankh em Hotep, when you live in Hotep, that's the back and forth reciprocity. That's the back and forth give receive. That's the true truth. It's as true as breathing. If you breathe in, you must breathe out. As you breathe in, you must breathe out. The relaxing air, the breath of life. Did I tell you what else Hotep means? I didn't tell you, did I? Did I skip that part? I don't know if I skipped that part. Wait a minute. Did I skip that part, everybody? Let's go. What else does it mean, everybody? Soft or gentle winds. Okay. Hotep. Soft or gentle winds. Your Kemet teacher taught you that? That's the Hotep. You remember the reciprocity class? You remember this? Remember the gentle winds? Remember the air? Because air is the first aspect of reciprocity. Breathing in, breathing out, taking in the carbon. Taking in the oxygen, breathing out the carbon, giving it back to the trees. Go back to my reciprocity class, and now you will know on September 6, 2025, why the word Hotep, which is the offering, is also gentle winds. Ask your Kemetic teacher to explain that. All he'll tell you is the Egyptians are black and the Bible's wrong. Egyptians are black and Egyptians are black and the Bible's wrong. The Bible's wrong. The Egyptians are black and Egyptians are black. Okay, but Hotep means gentle winds. Could you show that? Elaborate on that? No, man, the Egyptians are black. Here we go. Boom. There's a little extra jewel for you. Hotep is the winds. There we go. Boom. Right? Because things will come of their own accord when you live. Ankh em Hotep. Live in peace. What man gives will come of its own accord. To be in accord is to be in alignment with the Ebe. And they took the word Ebe, which is heart, and they said, we're going to take the word for alignment and harmony. Oh, let's make it the word for heart. That makes no sense in English, right? Once dwelling in this higher state of frequency where you are using power and not force, here we go, where you are using power and not force, and you are now within the current of spontaneous nature, you now have the decipherment of good from evil or falsehood from truth. And then you receive the nature of the netter, because that is the nature, because that is nature itself. Where's netter, nature J for this class? That is nature itself. This concept was copied by the Ptolemies into the Bible. Guess what, everybody? Guess what the first attribute it states in the Bible man attained to become like God? Does anybody know? What's the first attribute in their Bible that was the attribute of a man where he became like God? Anybody know? Type it in the room. 33 people watching. Any Christians? Any Bible readers? Any Torah? Any Kemet? What is the first attribute they placed in the Bible the first attribute of a man that made him become like God? Huh? Never nature J. Harassment says, I don't know. Breath to nostril. What's the attribute? What ability? What ability? We'll make it easier. What ability was it said that man had? And that was the one thing that made him godlike. Right, everybody? Here we go. Boom. We got breathing, breath, nostrils. What was it that made him godlike? Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready, Nukpoo? Robert Williams, ready for the uppercut? Are you ready? So, once again, once dwelling in this higher state of frequency where you are using power and not force, and you are now within the current of spontaneous nature, you now have the decipherment of good from evil or falsehood from truth. And then you receive the nature of the netter, because that is nature itself. This concept was copied by the Ptolemies into the Bible. Guess what the first attribute it states in the Bible man attained to become like God? Ready, everybody? Are you ready? Nukpoo says, let's go. Eating the fruit, but that's not an attribute. It's an attribute. Ready, everybody? Are you ready? Rib given. Never nature. Ready, everybody? Here we go. September 6th, 2025. Are you ready? Let me shrink it down. Uh-oh. What was that attribute, I wonder? And the Lord said, behold, the man has become like one of us. How do you become like one of us? To know good and evil. Lest he put forth his hand. Now the man has become like one of us. How do you become like God? To know good from evil. To know good and evil. Truth and falsehood. Huh? Let's go, everybody. Huh? Here we go. Truth from falsehood. Good from evil. Here we go. Boom. Ready? To know good and evil. Now let's he put forth his hand. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Yes, knowing good from evil. Truth from falsehood. Attains the nature of a God. The natural discernment that is a complete imbued connection between the mind and demonstrated through the body's immediate response that brings forth the spontaneous results on minute levels, on minute levels, which accumulates to the greater results, which is exactly what nature does and is, and thus being of the frequency where you cannot be distracted or blinded by falsehood. The labeling conscious achievement of having nature, the labeling of conscious achievement of having nature of the netter can be found in the ancient papyrus today, labeled under museum number EA10682,1 in the British Museum, dating back to 1570 BC in what is called Sudan today. So the achievement of having the nature of a netter, the achievement, remember the nature is what spontaneously happens. The nature of the netter is described in EA10682,1, museum number EA10682,1, British Museum, dating back to 1570 BC in what's called Sudan today. Here it is, everybody. Chester Betty, hieratic text, papyrus Chester Betty EA10682. Here is the papyrus, and what does it say? Okay, he had sexual intercourse with her, so she became pregnant that night with a baby boy. Now, after many days following this, she gave birth to a son, whose like did not exist in the entire land, for he was larger, and then it's broken here, being the nature. What was this young boy? He was the nature. A young netter. He was the nature of a young netter. And he was sent to school and mastered writing very well. And he practiced all the arts of war so that he even surpassed his older schoolmates. So here is the first time you see a young boy. He's described as having the nature of a netter. Remember, the Bible copy, now the man has become like one of us. Becoming what? Having the nature of God. He's like God. When does he become like God? When he knows truth from falsehood, when he knows good and evil. Here we are in 1570 BC. Here is the first young boy described as having the nature of netter. And guess what? And guess what the papyrus is called today? The papyrus that begins off with the young boy accelerating far past anyone else because he is in tune with the nature of netter. And he was the nature of the netter. Guess what the papyrus is called, everybody? This is a papyrus. Guess what they call it today? Are you ready? Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Let's go, everybody. Woo-wee. What's that papyrus called? I wonder. Ready, everybody? What's it called? Tehuti, what's it called? Uh-oh. Let's go back to that papyrus. Uh-oh. The blinding of truth by falsehood. Papyrus, the papyrus that begins off, the young boy, having the nature, the natural nature of a netter, is the papyrus of truth and falsehood, or binding of truth by falsehood. Yes, the blinding of truth by falsehood, which begins off with the young boy accelerating simply because he is the imbuement of nature itself. And thus, of course, the only way not to attain this, if that manifestation of truth is in you, is blinded. Thus, if you are blind, you cannot see, aka discern truth from evil, truth from falsehood. And thus, if you are in the proper frequency, then you can see truth from falsehood because you are the focused frequency of truth itself. It is in your body. It is your nature. That's the story that first describes a young boy having the nature of Ntiru. They call it truth and falsehood, the binding of truth and falsehood. Huh? Boom, everybody. You ready? You like that, Robert? Let me type something in. I'm curious. Hold on. Blinding. Was it not bling? What's that? Blinding of truth from falsehood, Egypt. Let's see what happens. Blinding of truth from false. Oh, let me fix this. Blinding of truth from falsehood. Search Egypt. I'm going to see some here. You ready, everybody? Look what comes up number one. Are you ready? Welcome, everybody who's watching. Welcome to the House of Atten. What's the House of Atten? The ancient Tehuti teachings. Boom. Welcome, everybody. You want to see something when we look up? Remember, this story has been translated by hundreds. It's been translated for hundreds of years. We're the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Netiru. Welcome home, everybody. I just looked up live the blinding of truth and falsehood, this papyrus, and guess what comes up first? E.A. Wallace Budge, the British Museum, who's had this papyrus for decades and decades. Peachtree translation, Faulkner translation. What comes up first when you type in this papyrus from 1570 BC? Do you want to see what comes up first as number one? Only the number one. What comes up first? Let's look up the. I'm a random person. I want to look up this papyrus. What comes up first? I want to see what comes up. I don't know, man. Ready, everybody? You ready, Robert, for this? Robert, you say astonishing. Watch this. Hasn't even happened yet. Are you ready, Robert? Watch this. I'm looking up the truth The blinding of truth and falsehood. I know it's the British Museum that's going to come up. It better be some Budge, Faulkner, who translated what the book. Let's look it up. Are you ready, everybody? Bing bong. What's this? What's number one? Ancient Egyptian literature. The blinding of truth by falsehood by Atef, Rem, Kem, Ma'at. Let's click on that, everybody. Uh-oh. What's this? The blinding of truth by falsehood. Ancient Kemetic literature reading. House of Aten. Huh? View page. What's going on? That's number one. That's first in the algorithm. No, there it is. Hey, what's popping up here? I don't know about Grammarly. What the heck is this? I don't want Grammarly. Move. I don't want Grammarly, please. Uh-oh. What's this, everybody? Let's skip over. Uh-oh, House of Aten. The blinding of truth by falsehood. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Huh? 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 Let me move AJ out of here. Here we go. The blinding of truth by falsehood. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. I'm going to stop it right there. I'm just going to stop it right there. Huh? Huh? What happened? House of Aten comes up. Number one in the algorithms. The blinding of truth by falsehood, translated by Merriam Lithium, translated from the 1800s and books in the 1900s, and has hundreds of different documentary, all type of videos on the blinding of truth and falsehood, all type of translations, transliterations, all type of. But you type that in, and this interesting group comes up first. Number one in the algorithm. How'd that happen? The netter happened. We're the only one that has the blinding of truth and falsehood. Who actually believe in the story. Our frequency. Be of the accord. Be of that frequency, and it comes of its own accord. How did House of Aten jump to number one spontaneously? How did that happen, huh? Here we go, everybody. There's a little bonus in class. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. You like that, Robert Nookpoo? You like that? Huh? Huh? Keep it up, House of Hatton. Wonderful. Wonderful. Boom, boom, explosions. See all that? Hands up. No way. That was Sekem. You like that, Nookpoo? Oh, let's get back to the class, though. That wasn't a part of the class. Let me look that up. Let me look that up. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. House of Aten, number one. Is that the House of Aten on my shirt? That's us, because we're the only one representing the story who actually teach of the netter. Put it number one. There we go, everybody. Boom. Let's go. Ready? Here we go. The blinding of truth and falsehood. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Truth and falsehood. Now the band has become like one of us, knowing good from evil. Yes, truth and falsehood. What was that book that Dr. Hawkins put out again? Here we go, everybody. Boom. So the question is for those who know my teachings that have been shown anciently and scientifically that you do not raise your frequency. Those already know that who have been teaching. As the modern day New Age conscious people teach, you got to raise your frequency to reach the higher levels of consciousness. So as I came and corrected that some 20 something years ago, that you do not raise your frequency, you actually lower your frequency. Those who are my students know this anciently and scientifically, that you do not raise your frequency as the modern day conscious people teach, because they're just copying what everyone else says. But I have come to change that. I've come to change that, to tell you that to reach the levels of immortality and enlightenment, let me shrink this down. To be aligned with the Medu and the Ku, you actually must do what? Everybody in the class knows. I don't think there's any new people here. Maybe it's so. Lower your frequency. Yes, I've come to correct that. For example, again, people speak about the brainwave hertz. There's the hertz, 90, and then you sleep. And there's the hertz. The brainwave hertz, one must vibrate in order to reach realms that transcend the mundane, mortal thoughts of the matrix into ascension and out-of-body experience, and eventually immortality, in order to be in tune with the one, the never-ending. But what I brought to everyone's consciousness was to analyze the brainwave frequency. I came to stop the nonsense of the new age were teaching for decades and decades. No, you don't raise your frequency. If one wants to enter, let me shrink this down. If one wants to enter the brainwave frequency, if one wants to enter states of self introspection, and meditation and bridge to the subconscious and out of body, what are the actual brainwave hertz? For example, the beta wavelength. That's the one of alertness. That's the one that's dealing with the physical defense mechanism, engaged with work and being busy thinking. But then you want to go to the alpha wave. So the beta wavelength, 14 to 30 hertz. That's that frequency. Alpha, relaxed, images, visuals, self-introspection. Everybody teaches to do meditation. You got to get yourself to the alpha wavelength. But wait a minute, the alpha wavelength is the less frequency. Do you see all these twiggly lines? See them getting wider and wider? That means less frequency, a lower frequency. This is 9 to 13. Beta is higher. So you have to lower your frequencies to reach the so-called higher levels of consciousness. Theta, which is here's the deep meditation between awake and sleep flow of ideas, creativities, shamanic states, bridge to the subconscious. Do you have to raise your frequency? No. Tehuti came and corrected that some 23 years ago. 26 years ago, I don't remember it, I lost track. Theta, 4 to 8 hertz. Theta, you're lowering your frequency, not raising it. Delta, unconscious, very deep sleep. Here's the lowest, deep, dreamless sleep. So as you get to the so-called higher levels of conscious frequency, your actual frequency, brainwave frequency, is lowering. It's not raising. Boom. There's the hertz. Frequencies are, yes, lowering. They are lowering. Yet on Dr. Hawkins' chart, some form of numbers appear to be raising and expanding. Again, we're back to Dr. Hawkins' chart. And as you raise to these higher levels of consciousness, the numbers are raising. You see, from 20 all the way to 700 to 1,000. From shame and misery, from disappointment, fear, grief, all the way up to joy, benign, meaningful reason, enlightenment, ineffable. I think Nukpu read that. Ineffable. Pure consciousness. Look at it. Look, something is rising. This is from Dr. David R. Hawkins, The Map of Consciousness. It looks like the numbers are rising, but Tehuti says they're lowering. Which brings us to the question that Nefertatan asked. Remember the question? Which brings us back to Saket's question. And the question is, love, a teaching digging into the book Power versus Force by David Hawkins. He explains that enlightenment of consciousness is an increasing scale. But she says, but as you taught us many times, Tehuti, as you taught us many times, we are to lower our frequency over raising it. So my question is, if powerful states happen in lower brain waves, what actually is expanding when one embodies more power in their being? Do you see now? That's the question. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. That's the question that was asked. So what is happening here, Tehuti? What is happening here? Tehuti has stated Dr. Hawkins is reteaching ancient science and anatomical and biological truth. So why did the both Why did both of their teachings appear to contradict? How do we reconcile this? Being that the frequency is lowering, is something else expanding? Is something else expanding? Let me walk you through. Now, what happens in the magic of the podcast and with my students, Saket asked a question and she changed words spontaneously and unconsciously. You see? The question was about lowering. What's the opposite of lowering? The opposite of lowering is raising. So the question should be, you taught us to lower our frequency over raise. There it is. So the question should be, if powerful states happen at when lower brain waves, she should have said, what actually is raising when someone embodies more power? But she subconsciously put expanding. Huh? She put expanding subconsciously, but expanding is not the opposite of lowering. That was her subconscious. So these are raising in numbers. In frequency, look closely. The frequency numbers are lowering. See that? What does expanding mean? What does expanding mean? Anybody know? Ready to break the matrix again? She just put expanding, like expanding is the opposite of lowering, but she should have said, well, Tehuti, if you teach lowering the frequency is what gets you to these higher states, then what is it that's raising? Because raising is the opposite of lowering, but she put expanding. Expanding is to get further away from the center. That's not raising or lowering. Because expanding denotes that there's a center. Expanding means the moving away from. That's not raising or lowering. Because if you have a center, a kupti, where you get the word Coptic Christian from, man. Yo, man. Man. If you have a center and things are moving away from the center, they're not raising or lowering. They're moving away from. That is expansion. Nothing is raising or lowering. They're moving away from a kupti, from a center. That's expanding. Like when you expand a rubber band, you're not raising it or lowering it, you're stretching it out. She subconsciously knew that something is expanding. She should have put, if she was thinking like a regular person, you say something is lowering, what is raising? Raising, lowering, those are opposites. But she said, you put something as lowering, what is expanding? And that is the key to what the answer is going to be. Moving away, stretching further apart. But if you stretch it further apart, stretch it out. Stretch that. That's better wavelength. Let's slow it down. Lower the frequency from. Hey, wait a minute. Here's this wave over here. It seems like it's being stretched out. The most extreme would to make it a straight line, but it can't happen because it still has to be a wave. But the is actually expanding as the frequency is lowering. The brain waves are lowering in frequency, which would naturally have them expand. Why? Because a frequency is how many times a thing happens in the copy of the last thing. Like I am a frequent shopper. I frequent the store. I frequent this. So frequency means how frequent it hits here. Boop, that's one. If it goes back, boop, boop, there's a frequent. If it goes, boop, 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 there's another frequent. And boop, boop, boop. Now if they keep boop, 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 there's a frequency. It means it's echoing itself. But it goes. That's a very fast frequency, but that's beta wavelength. Let's stretch it out and expand that. So thus we have the reconciliation of Tehuti's teaching that the same brain waves that are lowering in frequency naturally cause the wave to expand, thus the waves are getting longer. And as the wavelengths expand, something else starts to expand from within beyond the peripheral. My Kemetic teacher taught me this way before you. He taught me the Egyptians are black. Then he taught me this. So you're looking at the answer right within the question. Huh? Let's look back at the waves again, shall we? Shall we look back at the waves again? Tehuti, what are you talking about? You're talking in riddles. I'm not talking in riddles. Uh-oh. What's this? What's happening here? Aren't these lines further apart than these ones? Hey, we're down to theta. They look a little bit more expanded. Wait a minute. We're down to alpha. Look a little bit more expanded now. Here we are, theta. It looks like this line is further apart than these ones. These are getting further apart. Uh-oh. Look at delta. These are expanding so far that there's only a couple peaks. Look how many peaks here. What's this? About 30 peaks right here? How many peaks here? Maybe about 14? How many peaks here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? How many peaks here? 1. Huh? As the numbers lower, the brain waves themselves expand. That is the reconciliation. They're both happening in the waves. That causes something else to expand. So she subconsciously put the word expand in the question because somewhere in her subconscious mind, she knew that should be the word, and that is the exact word. What is expanding? What is lowering? The waves. What is expanding? The waves are expanding, which causes something else to expand. And the other thing that's expanding gets into this chart, gets into what he was studying, and when he came across the experience of the dissolve of self. Here it is. Uh-oh. Masterclass warning. Here we go. Huh? Now remember, Dr. Hawkins found out. The class could have ended right there, right? Is the class over? Did I answer the question? Yeah, I answered it. But I'm still going. Hold on. Now remember, Dr. Hawkins found out that everything happens of its own nature. Everything is a consequence of the effect of that which you are within. Any given context, within an infinite context, that everything comes about spontaneously as a natural effect. And to understand this, picture everyone and their thoughts as a magnetic field. And the magnetic field draws to you that which is your own level of consciousness, thus helping you to create your surroundings spontaneously. Again, the house gets abandoned, whether it's here, China, Mexico, Toronto, Canada, Jamaica, the house gets abandoned. Here comes the roaches. Here comes the mice. Different creatures, but their frequencies drawing them to the same center point. Different creatures. Here comes the homeless. Here comes the drug dealers to kick out the homeless so they can make it into a trap spot. Whether it's here, whether it's Jamaica, whether it's Trinidad, whether it's New York. The drug dealer. Here comes the prostitutes walking back and forth in the same area. The drug dealer, the prostitutes, the insects, the rats, the roaches, the homeless. All complete separate entities, beings, and even species seem to all gather to the same center point, whether it's in Jamaica, whether it's here. The abandoned house seems to attract all these beings. Their frequencies seem to line up. So the rat and the drug dealer seem to always end up in the same trap house. They always seem to end up there. The homeless was there too. Did the homeless plan it with the drug dealer? No. Did the drug dealer plan it with the rat? No. Did the rat plan it with the spider that started making the web there? They all are attracted spontaneously to that reality, and none of them interacted or talked with each other. You can do that in reverse. So you look at your surroundings of where you are and say, how did I get here? How did I end up living here? How did I end up being around this? How did I end up? Well, and look around you at the people around you and see if they're of your same frequency. Get this in your head, please. Look at the person beside you that lives with you. Look at the neighbor in the house. Take the house. I don't even go into the neighbors. Take the house that you're in. Look at the person beside you. Look at where you are. What draws you both or three to the same household? You're like, man, this person's in the matrix. I'm living with this person. I'm over here. I got this person. I'm around this person. What drew you? How'd you get there? The same way the rat got to the abandoned house, the same way the spider got to the abandoned house, the same way the drug dealer and the homeless all got there. So when you look around, you say, that person's in the matrix. I'm around this. You're there too. What are you doing there? When you look around, wait a minute, Jay-Z's not there. You look around, wait a minute, Elijah Muhammad's not there when he was alive. You look around, wait a minute, no Buddhists live in this house. Something is similar between your frequency and the ones that are around you to draw you to the same center point. Now let me look around at my frequency. Press 9 if you can hear me. Let me look around at my frequency. Up. Nania set there. Mura's there. Up. TT was just behind me. Up. She's of my frequency. TT's of my frequency. Look over here. Oh, there's a 10 the snake. There's Kek and Keket the snake. Oh, let me look over here. Oh, there's Sestet the rattlesnake. I'm in tune with the animals. That's why they are here. There's the boa constrictor. There's the viper. Huh? Who comes to visit me? Only people that read the books. Only people that read the Stepping Out of the Matrix book. Only people that come to the pod class have come to visit me. Why? Because I make sure my surrounding is that which echoes me. If you're in a surrounding and the person in the next room is in the Matrix, you're there with them in the next room. How'd you get there? How did you get there? How did they get there? Something has to give. Something invisible is drawing you and that person. Are you and those people? Who is your friend? What did you do on Sunday? Who are you with? Were you with somebody who was in the pod class? Who were you with on Saturday? What's the name of your boyfriend? Does he read the book? Does he study? Does he do his altar? What's the name of your girlfriend? What's the name of your... Wait a minute. I'm in the truth. But you seem to be around these other beings, but for some reason, you can't convert them. Huh? I'm with my sisters and mom. This person in the next room. You're around there, but I live with them. This is my roommate. You're around them, but you can't convert them. Why? Because they converted you. You're in their surroundings. Huh? They're not living with you in Ma'at. You're living with them. They're in your area. You're in their area. When they get together, they can relate to, yo, man, I was at the football game. They're watching TV. Why is the TV not watching the podcast? Because you succumb to them. It takes a while to live this life. I just realized I was 16 when I did that. Cut. Everybody, cut. Sorry, everybody. I'm 16 now, but when I'm in my 40s, when I'm in my 50s, when I'm in this, I'm going to be running a nation. I'm going to be leading a people. So I got to cut you off. You're calling me. I'm not answering your call. Cut you off. You're not of the frequency. Why? Because I have the bigger spontaneous goal that I must achieve. There's a bigger goal that Tehuti must achieve. So I cut you off 16. Cut. What's your name? What's your birthday? I don't care. Going to the barbecue. I don't care. Cut. Why? Because there will be hundreds of people that will thank me for doing that. So now when I look over here in the chat, I see Angela Gates. When I look over here, I see Amunet. I see Amun. I see Nukpu. I see. Why? Because only the people of the frequency are around the frequency. But to do that, cut. Hey mom, bye. Hey mom. Hey cousin, bye. Hey uncle. Cut. Tehuti, you're mean. You're cutting everybody. Cut. Well, Nukpu doesn't think I'm mean. Nukpu loves me. I'm mean to Auntie Betty because Auntie Betty's not coming in the frequency, so you're cut off. Ring, 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 ring. I can't reach you, Tehuti. You're cut off, man. You left the frequency. Here we go. Boom. Are you never wearing it? Here we go. Boom. Ma'at or not. Ma'at or rot. Here we go. Let's go, everybody. What kind of class is this? Here we go. It's hard to do it. What I had to do it. I did it at 16, man. 16, cut off school, cut off church, cut off mom, dad, and cut off. Come back and visit you every once in a while. But my life is this. Here it is. Create your surroundings spontaneously. Spontaneously, yes. As I've taught you many times before, your identity is in actuality. Your identity, as I taught you many times before, your identity is in actuality individual contact created to the mental force field. So your identity as an individual is actually your contact to the greater mental field. When you say, I know who I am, the person that you think you are is because of your consciousness and the mental field aspect that you connect to. That creates the I am that you are. That creates the nuk, the poo, nukpu. That creates what you are is what the mental aspect that you connected to is. Other than that, you're just a flesh and body like everybody else. What makes you individual? What makes you who you are? You're an individual, but you're like 1,000 people. Whatever you think you like, guarantee 1,000 people like it. I like burgers, 1,000 people like it. I'm an individual. I'm unique. I like pizza with such 7 billion people. I like to read. 2 billion people like to read. I like watching the Kardashians. 2 billion people watch the Kardashians. You're an individual, but you're linked to others of the same mind state because of this. Here, the mental force, here's the magnetic field. And this is what was talked about in Dr. Hawkins' book. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Oh, my. Back again. Hello. I'm back again. I said, G. Our identity is not found within ourselves. Our identity is not found within ourselves. It is picked up from environmental signals that are picked up by proteins on the membrane of the brain cells and identity frequencies in the electromagnetic field. So even if the cells die, your physical body, your COT, the frequencies in the field continue. They are there until future receptors show back up. And then the broadcast plays through a new physical body. Thus, our reincarnated memories are not necessarily genetic memories, but the ability to tap into the mental plane, giving us access to all memory that shares the same similar frequency. Man, here we go. Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. That's all I know. Now remember, your thoughts are a magnetic field, and the magnetic field draws you to that which your own level of consciousness, thus helping to create your surroundings spontaneously. During a study at the University of Groningen that I've taught before, and the continued study of Will Heinrich, they found that this consciousness caused a charge at the skin surface that can also surpass the peripheral, though directly related to anxiety and pleasure and happiness. This conscious field because it was completely imbued and interacted within and with the anatomy of the body, because it's in the body and outside of the body record, body has called bions. They recorded these as bions, which would increase, expand, increase during positive feelings of pleasure and happiness and thoughts of unification, but would decrease during feelings of tension and anxiety. In other words, the feelings that appear and can be seen within the human anatomy triggered by the mind being on the beta wavelength, which were the higher hertz frequencies, causing a pullback or a withdrawal of the expanded mental field. During the beta wave field production, there's a withdrawal or it pulls back, which means it shrinks and it does not expand. Like the brain waves expand, so does the mental field that the brain waves are interacting with and helping produce expand with it, because each neuron is an individual but works as a group, which creates the field, and each hominid is a neuron in the larger realm of consciousness that unifies with others brain waves and creates a greater mental field. Thus, relief, pleasure, relaxation, and the frequencies that are caused by the theta, alpha, and delta wavelength restored in biological energy of the mental field, moving towards the peripheral and extending. There's the word extending past it. Whereas anxiety, fear, what are these words? Same words on the map of consciousness chart. Anxiety, fear, lack of good health, everything on the lack of consciousness chart of focus, and that which is on the beta wavelength causes the mental field to move inward and shrinks. It shrinks. And the opposite one expands with all the words that are on the lower red level of the map of consciousness. Fear, anxiety, depression, all the words cause it to shrink, and all the positive ones cause it to expand. And what happens when it expands? Thus, as one is vibrating on this lower frequency, transcending individualism of negative ego, in turn expanding. So people vibrate, it shrinks because one is vibrating on the lower frequency. On the higher frequency, it transcends individualism of negative ego, in turn expanding the mental field to encompass others, creates the reality of an empath, which is your mental field, because of its expansion, has no other choice but to interact with others whose mental field has also expanded, and just like the neurons become one frequency called a brain wave to create a wavelength, people who are mentally unified on the lower frequency partake in that mental field, and people of the expanded frequency partake on that field. All of it is within a person, and it reconciles the apparent contradiction, frequency lowering, while simultaneously frequency expanding, because this is what's actually expanding, which is the field itself. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here's what's expanding, and when it expands, it interacts with another whose frequency is the same, and that's what happens in the middle here. Consciousness is shared. And what happens? Loss of individuality. Lost ego dissolve of individuality. You're still an individual, but you're a beehive now. You're a unit, just like the bee. The bee is an individual that I started this podcast introduction with. The ant is an individual. Yes, there's an individual ant, but their brain waves are all shared. So thus they all move as one. It's one ant colony moving together of a bunch of individuals. So thus none of them break off from the colony. None of them break off from the colony to try to do their own thing. Only if another female ant is born, it does have to break off to become another queen and spread the colony. But you don't see a worker ant breaking off so we can go hang out with some caterpillars. Here we go. The nets are taught. Man, what a class. The nets are taught and has been recorded as far back as 2400 BC that there was a conscious mental field that permeated throughout everything. And as I have taught and as I have brought back to resurrection decades ago, over 25 years ago, when I brought this, the teaching decades ago, the teaching specifically that this mental field, which we connect to through our neurons, our cerebrum, and our ka, which is the bioenergetic template, which gives off this light, cool energy, is also the reason why the ancient word for cerebrum is to shoot out fire. And the word kai, is also the word for meditation and thought. And of course, because as being rediscovered today, the consciousness communicates through the body, the same word for body, which is kat, is also the same word for thought. That's what the kinesiology, that Dr. Hawkins was trying to show, that the thought is communicating through the body. It exists as one. Thus, the word for cerebrum is utet, to shoot out fire. That's the neuron. And here's the ka, which is to meditate, to think. That's the mental consciousness. And there's the kat, thought, meditation, consciousness. Thought of what? Thought of the heart. Tehuti made it up. Tehuti wrote the dictionary. Here it is, thought of the heart, of the accord. Not your Honda. Here we go. And yes, boom. And yes, because, let me shrink this down so we can see it all. And yes, because the mental connective field dissolves individualism, it causes a correlation connection between all things connected to this mental frequency. Did we teach this in 2400 BC about the ka? Yes, my students will remember me teaching this. Some students as far back as 20 years ago, some far back as 25 years ago, some as far back as 4 years ago, starting with the Killer Priest. But my original students will remember this from 26 years ago, 20 something. I can't keep track. Some years ago, 20 some years ago, when I taught this about the pyramid text, really called the Unas Nefer Aset, say about the Ka. What does the pyramid text say about the Ka? Remember we talked about the mental permeating field? Here's the Ka. What does it say? Ray, likened to all. The Ka, lined to all things. O Ray, you are adored in heaven. You are adored for Unas, for Lord of all things. For your body are all things. For the Ka of Unas are all things. For the body are all things. Are all things. There's your dissolve of individualism and your unity. While simultaneously, Unas was consistently in all the Par-ee. What do they say in the street talk? What do they say? Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it confused. Whatever's going on. But don't get it confused, as the Par-ee constantly spoke about how great they were. They are the greatest. They are the sun. They are the resurrection. Constantly boasting of their greatness, because eternity and nature is great. You can constantly, if you're a part of eternity and nature, you can say great things about the plant and say great things about you. That's the individual. While Unas was being taught that your body and the Ka are all things. That's the dissolve of individual. An individual, you have the dissolve of individual, because it's complete unification. For the Ka are all things. The body of Unas are all things. While Unas can boast about the great things he has done, and Ramesses can boast about the great things that he is, and Tehuti most, but yet all teaching yet we are all things. That's what confused people. Man, it seems, I don't know, you seem humble and egotistical. Which one are you going to be? Both? Both? Huh? Both. How many great things can you say about the sun? When would it ever stop? How long can you boast about the greatness of the sun? Yet the light of the sun and Rayleigh's scattering particles and everything created the earth. The earth is one of the balls that shot out from the sun. The earth is the sun. And so is Pluto, Neptune, Mars. They're all the sun. They all shot out from the sun. And the light that's coming down is all the sun, all unified. But you can look at the sun and talk about, oh, great Ra, how great you illuminate the earth and boast about the sun, while talk about the sun's rays are everything. And as a hominid netter embodiment, you can talk about and be spoken about and worshipped and praised about how great you are, while humbling down and saying, and I am also everything. The greatest compliment you could get. Huh? Somebody egotistical who is not in tune, their compliments end. I'm the greatest boxer. I have the greatest uppercut. But if I come and say, I'm Tehuti, what are you great at? I am all things. Huh? When does that compliment stop? I am all things. That means you can never stop. You can never stop describing me. I am all things. Describe me now. Huh? I'm not the best. Tehuti, you went to this channel and you out-rapped. You were better than a rapper. I'm not a rapper. I am a rapper. Tehuti, you went and did debates and you beat everybody. I'm not a debater. I am a debater. I'm not a debater. I'll beat your debater. I'm not a debater. I'm not a rapper. Bring your best rapper. Tehuti, you went up to this land and you were doing jiu-jitsu and beating everybody. I'm not a fighter. I'm just a Saba. Yes, I beat your fighter. Yes, I did. Why? Because whatever the mental frequency is, to the quickest path of efficiency to get to the top, I get there. Whatever it is that I like, I get there. Thus, I'm the embodiment of all things. What thing do you like? What thing do you want? And so can you be. I just know how to get there faster. That's all. That's all. Huh? Netter speed. Huh? What do you say? Godspeed? Netter speed. You get there the fastest. You're the most powerful because you're the most efficient. There it is. There we go. What kind of class is this, Tehuti? You're making it all up. I just want to learn that the Egyptians are black. That's where I end my teachings. Yes, the original teachers of the expanded. One more time. Expanded mental conscious coup energy field, which would raise up if charted by any mathematical means, by numbers, because it is the expanded. Any mathematical means you choose to use, if they're numbers, the numbers are going to get larger. So as the numbers are expanding, that is because the space is getting bigger. I want you to understand that. What are those numbers? What are those numbers? As something gets bigger and is calculated by numbers, the space is getting larger that is calculating. This little apartment is 200 square feet. I want one 300 square feet, 500 square feet, 600. It's expanding, so thus the numbers by whatever you choose to use. Whether you use centimeters, that one's going to go up. Use inches, that one's going to go up. Whatever you use to chart the expansion, the numbers are going to go up. One moment. Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'm back. Here I get. Where'd I go? I'm right here. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Huh? This is your class. Nature J. The whole class is about the nature. Everything's in it. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Support the Tehuti podcast. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. If not, support this. If it's more unique and helpful than the Heinz ketchup and Doritos and the Halloween we supported. Huh? Here we go. Boom. Ready? Woo! Yes, the original teachings of the expanded mental conscious coup energy field, which would raise up if charted by any mathematical means by numbers, because it's expanding. This is actually the chart of expansion. The expanding ka, where the nets are, and yes, even though Dr. David Hawkins consistently referred to Buddha, read the book. Who was he talking about? Buddha, Krishna, Zoroaster, Jesus Christ. Buddha, Krishna, Zoroaster. That's who he's talking about. That's who he refers to at the highest level. So even though Dr. Hawkins constantly refers to Buddha, Krishna, Zoroaster, and Jesus Christ as being on the highest levels of enlightenment, illumination chart, and never mentions any other Kemetic scribes, any Kemetic teachers, do you think he studies from the Kemet scribes and teachings and references about the Ka? Being that is the oldest reference of the mental unified field. The Ka is the oldest reference of the mental unified field and thinking and meditation, and the original reference on the planet to the bioenergetic template of consciousness that connects and unifies all things that we teach was the same time as the Zep Tepi, that was at least 10,000 BC, before the time of the Younger Dryas, in the time of the Nibiru. Well, just to show you that all of these modern day doctors and scientists are actually studying your ancient cultures that I just taught on, guess where Dr. David Hawkins sources the oldest reference of his entire chart, entire chart map of consciousness? Are you ready? Let me take you directly to his book, Reality, Spirituality, and Modern Man. Do you have that one, Saket? Are you ready, Saket? Huh? Are you ready? This is for you. Ready? Dr. Hawkins, you keep quoting Buddha, Zoroaster, Jesus, Krishna. That's his references as the ones on the highest level. Those are the ones on the highest level. Well, I'm going to go to another book he wrote. A little less popular, it seems. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Let's go to another book he wrote. Ready? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How are you going to end this class, Tehuti? Let's go. Ready? Here we go. Boom. Boom. And again, I'm going to say it again. And again, yes, the original teachers of the expanded mental conscious coup energy field, which would raise up if charted by any mathematical means, would be by numbers, raising, expanding or raising up, because it is the expanded Ka, where the netter. And yes, even though the netter, that's the one who taught that originally, even though Dr. David Hawkins consistently refers to Buddha, Krishna, Zoroaster, Jesus, Christ as being on the highest levels of his enlightenment illumination chart, and never mentions any Kemetic scribes, do you think he studies from the Kemet scribes' teachings and references about the Ka? Imagine if he studied the Ka. That would be interesting. No way. No. Being that the Ka is the oldest reference, it's before, I say to you, the Ka teachings is before Jesus, Zoroaster, Krishna, the Buddha. It's before all of them. So the Ka is the oldest, being that the Ka is the oldest reference of the mental unified field and thinking and meditation, and the original reference on this planet to the bioenergetic template of consciousness that connects and unifies all things that we teach was in time. This was in the time of the Zep Tepi, that was at least 10,000 BC, before the time of the younger Dryas, in the time of the Nitiru, were just to show you that all of these modern day doctors, including Dr. Hawkins, and scientists are actually studying your ancient culture. Guess where Dr. David Hawkins' sources? The oldest reference of his entire chart of map of consciousness, being the Buddha, Krishna, and Buddha, Krishna, Jesus are the highest, Zoroaster are the highest. Are you ready? Let me take you directly to his book, Reality and Spirituality and Modern Man. Tehuti, when did you read that book? The same time I watched The Never-Ending Story. Here it is, Reality, Spirituality, and Modern Man, David R. Hawkins, MD, PhD. Are you ready, everybody? Let's read from his own words. Existence, the fate of the soul has been primary focus of all great civilizations, such as that of ancient Egypt, long before the birth of all that he mentioned as the highest, long before the birth of Buddha, Krishna, Zoroaster, or Jesus Christ. By what date, Dr. Hawkins? Even by 10,000 BC, the Zep Tepi, even by 10,000 BC in ancient Egypt, the Ka. Would you say, Dr. Hawkins? Say it again, Hawkins. I didn't hear you. What did you say? The Ka. Say it again, Dr. Hawkins. The Ka, or the soul, was depicted as leaving the body at the moment of physical death. Osiris, who'd you say? Osiris, who are you studying? How you know about that? Osiris, the god of the underworld, then weighed one's heart. What's that, Dr. Hawkins? The heart. Okay, the accord, yep. On the scale of truth, if it weighed in favor of truth, here's his concept of, here's the original source of truth and falsehood. Remember his book, Truth and Falsehood? In the favor of truth, its identity was heavenly. But if it fell on the side of falsehood, it went to the lower regions of hell, mankind's collective spiritual. He just gave his origin of the chart, the numbers, the highest on the chart, the origin, the oldest on the chart, and the source of the Truth and Falsehood book. Tehuti is just here to show you that your modern day doctors and scientists are studying from the netter. And I am just here to bring you back to the netter source of it all. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, or donuts, if you have learned anything, if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recently current understanding of this specific subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Power versus Force, Conscious Field, Nature of Netter, or any creative title you can come up with, to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. Support the Tutti podcast. If you've seen this answer anywhere else, put the link in the room. There's the class. Boom. What happened? Huh? Not you. What happened? There we go. Boom. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. This class has 2 timers. One timer they gave up or something. And this is supposed to say this doesn't have 10 minutes in it. So this is really 33 minutes. And open this one up. Then is this open? 33 minutes. And let me go. Was the class only 33 minutes? That's 33 minutes. 33 minutes plus 2 hours and 8 minutes. 2.5 hours. That's for you, Saket. I'm going to put the link in the room. Let me check the chat to see that people appreciate it. what people thought of the answer. That I'm gonna put the link in the room. Jump in the room, family, and then we're gonna go to the Cash App and the PayPal to see who appreciated with reciprocity 2.5 hours of a question from a book that I didn't even write. Look how the second half of the class got, huh? What happened? Oh my goodness, man. How are you doing, Amun? You're in a different realm?
Yeah, so I'm doing excellent and wealthy. This class means so much to me. It's extremely powerful. It was life-changing. I call myself a lot just staring, thinking really deep about what you're saying while you're saying it. Planning a lot of different things, and this is a very helpful class for me personally to become and continue walking towards what I want to be. So 2L so much, 2L4 part of the Ren build up to with the Ka. And everything that goes along with that. This class is so extremely powerful, and I'd be here a long time if I explained how much it means to me, but this is however, this has a lot of synchronicities and many impacts on me, so 2L very much.
Nini Uk, Nukpu. What are the audience? 35 people watching. Type in the room. Did you appreciate the class? I'm gonna send my reciprocity first, then jump on. Nukpu is literally gonna live he's gonna actually live it out. He's gonna send his reciprocity, then jump on. Support the Tehuti podcast, everybody. This one, I don't know. I don't even know if better or worse are words that can be associated with the pod classes anymore. Are these classes getting better? Are they just different? Is Pluto better than Neptune? is Mercury better than Venus? I don't know. This one here though, this was a real wisdom class. I would say this was the amount of jewels. This is the Jed. The Jed likes jewels. This was jewel after jewel. This is the kind of class that I would listen to before I go to sleep. And notice that the overdrive music changed. Okay, everybody, we're gonna go to the cash. Let's go to the reciprocity. See who appreciated this class. Jason Kirkland. Oh, wait. Never Nature J. Oh my goodness! Here we go, everybody. Oh my, Never Nature J. Jamario Walker even came. But Zep Teppy Slim is back. All right, everybody, let's go see the support. What people thought of the class. Let's see, everybody. This should be. This should have. Oh, I don't even know. Woo! Do you see how the second half of the class got Amunet?
Yes. This class is so monumental. It's extremely helpful to me, and I love it so much.
Sorry, you said it's mental. So start over again. Something cut off. What do you say?
I said this class is extremely monumental.
Monumental.
And I was going to say how the other class, the most recent class and this class combined, I said this earlier, how it's helping me so much, so deeply, and both of them combined is just extremely helpful. So I'm so thankful that you brought this forth. There's so many synchronicities too, and one of them is how you brought up how the Kai is to think in meditation, and I just watched that yesterday and recently more than once, but that was extremely beautiful, and that class means so much to me. It's one of my very, very favorite classes, and yeah, so to us so very much for this life that you bring forth, and I appreciate you very greatly to offer everything.
Nini, I'm glad you appreciated this. This is a lot. Listen to this class before you sleep. Let this class put you to sleep. This is and notice the music, the overdrive music change to the relaxing music. All right, here we go, everybody. Let's see who appreciated this class. I don't know. Let's see who even liked this class. We have we're going to go all the way back to Zep Tepi Slim at the bottom here. We got Zep Tepi Slim. He actually sent this before the class started. Zep Tepi, you would love this. I don't know if you even came to the class, but he sent this before the class started. I hope those I hope that's support coming in. I hope that's support coming in. Here we go, everybody. So we got starting off this. Woo! We have Saket. Saket is in here. Saket. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Let me go back. And then we still got the question of the woo-wee. But as you can see, Saket, if you listen to that class, I didn't even mention the woo-wee. I didn't even mention the Dao and the woo-wee, but this class literally answered that without even mentioning them. Oh my goodness. Here we go. So we're going to go to, here it is. Boom. First supports given. We have Anthony Drain, known as Zep Tepi Slim, supporting the Tehuti Pod class, supporting what it is that I am doing because he wants me to stay. He wants this to stay here. The supporters show that they want this to stay here, that it's not just entertainment. And you jump from YouTube to YouTube channel. So shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. If you could read that, Amunet. Where's everybody? Jump on the panel. Where's the team? Where's everybody? Read that for us, Amunet, please.
72 from Zep Tepi Slim for the God Tatenin and the Primordial Mound with the heart and 100.
He's been doing this for years. Well, not 4 years, but he did this years ago. He always sends an offering in the name of a netter. He started doing that, and he keeps doing that. So he's keeping up the tradition. Give him a hand clap, round of applause. Give him some noise, please. Focused. Okay, thank you, Zep Tepi Slim. Let's keep going. Let's see who appreciated this pod class. Answered it. Anyone see it? Quinn Clark. Quinn Clark. Who is Quinn Clark? There's another name, right? Isn't there? Or is it just Quinn Clark? Shout out to Quinn Clark. I have a feeling I know Quinn Clark is another name, but shout out to Quinn Clark. Watched what he watched, appreciated. And you know what? It's very honorable. That's a new supporter. Shout out to you, Quinn Clark. It's very honorable to do that. I appreciate everybody that supports because you actually don't have to. You actually could, people go into Walmart and they pickpocket stuff, take stuff out of the, if you could get stuff free, we would do it. Somebody drops $20, they keep walking, you pick it up. You're looking for the 2-for-1 sale. You're always looking for the freebie. What's free? If I buy 2 of these, right? Buy 1, get 1 free. If you could steal everything, people would steal everything. So you are anonymous watching the YouTube channel. I don't know that you're watching. I only know that you're watching and appreciate it when I see the support given. So you could sneakily watch 2.5 hours, take all the notes, take all the benefit of it, and just turn off your computer. He won't even know I was watching it. So this, if anyone can know, but and you are your own judge. You are your own judge. When people die, they say, my life flashed before my eyes. They don't say Amun. When Amun passes at 120, he's not going to say, man, Amunet's life flashed before my eyes. No, his life. Nobody says anybody else, your life, because it goes and fills up with that light, and that's the light you keep when you go to the next realm. So you know what you do. If you are honorable and you appreciate what you saw, You support, just like you bought a bag of chips. You supported Doritos. You did support Doritos. I know you did. So you supported popcorn. You supported it. You did. You're honest with yourself and know that you did. Is this a little better than that? You know? Let this today for you be just a little better than the weed man. Just for today. I know you love weed, but just for today, say, I actually like this a little better than weed today. That little blunt, that little half an hour high, this is better. So support the Tehuti podcast. We have, for the support, Quinn Clark, $20 for appreciation. I'll read that one word, appreciation. Amu and Amunet, give him some big noise. Pleaded at ease. Okay, thank you. Amun, is your clap, is it shorter now? It seems real short. Yeah, and then it's over.
There's a short one and then there's a long one.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. And look at this statue appeared. I'm not a statue. I'm a Djed.
Hey, Saba, the only man I am is the metal netter word man. Consistency. Tua.
Oh, yes. You enjoyed the class, Nook, where you saw the second half after I came back from the break. You saw the whirlwind, man. I was like, I didn't read that book. I didn't read that book either. Jock Hawk, he wrote that book. I didn't read that one. I didn't read. I've not read one David Hawkins book. I never saw the Never-Ending Story. I don't know what. I never read these books. Oh my goodness. Yes. Thank you for your appreciation, Nukpu. I know you loved it.
Give me up.
Yes, okay, let's go to the support. Nukpu said, I'm not coming on until I send support. Even though family watching and new people watching, I want you to tell you something. Nukpu sent support before the class didn't start yet. I have Nukpu way at the bottom. That means that when you're way at the bottom, that means before the class started. So he could have always came on. He already supported, so shout out to you, Nukpu. All right, let's see who's next. Next on them, someone just came on. I think it was the Jed. I don't see the screen, but if it's the Jed, I got look at the beautiful Hemet of the Jed. Look at this. Look at teamwork. Look at teamwork. Why does the cash apps look like this? They change. Hey TT, if you're listening, see how the cash app completely changed. 3. So let me come to the screen to see if that is the Jed. Oh, I hear a set. That must be the Jed. I can't see him. Let me come to the screen and see. Let me move. Yeah, there he is. He's the Jed. Go ahead, the Jed. Everybody listening right now, go ahead. Tell him the Jed. Tell him. Go ahead and tell him.
The Hekau is real. Tell him.
Spill the beans, the Jed. Let him know. Everybody who's listening, I'm going to fess up. It's all from Muta Ashby.
So he's probably the only one you gave. He's probably the only one you gave credit to that he's not into a lot of ISFET. He's not into a lot of, and that lets me know I was on the right track before I met you. Like he's not into the chaos and anything. His only issue is that he thinks in the material principles. That's the only bad part about it. But other than that, he doesn't get into any chaos or anything like that.
No. Shout out to and he focuses on on transliterations. I really like him for that. Shout out to him. He's consistent in what he does, and of all the people out there, I would say he uses the most meta-netter. He'll quote a papyrus and he'll put the meta-netter there. He'll show the symbols. and he's good for that. So shout out to him. I just talked to my mates. I was like, you never see him anywhere. Whereas interview with Muta Ashby, Muta Ashby versus you never see him. I'm gonna go to your support, and I think Saket just jumped on, but I'm gonna go ahead and read the support. I'll put the support on so you can read that. The Jed, here we go. Hamet to the rescue. Teamwork. What does that say, the Jed?
Yes, as Tua Saba for today's class and extra gems, Black Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Ra.
All right. Wonderful. Tua to you, the Jed. Great work, and give the Jed a clap. A little long one. Make it a little longer clap. All right.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
What's that?
That's the happy digit. The super happy.
Oh my goodness, that's the happy. That's that Nook Poo, the Jed. That's that Nook Poo in the back brewing up the ancient Kemetic wine, the Jed. That's the Jed in the cellar.
Look, Pooh, see what you done started.
Oh, man. All right, we have the person that asked the question, Nefertatan Saket, who rarely comes on. Something that must have really inspired something. How you doing there, Saket? You saw your class?
Mic check. Can I be heard?
You can be heard clear.
Okay, wonderful. Trying to sneak in. Just had to give my cur to this. Yeah, this book for me was a really pivotal book just for me in my journey. And after reading it, the one thing I felt was like, this needs to be in all school. Like if I was to have a school, this is the kind of book that I would first teach to children, because it would teach them about their emotions and having consciousness and just how powerful they could be. So the fact that it's rooted in my eye, eventually, and just the transfer, like I haven't seen all of it. I probably the last 35 minutes or so I haven't seen yet, just at the part where you were getting to how the body knows ma'at. Like that's everything to me, because the way I speak about my body is that there's an intelligence to it. Like my body has this intelligence to it, and that's why fasting and things, like when you cut the body, it knows how to heal. That tells you something, that our body is predisposed to truth. Beyond what you learn, beyond what's in your brain, that means the way we are designed, it knows what's right and wrong, which is a beautiful thing. And I just have to laugh. It's such a beautiful answer, especially about power and resistance. No one has ever spoken about power in that way. So just some of the tension that I go through, that I'm cleaning out to be this effect, like this is the most important answer for that thus far. So Henu to you, Saba, for giving it all that you have. And this question, like, it is a life changer. I already know that already, because there's parts when you were giving this answer, like my brain cut out. And I love that, because only you can do that. It's very, very few beings that can really push my ability to understand life and time perception. So just thank you greatly for that. And all from a book you didn't read. And you still managed to get the essence of it. I've read this book countless times. And one of the things I would do is every couple of months, I would judge myself on what level am I at? Am I at willingness? Am I at peace? Like, how far am I up this scale? So just do it for that. And I'll leave it there.
Wonderful, Saket. I'm glad you appreciate it. I was going to say something. Oh, I got to get it back. But I'm glad you appreciate that. And oh yes, I was gonna say, Saket. So I look back and you actually sent 2 questions. And when I went back to the to choose which one I was going to answer, when I was answering this, I was like, if I answer the Wu Wei, this is going to be the same answer. I was like, the Wu Wei. I was like, I'm going to decide what I'm going to do with that one, because when you see this whole class, you tell me what you want with the Wu Wei. But watch this whole class.
Yeah,
And tell me it's
sorry
the
to cut
same.
you off.
Oh, say it again, Saket. It cut out. What'd you say?
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. You could finish, Saba. I'll go after.
Okay, yes. I was saying that the Wu Wei would have made. I was looking at it. I was going to make it a class, and then as I was answering this, I was like, I could just the power, resistance, force, and all of that, and the expanded consciousness is actually the same principle as the Wu Wei. I could do a class on that. I was going to do them back to back, but I was like, it's going to be the same answer. It's just one is the scientific modern doctor, and one is the Taoist way. But I can still do the I'll still look at the Wu Wei, but I was like, it's the same thing. But go ahead.
I mean, that's the hecka, because the fact that those two are connected anyway, and I did pick up that you were already revealing the answer to that. I'll send more reciprocity for that, because that's just when I first heard that word and first heard that concept, it resonated deeply. So anything that's going to allow us to really be ourselves, and also like what I'm super excited about is understanding what natural really means, like natural power, like second nature. It's really possible. And also too, like, this is something for everybody. This left brain dominated society, like, this is what it does to us. Like, it cuts you off. So just even the mere fact of, like you said, a near-death experience, like, again, everyone will rewatch it, but when you go through that near-death experience, how there's life beyond sequential reality of things going in order, that's speaking to the subconscious. So basically, it's a door. The class is a door to operating in your subconscious mind, not being bounded by 1, 2, 3. It's such a beautiful thing. And like the perspective you gave with the fly, right? About how just length of life and how there's a hierarchy of things, but there's always something greater. There's always something greater. Like, yeah, how long does a person live? And then look, there's trees that live for 5,000 years. So a lot of the medicine can be taken from looking at the things in nature that live much greater than us. And that goes back to us revering Ra, right? Us revering the stars. Why? Because they're in a fixed place, or maybe they revolve, but they're just around much longer. And Ma'at is the perfect example of that. So dua to everyone receiving this and just feeling the medicine, and this is what is required.
Excellent. Wonderful, Saket. I appreciate it. Appreciate your appreciation of me, and you'll love once you see the whole class from beginning to end. Oh man, I'll hear from you. I'll hear from you once you do the whole thing.
And I'll say one more thing, if I may, Saba.
Yeah. Yes.
This question is coming to me at the right time. So for anybody who sends in a question, which I recommend everybody do, the energy and the patience that you have, and Saba can correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to determine the quality of the answer you get. I don't just ask Saba a question the first time it comes into my head. Like, I put my Eve into the question. Like, I take so much time to just every word, because I know how I give him the question is going to affect what comes as a result. And that in-between time of however long that takes, that's a very beautiful time. So if you ask a question and you don't see it answered in a pod class, don't sit there and think like, I didn't get to it. Oh man, like, no, that's just more time for Saba to do what he has to do and produce answers like this. It's like a birthing process. Do you want an underdeveloped baby? No, however long it takes is however long it takes. And no, whenever you get your answer, it's exactly when you're supposed to get the answer. And then it's up to us to actually live it, embody it, and do something with it. This is not candy. This is immortality. Hotep, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I got 2 more things because I'll have to go. Tua for the new, I think you said Unkiem Hotep. So just Tua for bringing that forward. I know I'll get what that means with the rest of the class. And I want to acknowledge, Saba, this is the first question asked where you started normal, did Tehuti overdrive, and then Tehuti underdrive? You slowed down the music on purpose. I caught that. So I'm just bringing that to the awareness. We got Tehuti underdrive now. So I'm grateful. Anytime something can just push you to change how you teach and present, that means that there's going to be future answers where you're going to do that and put us in a Safek state. So I'm happy, overjoyed, and now I'm complete.
Excellent, beautiful words, beautiful reception. I did that on purpose, absolutely. Yes, went from the speeding of the waves to the slowing down, and absolutely, yes, we went into the slowing down after overdrive. Never did that before. I never did that before. I'm glad you noticed. Awesome. That will be done in future classes, yes. Okay, everybody, we're going to get to this support. Everybody who's watching Tutti Pod class, if you saw that answer, you hear the testimony of the person who asked the question, send in your support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Right now, we have another one coming in from, it looks like the same name. It is from the Jed Hemet. So that was, the other one was the Jed. And this one here, the Jed can read again. And it's from his Hemet. There you go, the Jed, if you're there, or if Gabby's there.
Yes, it says for Power Horse class, green E, white E, purple E, black E, $20.22.
All right, thank you to Jed for reading that. Give Gabriella a long hand clap, please, Amunet.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
All right, family, here we go. Now we're going to I see Netter Nefer Nature J. I'm gonna get. Are you in the chat, Netter Nefer Nature J? Are you there? Let me delete this. I do not want to buy a gecko. Okay. Netter Nefer Nature J. Are you there? I'll find out if he's there. We're gonna go to who's this? Saket is. I thought Saket is in here somewhere. I thought I saw Philip Holler. I see you. I'm looking for Saket. Oh, here we go. Here is Saket. If she's still on, she can read this. I wanted to get to her while she's still able to be on. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the one who sent in the question, which ended up being questions and answers, plural. And this is an extra support for her appreciation. Oh, where'd it go? Hey, something is strange. Let me fix her extra support for the appreciation of the answer. Even though she was the one that sent in the support for the question, she sent in more after for support of the answer. Let me fix this, everybody. There's something wrong here. Let me fix it. Here we go. Boom. I want to get. It is rare that we have Saket read her own supports. Wait a minute.
Saba, Saket left the screen as of now.
Oh no. Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, Nefer Netzer Nature J said he's here in the chat.
Okay, Nefer Netzer Nature J, I'm about to read the biggest support you've ever given since the pod class began. We're gonna read. Okay. Oh, I just missed Saket. Okay. So you'll be Saket embodiment for now. Okay. Here we go. We got Saket, who was the one that asked the question, and she gave extra support, and she wrote it in partly in Saket language. Here we go. There you go, Amonette. Read that for us, please.
4444 from Nefer Saket. It says, Saket dua for Hotep between power and force, so to live in peace with ease in caps and a peace sign, May this free our eaves with a yellow eve.
All right, give her some noise, not just a hand clap, but give her some extra noises, please. Amunet, sound selector.
Human.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Amunet, for that. And that last sound at the end is actually the sound of one of my favorite fighters. So we call him the Eagle. Shout out to this one of the greatest fighters ever who retired on a promise. His name is Khabib, and that was his. That's his sound because he jumped off the rope like an eagle into the audience and started fighting fighting the other people's coaches. And they call him the Eagle. And every time when he comes on, it's like, yeah, whatever that sound is. But he was of the greatest. Shout out to Khabib. I know more of them than the. I couldn't name you 4 boxers other than Sugar Ray Leonard and them. But shout out to Khabib. That was his sound. All right. You know who that is, Nook? You ever heard of him, Khabib? Oh my goodness.
Nah, not
Okay.
familiar. I might see him and may know him, but
Okay. All right. So here we go, everybody. We're going on. We got Nefer Netter Nature J. Are you there? Throwing in. We're gonna give the biggest noise because Nefer Netter Nature J has discussed with me different situations, and he has not been, giving large supports, and I know why, and I'm absolutely fine with that. And he gives what he can, and he's taking care of his situation. But he has jumped out. He has jumped out. He says, "Here, Saba, noob neb noob, noob neb noob." That's your new Ren. I'm gonna give you a new noob neb noob. All right, come to the Ren ceremony. Noob neb noob. All right, shout out to you, Nefer Netter Nature J. Appreciate you, Saba. And now for the largest support that Nefer Netter Nature J has ever given since the podcast has ever began. And Nefer Netter Nature J, I could take my phone right now, everybody. Unlock the phone. Go boop, boop, boop. How do you... Boop, boop, boop. Nope. Nope. I can unlock the phone. Bup, 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 bup. Yep. Okay, boom. I can go over here. I can randomly go to Facebook right now. I can click on the messages, and what am I going to see? What am I going to see? Boom. Right there, Nefer Netter Nature J with an adoration to me every single day. Every single day sends an adoration to me, and he gets a heart. Every day sends an adoration, gets a heart. Every day. If I scroll up, all adorations. Where is it? Well, that's not him. Every single day. Shout out to you, Nefer Netter Nature J. His name disappeared. Did they remove him? This thing is strange. They bumped him? No, here it is. Okay, boom. Yeah, there it is, everybody. Shout out to him. He's a real loyal. I don't want to do that. Just days and days and days and days and days. Just affirmations, adorations, and prayer. He sends to me every day, and he just heart. So shout out to you. You are consistent. And now I'm going to show the largest support he has ever given. Nefer Netter Nature J. Tua for this because not much support has come in tonight. So Tua for these larger ones they'll hopefully make up. I'm trying to do short pod classes. I don't know. Netter doesn't want me to do anything less than an hour and a half, 2 hours. Shout out to Nefer Netter Nature J. Could you read that for us? You know what? Nookpoo, read that for us, please. That's your
Tua,
brother right
Tua. Yeah, I was expecting to read it, Saba. Uchara, uchara, uchara. Uncle Justin F. Saba. This from Nefer, Nature, J. Did I say it right? Nefer, Nature, J.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. Tongue twister. Hotep to my Orsen. He sent in $70. Tua or Saba, Atef, Uncle Ja, Seneb, the Jet, Usir.
Thank you. And he sent an extra.
New York.
Thank you for that. Reading that, yes. And he sent an extra I appreciate you, Saba, Tua or Saba. And hey, this was your podcast too. Nefer Nature J was all about the nature of the netter. Give them some big noise, Amun and Amunet. Couple sound bites, different effects. That's his biggest donation of the existence of his interaction with the podcast.
Yeah, we're here. And we're the best.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
All right, excellent. Wonderful. And let me refresh the page. Where is everybody? Where is the support family? Is there Aaron Lowe? I see you, Nookpoo. Nookpoo has 2 here. Okay, we're getting to that. I'm scrolling down. I see Aaron Lowe, who is a family member of the Jet. That means that 3 people in the same family gave support tonight. There's a record. 3 people in the same family. That's the Jed, his beautiful Hamet, Gabriella, and his brother, Aaron Lowe. And we appreciate you, Aaron Lowe, because it did not have to be his question for him to send support. And I appreciate that. You can send in support. If you hear an answer that affects you and that you appreciate, then it's not your question. Send in support. Because if you only send in support when it's your question, what is that? That's that's not good. That's a little bit of selfishness and greed. All these answers, everybody is benefiting from them. It doesn't have to be, and this is the only platform that does that. When you go watch Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, anybody, there is no question design that you asked. When you go to a lecture of any of these people, you're going and supporting that lecture, and it's not what you asked. So here I am actually answering individuals' questions, and you can be a part of it, and you're watching it, and you don't support. But none of those people have ever done a class for you, and you supported them, bought their books, everything. All right, and Nookpoo got his finger in this. Do it again, Nookpoo. What's that? Do it again with the finger. Talking about you. That's right. All right. Shout out to the great supporter, Aaron Lowe, a new supporter who came in under the Jed. And it's funny, it's interesting cycle because he came in under the Jed and Jed came in to consciousness under him. He's the one that brought the Jed in, and then the Jed brought him to the podcast. Give him some big noise, please. I see a Tef is here. Nice.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you, Aaron Lowe, also known as the Alchemist. The Cash Apps changed, so it doesn't even say. It doesn't say their other names. I don't know. That's interesting. Cash App change. They used to say
Hey,
they're
Saba, tell the alchemist we need some beats.
oh my god, oh yeah. Oh man, Alchemist. The beat making Alchemist. Legendary. We have let me scroll down. We got, who did I just say? Oh, Amunet, and we got Jamiro Walker coming in. He's been here from the beginning, and then disappeared for a while, and hopefully he's back consistent. He was one of the first people that ever bought the Stepping Out of the Matrix book from the Kill the Priest when I was on Kill the Priest. Shout out to this brother here. And I hope he's back for consistent support. And we appreciate the support that he did give for tonight. This is Jamario. Oh, where'd it go? Jamario Walker. And could you read that for us? Amun, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. $25 from Jamario Walker for great research and presentation. Hotep.
All right. Give him a hand clap, please. Long one. All right. Thank you. Sound selector. Okay, boom. And who's next? We have the sound selectors are next. I see Amun and Amunet here. Here they are. Amun and Amunet again. Consistent in everything. Consistent supporters. Consistent class attenders. Consistent admins for Nana. Consistent sound selectors. Consistent wrench holders.
Consistent clipper.
Clipper, it's funny. I don't know. Consistent everything. The only consistent one-on-ones. Amunet have one-on-ones with me almost as much as I do pod classes, and they are consistent with it. They're letting nothing slide. Nothing. What do they say? No. What is it? I forgot.
Nothing slide.
Nothing slide. If there's something in the park, I want in. I don't know. Something like that. All right. Shout out to Amun and Amunet.
Got dibs on that.
What do you say?
Is you got dibs on it.
Yeah. They sent a beautiful support, consistent, and go ahead and read that, either one of you.
$35 for Tua with a black Ebe. The Ka is all things. Henu Atef Tehuti. Mary He.
Their favorite word. Heh. Thank you. Thank you, Amun and Amunet, who sent me a shirt with that on it. Ha. Their favorite word. Wonderful. They're awesome supporters. Favorite words. Ha. Amun even put it in his laugh. Shout out to them. Go ahead and give yourself some big noise, please.
I came to overcome before I'm born by showing and proving and letting ours be born.
Oh man. Thank you for that. Thank you for the support and the sounds. And Nefer Nature J says Tua HOA Abs, the Sabaites of HOA for amplifying Aku with this
Saba,
nef.
it's I think he said Ebes instead of Abs.
Oh, is that right, Nefernet Nature J? Is that Ebes? It's actually the same word. Okay, thank you, Nakpu. Yeah, Ebes, Abs. Yeah, so Tua. Oh, where'd it go? Okay. Tua, HOA, Abs, Ebes, the Sabaid of HOA for amplifying Aku with this Nefer platform. I think Biget Leisure, Maharu is having an influence. Nefernet Nature J is taking the letter the out of his sentences now. All right. Here we go, everybody. Next up is Robert E. Williams. Are you here, Robert? He usually has to go to bed around this time or get ready for work or something, but he dropped. I don't know who I'm going to get to read this one. I don't know. I think this is a Nookpoo read. Nookpoo can read this. Who's here? Is Amunet here? Who's going to read this one? Robert Williams, are you here? Amunet, you're the fastest sitter I've ever seen. Like, I'm looking, you're not there, then also, and you're right in sitting position. All right, I think I'm going to get Nookpoo to read this one. I don't think Amunet's allowed to say this. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Nookpoo, go ahead and read this.
So Saba. It's another one I wanted to read. In my mind, I'm like, yo, let me read this one. And it right on time. Uchara. Okay. I can say this for sure. Hotep to my Orson, Robert E. Williams. He says, damn.
All right.
He means beaver dam.
Go ahead and thank you. Thank you
5072.
Yes, and the amount. Thank you for the read and reading the amount. Go ahead and give this man some big noise. Transformers, everything. Give him some noise, please. Boom.
Humans have asked us to play. You are watching a master at work.
Nice. Thank you, sound selectors. Robert E. Williams, probably gone off to bed. And who do we have next? We have Nookpoo, who has 3 supports in here. Nookpoo with pure Medu donation, pure Medu sentences. Here we go. All right. Nookpoo, go ahead and read this. Everybody who's watching Tootsie Paw class, support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Do not let the supports numbers start to go down as my Paw class answers get longer. Let it equate. All right, Nookpoo, go ahead and read that, please.
Hotep Saba. This from myself, Nookpoo. I sent in 11. Hotep Sakem Saba. Unk M. Hotep. Utut. Accord. Eve. Nifu. Ma'at. The Eye of Ra. The Eye of Heru. And the Eye of Ma'at for observation.
Wonderful. Give them a hand clap because we have 3 of them. They equal over $20, and we have 3 of them. So we're going to give them a hand clap. Thank you, Nookpoo.
In New York. Makaru.
Thank you. And Nookpoo, you were the only one that answered different from everybody, but you were close with something else. You wrote tet ostet chord. When I talk about the accord,
Yeah.
you wrote tet ostet chord, and the accord meaning heart is also ropes and strings, and that's why when people get their hearts played with, they say you're pulling at my heartstrings. They say that literally.
Tua.
Yeah,
And playing with the chord. You know, when
yeah.
you're playing with the nefer.
So
It all
shout out.
correlates.
Yes, it does. Absolutely. And we got Nukpu again right here. Here we are.
Yeah, that was nefer Saba, the accord with the Eve. And then you consistent, Saba, consistent. Like, let me be the one to let you know. I know everybody tell you, but let me consistently tell you. You consistent, Saba.
Nini, okay. Nini, for everything you appreciate me for. Yes. It's another level when these answers are being put together. It's a strange world. Okay. Hey, where does support go? What happened? Let me add Nukpu. Here it is. Well, what? Huh. Nukpu 1. Let me cancel. Okay, let me save it again. Put this up again. Nukpu, there's 2. Nukpu 2. So, okay. Oh, guess what, Nukpu? You that 1111 support you gave? You were support number 11.
Oh, the synchronicity don't stop. It's consistent.
Okay, and here we go, Nukpu again. Nukpu again. Go ahead and read that for us, please, Nukpu.
Tua. It's from myself, Nukpu. It's my name for now, you know what I'm saying? It's coming. The rent is coming. 999. Hotep Saba. Constant. Consistency. Frequency. My eyes.
Okay, give a hand clap for that, please. That great support from Nukpu. Yep. Hey, also, Nukpu, on your name, did you take off the Nukpu? Or is Cash App doing that now?
That's Cash App doing that, hating on me, man.
They're taking off the Metanetter names.
They taking everything away, man. They taking taxes and they taking.
I'm pretty sure the MetaNetter name for Spear is gonna be in his rent.
Might be Axe, might be Aha.
His name is Spear to the Neck. Is his name. Spear to the Neck. Okay, and we have again Nukpu again. Here we go. Nukpu again. I think this was sent. Oh, this was sent before the day before the pod class. Okay, here we go. Supporters, where are you? For 51 people were watching the class. 51 people. All right, we got Nukpu again. Here we go. Nukpu.
Tua Sava. So this is a like correlation to this class, but this was for last class. But it's so funny how it, is associated with this class. So it's just never. So this from myself again, Nukpu. Hotep. I find pleasure in discipline. Dua Ma'at. With the blue Eve, the Ku, and the feathers of my eye and shoe. Yeah, because this has to do with when you was mentioning last week about pleasure, not to indulge in pleasure, to be more consistent in discipline. So I put that into perspective. So Tua Saba.
Nini Uk, I'm gonna give you a little jewel on that too. Give Nukpu a hand clap, please. A little jewel for new Nukpu and just those that are watching. People ask me, how do I stay so disciplined? And I'm not into all the pleasures. I'm not into all the. They say that the pleasures of the world is actually what makes them undisciplined because of those things they want to indulge in. And I said to them, I say that there's a simple solution to that. You make your discipline that which brings you pleasure. And now you don't have to avoid your pleasure anymore. I partake in all of my pleasures because everything that I do, that discipline, I enjoy it. And so that's the mind. Remember, none of the things that you think you like, everybody, none of the things that take you off the path, you didn't know anything about them. You were never born knowing anything that you craved, desired, you never knew anything about it in the first few weeks out of the womb. You were taught to like those things. So nobody's born with cravings. Nobody's born with lack of discipline. So you made yourself like those things. All you do is make yourself like the other things that are disciplined. The same high fructose glucose that keeps you off of discipline, you learn to like that. The same what's it called, fructose glucose, a cockroach runs from it. Is the cockroach more disciplined? All right, here we go. All right, everybody, boom.
Saba, before you go, I wanted to ask also, the serpent that you have on the image behind you that you have as the logo, the green one. What's that serpent's name?
I'm not looking at anything right now. Hold on, let me see something. Hold on. One moment. I don't see anything right now because I'm in the supports. 1 second. Let me see where. Okay. Oh, what's this? What's that? Let me see if I can get to the screen with you all on it and with me. Okay, what did you say, Nukpu?
So you know the serpent that you have on the image that you use for your logo, the green one, I believe is a viper. What's the name of that serpent?
Oh my goodness, the logo with it's a boa. I think it's a green. It's a green boa. I have to look at it again. It's a green boa. If not, it's the green viper. I'm gonna go look at it again, and I will let you know because I like both the green boa and the viper, and I actually don't remember which it was. Mario that put that boa or the viper in there, so I want to go look at it again and see. But I think it's the eyelash viper. If it's the viper, it's the eyelash viper. If it's the boa, then it's a South American tree boa that has fangs. It's one of those two, eyelash viper, or the 1 moment, hold on. Let me yes, here. Oh, The okay, or it's the Trimosaurus insularis. I think it's the Trimosaurus insularis. I think it's that one. Which is it's like the eyelash viper, but it's smooth. So I think the Trimosaurus insularis. Yeah, my favorite viper. If that's the one that's there, which I think that's it. And you can't own it. You can own it, but you need special permits.
Yeah, I
And
know. I had a new pet with them a couple days ago, probably like 3 days ago. That's why I mentioned it. And I just realized watching today on the panel, I'm like, oh, that's the same serpent I had a new pet with. So it's a never thing. In
Are
my
you
old pet though, he had
Yeah.
a crystal in his crown on his head, and I had to like pet him, I had to tame him.
Are you seeing that image somewhere on the panel that I'm not seeing? Is that somewhere?
Yeah, in the you can see a little bit in the middle, like in the little in between right here. You can see
This
it.
right
Yeah.
in. Oh,
Right in the center.
that's the okay. Yes, that's not. That's the. That's the tree boa. I see
Okay.
it right here in the middle of me and that moon, right here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think that's the Amazonian. I think it's Amazonian tree boa. Yeah. Okay. I got you now. I see it. Okay.
Tua.
Niniuk. Okay, we have consistency here again. Philip Holler. I think he does it every couple of weeks. I think that's how it's working. I think it's every couple of weeks, maybe every 3 weeks, every 2 weeks. Philip Holler. And there's never a message. The donation is the message. $42. Give him some big noise. Pleaded at ease. Whoa.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
All I'm offering is the truth.
We're the best. We're here, and we're the best.
Hotep, who was that? Sava?
Wait, who is what?
That sound, they had the sample, a new sample up in there.
The sample is Minty, but I said it after the sample in her voice. All right, shout out to Philip Holler, and let's go family. Is that okay? We got Let me scroll all the way down. Who's this all the way down here? Colin Bascom, first netter. Okay. I'm gonna have to put this in somebody else's answer. I don't know. I don't know if this is someone else's answer. The people and the lands. Okay, I'm gonna have to put this in some other answer. Shout out to first netter, but I don't know how elaborate of an answer I can do on this one. $9.72. First netter, good Saba. I hope this day finds you one with Ma'at. Thank you. Could you tell us about the people and lands of Tartaria? Okay. It is on file. The people and lands of Tartaria. Okay, shout out to you, Colin. It's first netter. Okay, shout out to you, first netter. Okay, wonderful. We got Beakhead Leisure shutting it down. This was for last week. I think this says the first, so maybe this is one. Shout out to Beakhead Leisure. This is days and days and days ago. I'm sure he has one for today, but this must have been just a random one in the middle of the week. Shout out to Maharu. Let's give him some big noise. Boom, boom. I'm going to go for another few minutes and then take a break and let you all build. Be Get Leisure. Amunek, could you read this one for us, please?
Yes, I can. $50 from Mahiru for Henu Dua Saba Tuhut. Oh, let me start over. Henu Dua Saba Tua Onkujasanep.
Thank you, Amunet.
You're welcome, Saba.
And give him some big noise. Give him the works. It's a large donation, large support.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
We have. Let me put the chat on the screen. Thank you, Being Here Leisure. Nefer Nature J has swapped out with Nukpu as the comment controlling the comment. Every comment is Nefer Nature J. As I scroll and scroll, it's him. Shout out to you. He says, ready, Nan?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to read one more, then I'm going to take a break. And family, if you're listening, support the Tutti Pod class. There's 50 people were watching. Not sure where they went. We have the same beautiful people supporting. And who's this? Hush Nation. Hush Nation. I think he's gone to bed. He's definitely not a late night pod class. Is that a word? All right. Shout out to Hush Nation. Eric Rami Hush Nation, who's gonna get his rent in about a month and a couple weeks from now. So I'll read this one. Actually, no, Nukpu, could you read that for your brother Hush Nation?
Tua Saba, for sure. For my netta. Fix Hush Nation. He sent in 999. Tua Saba. Excuse me. Says Tua Dua Sakem Saba Tehuti.
Thank you.
My netter.
Thank you, Hush Nation. Appreciate that. And I'm gonna read one more. And then Robert Williams again. Robert Williams again.
Robert Williams don't be playing.
No, he's man. Some about these Roberts, man. I don't know what's going on. Nadia said, "Merced, is there another Robert?"
Oh,
yes, Roberto.
Roberto. I can't even imagine seeing Nick from the street. Hey, Roberto, how you doing? Hector.
You gotta say like this, Roberto.
Hey, Hector.
It said, roll to Mars.
Oh my goodness, man. Oh man. Okay. Shout out to I'll read one more and then I'm gonna take a break. And that is none other than Anpu, who has the Anpu and has a giraffe. I don't know how long that giraffe has been there, but he is definitely the first person I've ever seen in imagery associate a netter with a giraffe. In an avatar. All right, shout out to, or even on YouTube anywhere except for the teachings here. All right, shout out to Anpu Ma'at Heka. And if Atefrem Kema was here, I get him to read it. He's not, so Nukpu, go ahead and read this one. Do you know what this stands for?
Tua, of course, Alva, I know. And this is from my other Orsen and Pu Ma'at Heka. He sends in $30 PFTK. Thanks for the knowledge, Uncle Jacksonet.
Thank you for reading that, Nookpoo. Amunet, give Ampu some big noise.
You are watching a master at work.
Excellent. I should have said this first. I finally got my chance to say it. I can't say it anymore with Amunet, but I can say it next time I see a donation. I can say, on to Ampu. Shout out. On to Ampu. All right. Wonderful, everybody. I'm going to take another little break right here. You all build. We got the Jed Sadem Ma'a Hempauku. He always has a good build on the panel when I'm in my breaks. We got Nookpoo. Nookpoo always has great words. And then we have the sentimental Amunet. Every time I leave, she gives another testimony of how important I am and how important I am that she has no words for. So you all are great to have on the panel. I can trust and step off. Support the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Hey, where's Amun? Amun, where were you in '89? In the network hurt. Where's Amun? Where's Amun, Amunet? In the network hurt? Where is he? Oh, appears. Appears. Okay, he's still with us. He has not faded off. Okay. All right, everybody. So we got an Amun. Always gives great testimonies when I'm gone. So I'm gonna trust that you all can hold it down while I am away for a few minutes. Build as a family. Those who are watching, you can type in the chat. If you supported, you can come on the panel, and I will be back. Support the Tehuti podcast. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. If you've appreciated not just this answer, but decades, years for the internet. Killer Priest family. Where is it? Where is it? Donation? There it is. Podcast. Support Cash App questions. Support everybody. What you're seeing is a manifestation of the culmination of years. I'm so happy. I think it's yesterday or today. I finally realized how old I was in the introduction stories. I don't keep track of my age, so I didn't know how old I was when I was actually doing all those things and trying to break the matrix for people and teaching in the school. I was 16. I was 17. So I was 17 years old doing all of that stuff. Wow.
Saba, you're not old, man. You're young. Every day you're getting younger and younger, man. Don't say that. We don't want to hear that.
That's right.
Oh my goodness. Nani, it's at Mercer. That's right. Yeah, so I was 16, 17. Wow. Yeah, wow. Shout out to the Netter Frequency for having me. I converted a city at 18 then. It was a city. It was a small little hick town, but all the melanated people that were there, all the brothers, I converted about 90% of the city at 17 then, 18. Wow, to it to the Netter Frequency.
You're a young man again, converting people, and you're a young man now.
Yeah, so wow, that's a long time ago. Shout out to the other 17-year-olds. I hope I can be an influence to you. I'm going to take a break now and go marinate on that. Wow, I was 16. Peace, everybody. I'll be back. What in the world?
Enjoy a break, Saba.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
What the heck was that?
Who did that? That was genius.
Hey, shouts out to Saba, man. Dua to the great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ras. Definitely good energy up here, man, and just loving all of what is going on. Definitely appreciate this. Everybody on the panel, this energy is good. We can laugh. We can, you know what I mean, show love, show support. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Yeah, shouts out to Saket again, Nefertatan, for this wonderful question and Bill. Shouts out to my Sin, the Alchemist. Shouts out to him. Definitely do out to him. Love the fact that he's still watching, still supporting. That's all on his own. That's nothing. You know what I mean. I don't gotta tell him nothing or whatever. He's on his path, and it always brings great joy to see his support and know that he's still watching and giving reciprocity. So shouts out to him. Dua. Nicole, I gotta get some of those them light shows that you got going on, man, in the room, man. I gotta put one. I got the blue light in there when we got it on in the room. You know, our set is like just at all in there, right? She loves when that light is on. It's definitely cool, but I like the whole show. It's almost like the what they call it out there where all the ice, like the Netherlands or something like that. I forget what they call it.
The northern skies.
Yeah, northern skies.
Northern light skies.
Yeah, northern light skies. Yeah, yeah. That's I see you. I see you shining. I see you in your element. Shouts out to Amun Net, man. Y'all gotta understand, man. They be putting in that work. They be working, staying up late, trying to make it happen, fighting the Upesh. You know, it's definitely challenging to manage schedule and be up late and trying to find a rhythm. But that's what you call the love for Saba and the love of the House of Aten. That's a representation of that. And I just want to give you, both of you, all your hanus and your adoration. So, dua to you all. I can't wait for us to have those conversations, man. You know, you be having stories, man. You be having deep things that a lot of people don't know. That's another reason why, when you get the call, man, we gotta talk. We gotta dive into who, you know what I mean, who Amun and Amunet is, and you know what I mean. Everybody got a story. Everybody got a reason who they are today, even into the just entering into the teachings with Saba. Everybody has a path. Everybody has a journey. Everybody has some things they experience. So, yeah. But I've talked with Amun last pathways, and man, he's been through some magical things. So it's definitely. I'm excited for that. I'm gonna just leave it there. I'm excited for that. So, shouts out to our sub, everybody who supported, everybody in the chat, Nefer, Netter, Nature, Jay. He's showing mad love. He's showing mad love tonight, man. Him and Robert Williams Jr. Everybody's showing love. So dua to everybody. Hotep and new to our great Saba Tehuti and the Turks. Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep and new. Dua.
To for your Nefer Medu to Jed. I'll definitely be ready when I get that call. Headed to Saba Tuya and Hotep Ra. Go for another beautiful class. Another excellent class. Everybody make sure to support our wonderful, great Saba. This class is absolutely phenomenal. very, very important, very life-changing. Really take the time to think about, meditate on what you learned here today and apply it to your life, because it's extremely powerful in many things, like creating your reality, affecting your surroundings. It can literally change your entire life if you understand what is being taught in the class. A lot of people in the Matrix, they have bad things happen to them. They always say things like, why me? Or this always happens to me. Or negative things like that. And if they watch this class, if you're one of those people who watch this class, you understand that you're attracting these things to you based on your frequency, what you embody. Because you let go of something that is positive, you'll understand that if you get rid of the negativity within yourself, and replace it with positive things being truth, then you will attract that frequency. You'll attract things that are in harmony, in accordance with whatever frequency you are. You'll be able to change your life, succeed in various different things that you want to succeed in, and have balance, coordination, and a smooth flowing energy, a smooth flowing, peaceful life. There's a lot of crazy stuff out there in the world, and it feels good to know that you can control, for the most part, what happens to you and your surroundings. You can protect yourself with what you decide to do every day, little by little. It all adds up to bigger and greater things. Could be great things, or it could be the opposite, depending on what you choose to do in those little moments where it's you personally making decisions for yourself and what you want to do. So if you understand the class, you watch the class, it benefits you, then support, because this information is worth more than any amount of money or any of those things that apply to financial currency or anything like that. Because if you apply this to your life, if you understand this, you can literally change your life and continue that on for eternity, forever. Within this class, the foundation of it teaches you so much. It teaches you, if you applying truth to your life, making sure that you do things that are factually true, within Ma'at and the way that the ancestors think about truth, not today where people say they can't verify things like ghosts and stuff like that. Like real truth, being able to really dig down deep and figure out what these things are. If you're able to live in that frequency, you can do things like have out of bodies, live outside your body. You'll be able to change your reality mentally, the way people think about you, the way that you think about people. You can change things that you will see in the future based on your thoughts. You can change, if you get advanced enough, physical things in front of you, like what people call magic. And you'll be able to connect with people more because your magnetic field will be expanded. You'll be able to connect with the people that also have their field expanded in the same frequency as you. You'll be able to understand people more. You'll be able to convey yourself in a better way. You'll be able to understand what people are saying more, so you can connect to people in a better way, create more relationships. You'll be able to advance in so many different ways, be able to connect with yourself more, your body more, figure out certain things that goes on within your body, good things, bad things, what you need to take care of, what can you improve on, what feels good, so on and so forth. all by understanding that doing the minute little changes of living for truth, living for consistency within the truth, discipline within the truth, your entire life will change. It all change. You really could listen to this class, and if you understand that, if you understand what's being taught, everything could change. So this class is worth so much. It's worth the Cash Apps, the PayPals. If you got a whole bunch of money, buy Saba an island. It's worth everything. It's worth praise from us as the students. It's worth praise from our children in the future. It's worth praise from the Natiru. It's worth praise from for eternity. It's worth so much. And that's how it is for everything Saba does. It's worth so much. When you see the value of what he's doing, you will understand that it's worth eternity. You know, Saba is so unique. He's done so much. Amina and I were listening to a podcast earlier where Saba was saying, he was talking to someone on the panel. I don't remember the person's name, but he was talking to someone on the panel, and he was telling him how it hurt when he found out that Jesus and all those people didn't exist. He said it hurt. It hurt. Saba's come so far. I couldn't even imagine Saba hurting right now over that. But he said that when he found out all that stuff, it hurt. He said when he found out the God of the Bible was a reptile, he said that hurt. He said it hurt. Saba's come so far. He's done Netter. He knows so much about Ma'at and the Medu Netter and the hidden things of life, the mysterious things of life, consciousness, so much. And you look back all the way back in his past, that there was some point where he was hurt because he found out stuff in the Bible wasn't real. Saba's come so far, so far. He's done so much. He knows so much. He's been through so many different schools of thought, and to be where he's at now and be so advanced, that's truly a phenomenon. That's truly a miracle, because there's a lot of people that were in Christianity or were Hebrew Israelites or Muslims, and they got out of it. They got into this consciousness. However, they're still not where Saba's at. That's a real phenomenon, to grow that spontaneously, to have that power. That is, that's a true phenomenon. Saba's been through so much, and all the magic stuff he's been through, all the different things he's done. And then there's the stuff he hasn't even told us. There's so much that he's done to get to where he's at. He's so advanced. I personally look up to Saba. I want to be the echo of Saba. I work hard to echo him in all ways that I can. And I hope the other people do as well, that they admit to themselves that if you're not going to echo Saba, who you're going to echo? You're going to echo Donald Trump or Bill Gates or someone like that. Like there's no one else. There's no one else that's better, unless you have your own culture, like someone in India or something. There's some hidden person that's not on YouTube, living in a little village or something. If you respect that person, okay, fine. But for the most part, for us that watch the class, we know who Saba Tehuti is. If you know who he is, look up to him or tell me someone who's better. There's no one better. Like, the stuff Saba has said, just from the stuff he has said, like, there's no one better. The magic stuff he talks about, like, the magic section alone of the stuff he talks about that he had to do to learn magic. I remember one time he said something about how you had to stop your heart to do something. Name somebody who's going to stop their heart to accomplish some sort of goal. Nobody. I'm not saying that everyone has to do that or anything like that. I'm saying look at the determination, the power he has to accomplish the goal that he wants to accomplish, the courage that he has, the straightforwardness, the power he has like a bull to see his target and go after it. That's how all of us should be. All of us should be walking in his footsteps because no one else is doing anything even close to what he's doing. At the end of the day, no one can do what he's doing because he grew up in an era that doesn't exist anymore. He went through stuff and met people that aren't here anymore. All we can do is try our best to walk in his footsteps. It's like Nukpu was saying in his interview with the Jed, he found out Saba knew Malachi. Boom, like name someone else who knew Malachi, who was teaching, who was being taught by him and teaching other people with him. And Malachi's like, oh, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna like name someone else like that. I see all these people out here. They're like, Malachi, see, you're this Nuwabu. They'll show the books and stuff. You have Inanna and you have Anu and all this stuff, and they speak the Nuwapu and stuff, and then here's Sabatuti right here. He was with Malachi. He talked to him, had a personal relationship with him. It's like there's that in itself. There's so many different things Sabatuti has done. He has a picture of KRS-One. Like what was that? He was in that one movie where, in that scene where he beat up that one actor. I can't remember the dude's name. Him and some other dude. They beat up that one actor. He's in the music video, that one music video. I'm trying to remember the name. Oh, a Pharaoh Monch music video. He's in a music video. Yeah, mobsters teaching him how to sell vitamins. He's learning real estate. He has magic. He has a car with dolphins in the windshield while he's playing music and doing magic. He's walking past the bar and has coins floating while people are outside the bar. What is going on? What's that? He's inside a house party. He's teaching. You could bring the best person. For the people that don't support, bring the best person you think. They don't even compare. I don't even think I don't think that maybe like half their life even compares to a day of Saba's life. I don't want to be offensive or anything, but seriously, Saba has done so much. He's so unique, and it's because of his ka, his energy, his magnetic field. It's because of who he is and how he came into the world, who he was before he came into the world, and how he raised himself up. And the decisions that he made, there's so much he's done that really should catch so many people's eye. And I know it has to. That's why people watch. That's why there's so many viewers when he's teaching, because he does attract people. And the people that are supporting, I appreciate you, I respect you. And the people that aren't supporting, you be honest with yourself. And if you're watching the class, that means that you enjoy the information and you believe it. Or you wouldn't watch it. If you didn't believe it, you wouldn't watch it. I don't believe in, I don't watch the Bible classes. I don't watch Bible classes on YouTube. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I don't enjoy it. So if you're watching this, you believe it. If you believe it, then I would think you believe in afterlife too. So maybe send in the support, because at some point you're going to have to confront yourself when you pass, when you judge yourself for what you think of yourself, and then the other beings in the next life will judge you as well, and they'll judge you based on who you are. And if you are somebody who watches and steals, if you can't send in reciprocity to Saba Tehuti, someone who's helping you, giving you something, hoping that you will give, expecting that you will give him something back, there has to be more going on within that person's life that doesn't support things than just that. So I hope people that are sneak learning, they really look at themselves for themselves and improve. And I hope that they improve and better things come to that, or else Noku's gonna have to handle you in the next realm. He'll come with Heiru and he'll be over. But yeah, Saba is so great. He does so many great things. He's done so many great things. The proof is in the intro of the podcast. I mean, I don't know what anyone else could wish for. I feel like this is the wish for me, for someone like me. I wish to finding someone like Saba Tehuti. I tried hard. I did many different things to find Saba Tehuti. I did things out of body to find Saba Tehuti. I did rituals and spells to find Saba Tehuti. I had so many different things that I did to find a specific person I was looking for. I even had an experience where I was out of body and I was told by a being that what I know in that moment, I'm going to have to relearn it in a different way because someone's going to approach me who's going to teach me it in the correct way based on a foundation. And I said to the being, oh, so you mean a being like Tehuti? I didn't know that this was going to happen. I didn't know that the netter I see here on the screen that teaches us even existed. But that's what I set out of body. And look what's happened. Look where I am now. So this is what I've wished for. If you're here supporting, you're here part of the HOA, I would hope and think that this is what you all wish for as well. And if you're attracted to this information, something's attracting you. So ask yourself, what's attracting you to the information? Really look inside yourself, and what's attracting you to this information, amplify that, make that bigger in your life, embrace that, and let that overcome and destroy the Ishvet within yourself. And then you'll find yourself doing more than supporting. You'll be interacting. You have human, well, not human because that's a bad word, but netter interaction. You'll have the biological social interaction of the species that we are. That's where so much you'll make connections. You'll make brothers and sisters. You'll make your own personal families. You'll be able to connect with people outside. It's so much, like supporting is the first step, but so much more can come from that. So much more can come from that. So if there's anyone still listening that hasn't supported, look in yourself, ask yourself why, and send in the support, advance, grow, and open up like the water lily. Open up like the flower that you're supposed to be. It's like Saba's, one of Saba's names is Ra. He's shining the light on you. You're that flower. You got to open up. Some people might open up slower than others. The Jed was watching for like a year, right? Or he 2 years.
2 years. Get that right, man. 2 years.
Hey,
We ain't
big
gonna let that
facts.
slide.
Big facts. Big facts. Big facts.
Yeah, the Jed was watching for 2 years, but the son, Ra, Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, he opened the Jed up. Now look, the Jed he's the backbone. He's the spine. He's resurrecting himself, us, holding everybody up. So there's so many different examples. We're all examples here. Everybody who sends in support are examples. And I hope the people that are listening that are planning to send in support in the future, that they'll be examples as well. I will conclude there. If anyone else wants to speak, I'd love to hear what you all have to say. Hotep Mary.
Hotep, Netiru, Mary Ma'at, Uncle Jasaneb, that was some Nefer, Medu, Amun, that was definitely needed. Definitely sparked my mind when you were mentioning about the magnetism of attracting things to you. And it's so Nefer because it's like this relates with all the other classes, including the lucky class. You know, the more light that you bring into you, the more positive light you're gonna attract that luck to you. You know what I'm saying? The more negative you do, you know what I'm saying? you're just gonna attract that. So everything correlates, man, and it's consistent. This ain't nothing like the Bible. This ain't nothing like them other religions. They inconsistent. Like they bump. Like yo, like how don't people don't have a brain not to notice the inconsistency in these other cultures and religions? Like nah, man. I'm so honored and so pleased to be here. And it takes a lot of discipline to be here because a lot of people can't hang. They knock out or they drift off. You know what I'm saying? They go, do what they normally do, watch another movie or something. They could watch a movie for 5 hours. They could binge watch, but they can't do that to a class. That just shows you the state of mind they're in, their spirit, their cool, their ka. You know what I mean? So for us to be here, to be able to withstand all that is never. It says a lot about our characters of all of us. Even those that knock out, you know what I'm saying? But you still go back and you make sure you watch it and you make sure that you imbue and try to intake as much as you can. That says a lot about you. You know what I'm saying? Because this ain't a job. We're not getting paid for this like that. A lot of people may think that, but it's like, nah, we putting in the work. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, yeah, probably you can do what you do in the future, but right now, ain't nobody really worrying about that. We worrying about our main goal is my eye, and that's a never thing, to have Saba, because he's a perfect example. He was a divine teacher teaching with no reciprocity whatsoever. He was doing it out of straight, his Eve, his Marie. Like this is what he's meant to be. Like you mentioned, Amun, like no one else can compare to him, like you can't recreate that. Like Saba's his own copy, his own uniqueness. And what better person to look up to? What better role model to have? What better leader to have than someone like Saba? So it's a never thing, man. Like definitely feel lucky being in this position, being in this energy, this frequency, frequently, like consistently, like it's a never thing, man. And then to see, the Jed birthing, Netaret, baby a set, it's like, yo, that's deep. You know what I'm saying? That's just like how the Jet's doing with the interviews. He's the birther. You know what I'm saying? The Jet and Gabriella, they birthing things, they creating, they kapara. So it's a never thing, with all of us individuals, even you, Amun and Amunet, like you guys represent constantly, consistently. It's all unique individual. Like we all have our own special talent, and we have way more than what I just mentioned. There's a lot more to our layers. It's like how you mentioned with Saba, is more to him than just what we see in one class. And for us that's been here consistently, we're in the saga, you know what I'm saying? Like we're picking up the continuation, the constant elevation of Saba and all the other little aspects that he has of himself. So it's a never thing, man. And I'm laid out on my bed right now. I would never normally do this, but I've been working out so hard, leg day, all that, so I'm cramped up like no other. I've been working out since like 7 a.m. But yeah, man, I'm in bed, but I'm still here, you know what I'm saying? And that's enough a thing. But yeah, my whole body is cramped up, man. And I was working at work, working super hard. I'm like, I came out like this. So, excuse me being in my bed right now. So I would normally be up, standing up straight, at least on the wall or something. But yeah, man, this is a never class. Support, reciprocity, because it's really the hekau. It's not necessarily that Saba is expecting it or because he's doing it out of his Eve. So he's just expecting to be appreciated. But even then, he don't care. Like, you don't appreciate it, that's your loss. You know what I'm saying? Saba's gonna do it regardless whether you appreciate it or not, and those that do appreciate it, they just hop on the boat. You're just benefiting from what Saba's doing. And a lot of people think that Saba just teaches, like Saba's healing us while we're up here on the panel. So you don't know what Saba's doing in the background. No one knows. You think he's just eating. He finished his plate. about 10 minutes ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm out there doing hekau on us for being on the panel. Like, he's sending us reciprocity. Like, it's just in Saba. It's natural. That's his natural being to show love. And I don't get how people can't feel that. I mean, a lot of people are insensitive, you know what I'm saying? So it's just an effort thing to be able to spot Saba out so quickly, you know what I'm saying? Because even though we're in our beginning stages, it's an effort thing that we didn't have to get so much from Saba to realize who he was, you know? It says a lot, and it's something to be really proud about, you know what I'm saying? Something to take pleasure of and be satisfied of, that, oh, I made the right choice, you know what I mean? Like, I could have, you know, said, nah, I'll wait later. I'll wait a little bit more, longer, or whatever. But nah, we came right on time, representing, and we get to enjoy the benefits. Like, and you shouldn't join just for benefits either. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing, it has to come from your Eve. You know what I mean? Just like how Saba teaches, he's not doing it for any fame, any money, none of that. He's doing it out of his pure Eve. When you do things in that form with that intention, that's when the hekau really hits. So you send in reciprocity, expecting, oh, this is gonna help me with my life, and then nothing happens because you're not consistent or patient, and you're expecting something. You just like a leech, you know what I mean? Like, you should do things out of your Eve, out of your heart, you know what I'm saying? Like, out of your purity, you know what I'm saying? Out of support. Like, this is not just about me. This is for, you know, if I have so-called children, if I have family members, if I got friends that need this type of assistance, I might get it, but the next person doesn't. So by me, you know what I mean, it's like Saba always tells us, like, you know, spread the word. By us supporting Saba, the reciprocity and all that, we're doing that in that instance, in this format as well. By doing that, you're spreading it. You're not just hogging it to yourself. You know what I mean? You're not supporting Saba just so he can continue teaching you. You're supporting Saba so he can continue teaching, period. Doesn't matter who or what it is. Like, you know what I mean? It's going to hit whoever it is. And it's an effort thing to see other people come. You know how the Jet bringing his brother-in-law, a Tef, you know what I mean? Everybody, Amunet, you bring people in, and you show them what it is, and they pick up, and it's like, look, man, I'm giving you water, real water, pure water. This is water you never had in your life, man. You know what I'm saying? This is better than Aquafina. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. So yeah, it's an effort thing, man. What we're experiencing and being part of this whole out, it's an effort thing, man. And that serpent, man, it's so nefer. I had that upesh like 3 days ago, and in my upesh, I was like, man, because I was taming the serpent. The serpent kept trying to like attack me, like trying to bite at me, and I'm like controlling it. I'm like, man, I'm gonna die in my upesh with this serpent attacking me. I don't even know what I'm doing, but I'm like, I gotta tame it. I gotta train it. I gotta get it to get used to being with me. And it was just going all over my room, everywhere, hiding. I'm like, oh man, I had to beat it over the head a couple times with some sticks, calm it down. So I was like, what?
When did I walk in? When did I come into?
I was beating the serpent, Saba, with the toothbrush stick. So it's funny when you mentioned earlier with the Muslims talking about beating their wives with a toothbrush. I was like, what?
You're beating a snake with a toothbrush? It's a dream, right?
Yeah. In the upesh, I was hitting it with, you know, the chew stick, the little the natural sticks that are for toothbrush or whatever. So I was hitting it over the head, but gently, because I had to tame it, because it kept attacking me. And then I eventually tamed it, and it was just looking straight at me like, I know who you are. I know what's going on. So I'm like, Dua Sava. I was telling everybody how you doing the hekau in the background. You finished your meal like 5 minutes, 20 minutes ago. You finished in 5 minutes, man.
It's funny as you're saying that. Nana was in the back saying he's right.
I know.
Wonderful. I was listening to some things in the background, and wow, to you all for the promotion of just the testimonies and mentioning things that I've done that I forgot. I forgot about things I've done. I don't know if Anu has them written down or a resume of some bio, the links in the bio. I'm not sure what he did, but he started saying things that I forgot about. I was like, yeah, the heart stopping. He was saying things that I don't even remember these things. The actor that we were fighting and beating up, he was the one who played Batman. I think his name was Christian Bale. But yeah, these are things that I yeah, that was good. That was good. Amun, you were saying who compares, and you were naming a list of all these random things. If somebody heard those things, they wouldn't believe all that stuff. And
They would just say we're a cult. That's it.
yeah, and I'm surprised. Shout out to the people listening. I'm actually surprised that a lot of Nuwabians have not come here, because I can't think of where else they would be going to get the higher than what they have, or even questions. They come here, but they don't support. They do come here. A lot of Nuwabians, they talk in Nuwabic in the chat, and but they don't. It's interesting, but in real life, I convert Nuwabians fast in actual real life. If you put me in a room with some Nuwabian people, I would get them. But on the internet, it's different. On the internet, it's different. But shout out to all the people that support. Amunia had great words, great testimony. Nukpu, you said a lot of great things, a lot of scary things, a lot of a lot of talking to the people about their being judged in the afterlife. And it is really true. As you accumulate your deeds. I did a class on it. Yes, I did a class called the Judgment Class. It's you accumulating your deeds. You're the one that's keeping record. When you feel bad about something and guilty, no one is controlling that but you. There's serial killers out there there's people out there that are doing things and they have no conscience about it. But when you know you're doing something and it's not fair, you harbor that in your heart. You take that with you to the grave. So people that actually, there's 50 people that watch this every podcast. When I go back to the views, like 1,000 views, 800 views, 1,200 views, and there's people that watch this and know that they're getting something out of it. It's the same amount of people watching every week, and they just want to not support, but they will support everything else. So that they cannot feel fair and honest about that within themselves. So they will take that with them to wherever they go, however that will affect them. Because if they were proud about it, they would type it in the chat. They're not proud of that. They're not supporting. They would type in the chat, this doesn't benefit me. I'm not supporting. But if I keep saying the same name, typing in the chat, like, why are you here again? I think Emlyn said, I don't watch gospel songs, gospel music, so I don't watch Christian movies or something, and it's true. So I just give praise and thankfulness to all of you and the consistent supporters every single morning. Every morning that I wake up, I give thanks to the supporters, because I feed the podcast, and the podcast feeds my existence. Because I choose to do this. If I chose to do the other things, I just really wouldn't have time for the podcast, and I will go back and do my fitness training. I do still do the reptiles, but I'll do the reptiles 100%. The fitness training, and I'd be performing. I'd be walking. I can walk down the street right now and go in front of a bar and grab a coin and a leaf and do something in 8 seconds, and the drunk guy with his girlfriend, take this 50. Ugh. I get higher support from when I do magic to strangers than the pod class from strangers, which is interesting. They don't know me and they're not loyal to me, but I could walk up to a stranger right now in a pub and say, give me a coin, give me a card. You like your woman? You want to be one? And the coin is inside the card. You'll take this 50. And that's less time than teaching a pod class, right? I don't have to put together a bit of the as less time. There's 2.5. I don't have to show a timer. Look how long it took me to do this magic. But I choose to do this because it yields better cause. It yields it yields people's change of life. Whereas I could do magic and it's a beautiful thing, but sometimes I never see that person again. But I could go back to doing that. I just want everybody to know I could do that. I'm choosing to do this for that reason. But if that reason stops or lessens and it gets to a point where this can't be depended upon, I will have to go back and do those other things. And then I can't do those things in pod class answers. The pod class takes 100% of my being. I have to cancel. My networks come to talk to me. I say I'm in a zone. I can't speak. I close the door. I can't be around anybody, and I couldn't do that and juggle those other things. But shout out to all the supporters and all the people that do support, which is everybody that comes to the panel. Speaking of which, we're gonna go ahead and read the rest of the supports, and so we can call it a good night. Did we already read Ampu? We read Ampu, right? Thanks for the knowledge. Okay, good. And on to the rest of the beautiful supporters who do appreciate me. One, custom made tees. Custom made tees came in just it's the only one that came in since I took my break. And shout out to custom made tees who at one time he used to only give, which I appreciate, he used to only give 666. And then it stepped up to oh wait, that's already taken. I'm sorry. Let me change the number. He used to only give 666. And then it changed to he would give higher number when he would give for a meta class or something. And now he's doing 666 times 4, and it's for the support and appreciation. So I appreciate that because I like seeing people grow in their support. Whatever it takes for them to support. Sarah used to only give $5.55. Now she's giving $155. So shout out to you, custom made tees. Whatever it was that switched, that went from just a regular 666 to quadrupling it. I appreciate that. I'm going to get your brother Nukpu to read the support. Read that for us, Nukpu, please.
To Saba. This from my Orson custom made tees 2442. He said, living in my art, restore my art for consistency, appreciation for your Nefer classes, Saba, tour for all you do. I am Kuzani, Uncle Jasineb.
Uncle Jasineb, tour for the great read. You read it. You read it as if you gave this. You read it as if that was you.
Hey man, when I win, we all win. When they win, I win, and we all win. This is harmony. We in accord.
Oh my good. Oh, and he's here. Here he is. And look at that. He's right here. Tua Saba, Tua Nukpu. He's right here.
In New York.
Shout out to custom made tees. From what I remember, he actually raises up they're not children, but they're sub-adults, or he raises up the youth. He does things for youth programs, from what I remember. So that's always a good thing when somebody who's being influenced by this can do something with the youth. And maybe he's slipping a little bit of knowledge on the different topics, and whatever triggers them, they could be the next to say, wow, I'm gonna change my life when they get older. So shout out to Custom Made Tees with whatever he's doing to influence those youths out there. I think he's all the way in London too. All right, and we're gonna go to
Just to let you know, Saba, we didn't give him noise.
oh no, oh thank you. Let me go back to him. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Amunet, the admin. Thank you. Okay, yeah, let me go back. Let's give him some noise. That's right. Hold on. Did I even save it? Let me see if it's in the file. Yeah, it's in the file. It's not on the screen. Let me put it back on the screen. Shout out to Custom AT. Let's give him some big noise, please. And he typed something else in the chat. There it is. You are a massive influence to me, Saba. Boom. Wonderful. Read that. I'm sorry. Give him some big noise. Amunet, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Excellent. Shout out to Custom Made Tees all the way in the UK. Honest man supporting. Nobody would know if he didn't support. You could be in the UK watching this. Nobody would know. But he is a honorable man of his word, and something affected him. He said, I'm a massive influence. You never know which class or what it is that affects people, but I'm glad that I've done so many classes that have affected different people on different levels, and because of that, they stay loyal to listening to the class, absorbing, and then reciprocity supporting the class. So shout out to Custom Made Tees for that. Thank you, Aminette, again for the sounds.
You're very welcome.
All right. Okay. And we're gonna go to hey, there's Annie in the background somewhere. And here he is in his consistent support. And it has his name. So some people are taking off the name, and some people
what I need is because he has it on his name. Like his name is the actual Merunetsa. So with me, I never changed my name, my real name.
Oh, I see.
Or shall I say my slave name?
Yes, I see. Okay, so he okay. So you all do that, whatever it is that Patah did. If you change the name on the Cash App to that, and if you want to have your name not show the English or the Spanish name or whatever it may be. Okay, we got a Tefrem Kemaat. Thank you for that, Nukpu.
Nini up.
And we got a Tefrem Kemaat Nani and Setmer just asked about you, and you appeared.
Nani Setmer, the Oracle.
And Atef, I think you're on mute. If you are responding or saying anything, I can't tell because it shows the mute sign.
Hotep, Great Saba, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you.
Hotep, great class. This is definitely my favorite. Like like Amun, it keep getting better and better, Saba.
I'm glad you appreciate it. This is one of my favorite classes, actually. Something about this, I like doing classes on consciousness. You all send me some more questions on consciousness, Kemet, the mind. I'll give you a class like this every time. This is my love. I love it. I mean, I am. What is it? Kudzani says, I am Kudzani. I am Tehuti. So I love, I love class on consciousness. I'm glad you appreciated this. Tef, did you get to see it all?
most of it, Sab, is on, but I was running around. So, but I know this one is a little too deep for me to not be 100% focused on. Not that they all aren't deep like that, but this is. Yeah, I agree. Send some more questions on consciousness because this is the information that we need, everybody. So support the Tehuti podcast.
Wonderful. Thank you. And coming in is Annie Pata Annie attend Tehuti. We're gonna go ahead and show that. Okay, there he is. And Amunet, read that for us, please.
2772 for Hotep Mary. Tua for the pod class. Usir, watch it.
Thank you, Amunet, for reading that.
You're welcome.
All right. And give him some big noise, please. Give him some big noise. And thank you, sound selectors. Okay. Yeah, wonderful. We got Nefertatin, Saket, Au, Kempt. Safek says, be careful what you ask for, Saba. Because she's talking about me asking people to send more questions on consciousness. And she says, coming on shortly. Wonderful. Wonderful. Hey, Saket, you like that spider? You want that? Want one of those? The white one? We'll talk. All right. Excellent. So next up is let me scroll all the way down because I think who's this? Wait, who's this? Johan Biladu. Hey, this must be September 3rd. Let me see. Okay, not quite last class, but okay. Shout out to he's looking for a mentor to class. Shout out to Johan Biladu, the young brother who looks like I looked when I was converting all those people as a youth. Shout out to Johan Biladu. Let me get this on the screen properly. Rename. This is Medu, right? Medu. Let me rename it again in capitals. Let me see. Medu. Medu. Okay. All right. Shout out to Johan Biladu. Let me get him up on the screen. Appreciate your consistent support. All the way from Quebec. Yeah, Quebec is a French part of Canada. Why is it? Something's wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Let me fix this little issue. Johan Biladu. Hey, okay. Here we go. Save. Overpower. Let me see. Okay. Let's try it again now. Oh, there it is. Good. It's on the screen. Shout out to Johan Biladu. I'm gonna read this for free, please. You read it for free, please.
21. Yes, I can. 2121 for Medu Netter class 53.
All right. Wonderful. Give him some noise, please. Shout out to the good brother Johan Biladu. And Johan Biladu, I don't know if you're listening right now. Probably not. He's in a different time period in a different country. Shout out to Johan Biladu. He wanted class number what, 53? All right. Yep, that's 53, right, Amanette? 53? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Shout out to Johan Biladu, 53. You have it right now. You have class 53. For all of those who are watching that are wondering what that is, most know by now, but at one time I was doing live classes at 1:30 on Mondays. They were private. You couldn't sneak watch, sneak learn. You couldn't come in. It was a private class, and only the dedicated students could come in. So I am sorry, nobody that doesn't pay was not allowed to come in to this class. Now it's available to the public. They are not live, but they are recorded. 65 classes of things that I will not teach on the pod class. That is actual practices. What's Nukpu doing? That's actual practices. Nobody can see Nukpu but me. Actual practices. So many things. 65 classes of magic, language, out of body, using mirrors for magic, moving, consciously moving dots on walls. So much that was happening. Frequency shifting, altar work, altars for the deceased. Send into that email, and you can pick 1 to 65, as many as you want, or start off with number 1. So that is what Johan Biladu just sent off for the Meru Magic classes. Okay.
I'm
What's going
laughing
on?
at them, Saba. Because they didn't make it. We made it. We made it through the cut.
For those who went to the Meta classes, the Meta Magic classes, they're like my one-on-one. They're like, so if you can send in a question and get an answer right there. So you can send in a question and get an answer that I will not give on the podcast. And it was a beautiful thing. I was thinking about it a couple days ago if I should restart it. I'll probably have to do it on Shmondays at 1:30. So I'm gonna make it 8th day of the week. It seems like I'm packed, but
Yeah, at least once a month. That would be enough for Saba. No pressure though. No pressure. Take your time.
I'm getting a little itch. I'm getting a little itch to do it again. I'm really, at least it was a class of 72. Yeah, you're getting a little itch. So, anyways, those are the classes there. So, shout out to Johan Biladu for everybody smiling that I mentioned. I may do it again. We'll see. Okay. Shout out to Johan Biladu. And now, up next, who else? Who else up next? Tefrem Kema'at. I don't think I got to him yet, and he's one of the first to support. Oh, Nehe Sama'at. That's I'm not gonna say what he was known as because he obviously doesn't want to be known as that anymore. So we just call him by the name that he changed the Cash App to, which is the Metanetter name Nuthe Sama'at. Shout out to Nuthe Sama'at. He's a consistent supporter. Yes, it's either every week or every 2 weeks, but he's definitely at least every second podcast I'm reading his name. Shout out to this brother right here. And let's see what it says. Okay. Nukpu, could you read that first, please? You're on mute.
Hotep Tua.
Yeah.
So let me just stretch this out. All right. This is from Nut He Sa Ma'at. He sent in 1661 Nefer Pod Class. Uncle Justin Neff.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that, and thank
New
you,
York.
Nut. Thank you, Nut Hassama. I appreciate that. Wonderful. And now we have shout to Gavin. Gavin gave a little something, but
Remember, that's
Gavin.
Jinx. That's superhero.
Superheroes Gavin?
Yes, that's who that is.
Okay, shout to okay, Gavin. He sent $1. I remember superhero. Okay, shout out to Gavin if that's superhero or it is superhero. Shout out to a Tefrem Kem Ma'at coming up. Mr. Consistent sends, I think, the day before the pod class. Tefrem Kem Ma'at is one of the few pod class supporters who has never once missed a pod class. I think even when he was in a situation where the credit card, something was wrong with the credit card, he still found some kind of way. Shout out to Tefrem Kem Ma'at. If you were there, read that for us, please.
Great Saba, can you hear me? Mic check.
Not really. It's low.
Can you hear me? What about now?
It's
Mic check.
it's low and it's on wind in the background.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Much better. Thank you.
Hotep Ma'at is 777 from a Tefrem Kem Ma'at, and it says Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Okay, thank you. Gonna give him a hand clap for that because the next one he's back to back with another one. There's a Tefrem Kem Ma'at again, back to back with his support. And a Tefrem Kem Ma'at, you can go ahead and read this one for us, please. And then we'll give you some noise again for this one. If it's on the screen, you know? Okay. All right, here, let's see if we can get it on the screen. It's Tefrem Kem Ma'at, boom, boom. And now it should pop up on the screen.
Hotep Ma'at.
There it is, a Tef.
2272 from a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. In Medu it says Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Okay, give a Tefrem Kem Ma'at some noise for that one, please. Who put that last one? Who's the noisemaker? Who put that last scratch in there? Who's that? Who's the noisemaker on this one?
A Tef was the main noisemaker. I put in the scratch.
Okay, thank you, both of you.
You do.
Okay, and we have. Let me scroll back up. What's this? Oh, Big Vapes. Big Vapes accountability tip. We can give this one, I guess, a smaller clap. Or this actually a tip. It's $5, but any tip gets some noise. So here we go. Big Vapes. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Read that for me, Amunet, again, please.
$5 for accountability family tip from Patal Goldamo.
All right, give him a small clap. Give him a clap, just a clap. Okay, thank you. Who did that one? It was a little low.
That's Big Vapes.
Yes. Who did that one? Who did the noise on that?
That was a test.
Okay, it's very low. We'll try you out. I'll listen to it the next time. Very low. Okay, we got. Hmm.
I thought that was done.
We got Robert Williams again.
Robert Williams, don't stop. He said, I can't go on panel. Let me show my support, man. Let me do what I can.
That's exactly right. He's changed a lot of questions that he sent in. It's a couple of questions he sent in, and just told me to keep it as support, and that's what Robert Williams is another one that's been affected by the teachings, that supports every single podcast more than one time. And here's the second time. Boom. Read that for your brother Robert. Nook Poo, please.
Uncle Johnson Neb. So this is from my Orson Roberts E. Williams Jr. He sent in 4572 or some Nefer numbers. He said F equals Ma. Ma is Ma'at. Fire, fire, fire. I don't know what that means. What that means, Sava? Break that down for me. Or get a tough to translate that.
It could be F, could be force.
Oh yeah. Tour. Yes. he put in a mathematical formula.
Yeah, force MA. Yeah, he's all right, wonderful. Did we give him some big noise for this already? No. Okay. Thank you. Give him some big noise, please, for this. Wonderful.
Forget that we the real champions around.
Thank you, Sound Maker. And Nookpoo, you're breaking up or something. He's frozen now. Uh-oh. All right. You sound like the AI or something.
Oh man. Am I good now on Frozen?
Yeah, you're frozen again. Not sure what's happening
Oh
here.
man. Let me change.
Let me change. All right. Shout out to Nookpoo. Hope he makes it back. Okay, now we got I see Minty and Basa Titmaka Ox Effect. And here is Tehuti and Ra. Tehuti and Ra. He has already elaborated to me that he likes to come to the panel. He comes when he can, but sometimes he does late day shifts, and then has to walk the dogs and all this other things. So shout out to Tehuti. Nefertatan, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Shout out to Tehuti and who's on the screen? Oh, good, you're there. Okay, good. Nice to see you back. Okay, we got Nukpu, could you read that for your brother?
Sure, Saba. Give me a second. All right, Uncle Jasanev. This is from my Orson Tehuti. How you say his name? Takao Hach Tehuti N Ra. He sent in 1111. Missed the best, so I'm stressed, but I support nonetheless. Bars.
Okay, wonderful.
Uncle Jasanev.
Excellent, wonderful. Give him a clap for this, and we have another one back to back. Sound selectors. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Excellent. Okay, wonderful. And we're going to go to Tehuti again. Let's see if Nukpu can decipher this one. All right, shout out to Tehuti with his second support. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. Here we go. Boom. Okay, there we go. Read that one for me, Nukpu, please. Decipher this one.
Tua. Okay, let's see what we got. We got the cow. Chet. Tehuti and Ra. Can't wait to devour 2.5 hours of force versus power. Thanks for the knowledge. TFTK with the top hat. 1111. You know I could decipher these, Saba. I'm part of the cipher.
Nice. What did you say about the cipher? What did you say?
That I'm part of the cipher. You know I could decipher.
Good work. Wonderful. Give him a hand clap. These two equal over $20. Give him a hand clap, please. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Tehuti, and thank you, Nukpu, for reading that.
In New York.
Okay, wonderful. And I think we have one more, and that will conclude the support so far. Oh, Minty. Hey. Minty has appeared. Minty has appeared. And what? Here is Minty. Minty Hotep. We're going to give her a clap regardless of what she gives. So what did she give this time? 555. Okay, Amunet, could you read that one first, please?
Here she comes right now.
Okay, good.
Minty Hotep or Neb Kepri Hotep Uja with a white Eve, a black Eve, a white Eve, and a black Eve.
Okay, wonderful. Give her a hand clap. Thank you, Amunet, for reading that.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Wonderful. And there's one more that I can see, And that's coming from the good brother, Basatut Maka Oxafek. I'm going to read this one. And then, if that's it for the night, we're going to close the podcast by each person giving their closing statements. Let me go ahead and show this one here from the great Basatut Maka Oxafek. Let's see if this will show up. There we go, Basatut Maka Oxafek. Boom. Nookpoo, could you read this for your brother, please?
Tua Saba. I got the most brothers. Basatut Maka Oxafek. You sent in 5072. Dua or Saba for being empowered. New. Uncle Jasineb.
Beautiful. Thank you for reading that. Nookpoo, I appreciate that.
In New York.
And let's give Basatut Maka Oxafek some big supportive noise, please. Oh, it's really low. It's down. Okay, Amun.
The sound needs some milk.
Yeah. Amun, try your sound. Thank you, Hotep, for that. Amun, try your sound. Give Basatut Maka Oxafek some noise. Let me hear the quality of your sound.
All I'm offering is to play by their rules.
There is no spoon.
Okay. Excellent. Wonderful. All right, everyone. Who put in "there is no spoon" at the end?
Amuna had me do it.
She had you do it. She forced you. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Emunet, for having Emun to do that. And were you doing most? Was all those sounds came from you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, everybody. Let me refresh the page and see if anybody has any last-minute supports. I don't see anybody with any last-minute supports. Let me refresh it again. And anybody here? Nope. All right, everybody, we're going to go to the wonderful closeout. Each and every one of you give your beautiful closing words. Nefertatan, can you only be on for a temporary time?
Peace. I'm in and out right now.
Okay, wonderful. So we will start off with Amun, and then go to Amunet and move down the line. And Amun, you can start with your beautiful closing words. Yay.
Hotep, Uncle Jasineb, Mary, to you, Order Tef, Sabo Tudi Amun Hotep Ra, to the ladies around you that hold up your Djed and sustain you with their Ka, their EE hands, their hidden hands, to all of your animals that are around you, to the frequency that you imbue and that is around you, to all for another beautiful life-saving class, a very important class to me personally, to all for all that you do, all the work that you put in, for every single thing that you do. It's so important. And everything that you communicate with us, it's so important. To all very much, to all for all the work you put into this, for all the things you put into it. This class was phenomenal. It easily could have been a one-on-one with you and Saket. It was great. There's so much information in there, so powerful. So Tua very much. Tua, Saket, for asking the question that you did, for finding that book to ask the question. Tua as well, Saba, for at the end showing what you did on the man who wrote the book, how he mentioned Kemet, so he knows, and you gave us that. So Tua, very much for that. Tua, for every single thing that you do, everything you've done to get here, everything you'll continue to do for eternity. I will end with this adoration to you, great Saba. Ine Charik Ba Pu En He Usir M Atet E Tehuti Makeru M Hetep Shasep Nek Tep Ta. Homage to the soul of everlastingness, strong one at his moment. Hail Tehuti, victorious in peace, worshipped upon earth. Hotep, Uncle Jasineb, Imerik.
Hotep, Uncle Justin, up to you. Beautiful words from you and beautiful words from the reads. I really greatly appreciate them, and like I say all the time, I appreciate that you can take the ancient words and bring them into today, and thus they transform from the word ancient to continuous. And you're doing what the people in the Nile Valley did. They gave praise and respect to their Netzer and appreciation to their scribes and appreciation to the Netzubiti. And you echo that. I overheard some of your testimony about wanting to be the echo of me and everything you could possibly do. That's a beautiful thing. Continue to have a wonderful night. Hopefully you don't not work tomorrow. Get to rest. And actually, I'll be talking to you tomorrow. So have a great night. I'll talk to you again today.
Thank you very much. Ninu, Nefer Pesh, have a Nefer Kek. I will talk to you later today.
Wonderful. I'll talk to you then.
Saba, sorry to interrupt. May it be possible for me to give my closeout next? Because I'm shortly gonna be out of signal and I'll probably miss the remainder of the closings.
Okay, wonderful. Tour for the excuse me, and also that's actually why I called your name first, because I knew it may be temporary, so I wanted you to go give your closeout first. So go ahead. Beautiful. That's wonderful.
So for allowing me to do that. Grateful to be alive, to the panel, and each and every one of you consistently show up, not only for Saba, but to give him his breaks, but really give your testimonies and give the example of what this knowledge really does. That's first and foremost. I'm grateful to be able to ask these questions that would probably be a burden to my Eve otherwise, because there's no other person on the earth that I could ask these sort of questions to. I am so honored to even ask a question that Saba, you said this is your favorite question. I'm so grateful for that. That wasn't my intention, but that also lets me know who I am, and I pay attention to that when I ask the questions, just your response and your journey. So just do it for extending my webs and teaching me about Saket in a way I would not know otherwise. So I'm grateful for that, and just learning to echo my name truly in divine memory. That's extremely important to me. And it's just a beautiful reflection. To anyone who's asked questions, look at your questions because it's reflecting your consciousness. And that's a very potent thing. And as well, this class and this answer is so potent because society dismembers us. And a Saket, right? The memory, it's all about remembering Aset, the weaving, Nebhet, bringing the body back together. When society has us overthinking and we're so heady, we are disconnected from our body. And this class, like so many other classes in Ma'at, teach us that the body is everything. The way we feel, how grounded we are, how connected we are to our body. So the fact that the body has an intelligence to it and how things are a mental disease is because we're severed from our body. We think too much, we don't feel. We think too much, we don't move. And that's what the greatest medicine is with animals. They don't speak any sort of language, human language, and yet everything they do, it's nonverbal cues. It's being in their body. You know, no animal is gonna be in a disharmonic state, be out of order, and carry on the way that we do. So I'm just grateful for any opportunity to learn, to grow, and be the best version of myself. And that is the ultimate version of health. So dua to you, Saba, for the sacrifices and the choices that you make so that your students can be the purest that they can be, and that we can take that mantle and as well be the masters of our Eid. Hotep Marie.
Beautiful words, Saket. It's great to have you on because it's rare to have you on. So to you for finding a way to come on. Nini for everything you appreciate me for. And yes, I definitely did say that this is one of my favorite this is one of my favorite classes. Absolutely. So I'm glad you greatly appreciate it. I'm sure every time you listen to it, you will hear new jewels. There's a section in there I put in for you that wasn't a part of the original class, and it was about the definition of it. It was about the lowering of frequencies while expanding. A little section in there. So I hope you saw that, or maybe you'll get to see it. And I appreciate all your appreciations. You have a wonderful night. We are glad that we could catch you before your signal went out. So Tua to you for that. Nino for everything you thanked me for. Uncle Justin Eb Mashuna Ma'at to you.
Nini Khan, Tua.
Nini, all right, wonderful. All right, and now we will move on to Amunet.
Tua Uncle Justin Neb, to my Atef, the best father ever, Tua for raising Amun and I up every single day. You are in our life every day in various aspects. I've rewatched so many of your classes over and over and over again, and I'm so thankful to be able to do that. And I'm so thankful that you've created so many beautiful, life-changing things, and that it's here to stay forever. I'm very, very thankful for that, and for everything that you've done to create these things and create yourself and create me, Amun, and everyone on the panel, and so many more people. You are saving so many cause. It is too many to count. There's so many that you've saved and continue to save, even in the future that haven't even came here yet. So that is extremely powerful, and I'm so very thankful for you and for your health, your protection, the nefer netters you have around you that support you, and I appreciate them very much for their health and protection as well. And I appreciate all of your words that you say to me. Every single word that you say, I appreciate very much. I listen to you very intensely. I listen very carefully, and I do my best, as Amun said, to imbue you, to echo you, and that is something I cherish very much, to that both Amun and I have you as the netter that we echo. So I appreciate you very, very much, and hope you have a very nefer Kek and a nefer Upesh as well. And I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Shasu Emket, Tehuti, Pert Netter, Emaset Imet. Kutsen her out, and Tehuti or Hetep per Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary Ha, and Tua for being the best Hotep.
Nini, how thorough, very, very thorough. Nini, for everything you appreciate me for. And that's a new title, The Best Father. That's a new title to it for that. Pretty insane. One of my daughters just called me that a little while ago. But to it for that, and to it for all of your wonderful, appreciative words. As you're saying them, I could tell that you have 1,000 more words to say. And I like that you say you listen to me very intensely. Very intensely. That's as you should always, which you'll get the most out of me if you listen to me like that. And wonderful ancient words brought up to today's day and time. And you are definitely echoing. I can tell that you and your household are echoing what it is that I'm teaching you. I can tell so by your behavior and by the pictures you sent me. So keep up the good work. I look forward to seeing you later today. And Nina, for everything you appreciate me for, Miss Amunet.
Nini Oketua, and I look forward to seeing you as well. Tuan Hotep.
Nina, wonderful. All right, and right on cue, the jet appears on the screen. And let's get some great closing words from the Jed Saddam Ma'ah Hamt Au Ku. You're definitely on mute. Are you still on mute, the Jed? Have you been talking? I'm waiting for you to hear a voice. I'm not hearing. I'm hearing silence. I'm like, wait a minute. 2 minutes have gone by. What's happening? I'm not hearing anything. Your sound is totally gone.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear. Yes. Okay, I can hear you right now. First
Yeah,
time.
that's interesting. That's very weird. I have to change some of my settings, but okay. But anyway, shout out to you, Great Saba, Tua to you, Tua for operating your gift and keeping that focus, never straying from what is my aunt. Dua to you, dua to your teachings, all your corrections, all your passion for the Natiru. So dua to you, Great Saba. Shout out to your Naturk as well for supporting your Jet. Definitely grateful for you, Saba. Cool for today's class and what you do for me and my Out. Definitely grateful for everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. Yeah, it's always great to be here, Great Saba, and to be a part of this frequency. Dua for everything that you are unapologetic for, and just grateful for all that you do for all of us. So shout out to everybody that's going to watch this in the future. May you continue to support the Tehuti Pod class, and definitely grateful. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rises down forevermore in Ma'at. I am the Jed to Jim Ma'at, Him Power Kup, everybody in the Tiru, Uncle Justin Hotep Nu, Nefer Upek.
Wonderful, wonderful words of appreciation and beautiful read at the end, and beautiful way you worded the appreciation. That is a great word. Yeah, the unapologetic. Yeah, that I definitely did things when I look back that I was definitely completely rebelling against the system from a child, and I continued that mentality. It never softened up. So Tua for those beautiful words that actually reminded me of my origin past. Unapologetic is definitely a good word. Tua for your beautiful read at the end, and wishing my family the best. I wish your family all the great health and raising that is necessary to transform yourselves and transform children, and especially the little baby. So Nina, for everything you thank me for, Tua for everything you appreciate me for, and Uncle Justin Ebb and Shinama to you, and Nefru Pesh to you as well. Not sure if you said anything, it's on mute again. Are you talking?
Okay, Saba.
I hear you now. Here you go.
Tua. Nini.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. What's that at the end? You said it cut you off again.
Oh no, I just chuckled.
Okay. All right, wonderful, the Jed. Thank you. And now on to Mr. Blue. Definitely looking for a blue animal for this man. We're gonna get him a blue animal. I don't know if I want him to get the I don't know if I want him to get the blue viper just yet to start him off, but shout out to the
Yo, Saba, I've been working on trying to get that. That's so funny you said that. The people that I stay with, they're like, nah. I'm like, yes, that's what I'm gonna have. That's gonna be my pet. And if you play with me, I'm bringing him out.
the Insularis. Oh my goodness.
I've been studying it. That's why I bought this. That's why I bought the statue. The consul statue was to put it in the tank with the blue viper. I've been studying that so hard, Saba, and that's I had the impression that I had. It was the serpent was reacting like the blue viper, but it was that green serpent that you have instead. So yeah, you on point. That's the one. I don't know how I'm gonna travel with it, but yeah,
No,
that'll be right.
We'll start off with some other blue snake, not that one. That
Nah, I want the viper one. I already know what I gotta get the gauntlet. I gotta get the long sleeve. I already I already planned it all out. I'm like, I'm gonna get him a little playpen so I could play with him.
No, man,
People were like, no.
What'd you say?
That the people around me are like, no, you're not doing that. You can't have that. Like, hey man, that's gonna help me run faster. Smart people.
Smart people right there. No Insularis. Let's start off with the blue Netricane, which is maybe a blue garter snake or something else blue, but
Or that blue tarantula.
I got that for you.
Yeah.
We'll see. But go ahead and do your wonderful close on my brother, and we can get some rest going on.
Tua, Saba. Saba, I have a question so I have the questions that I sent in. So I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna send more reciprocity to add on to this question that I have, but it's comparing from two questions. So I just want to know which one you may think is a little bit more appropriate. So it's either the question about Kemet with the structure that they found underneath on the ground recently, either that, or the other question is about Grand Canyon, the artifacts that they found of Kemet and Grand Canyon. So let me know.
Email them.
All
email
right.
them, and then I'll choose from one.
Yeah.
I think you have two.
Yeah, I have two, but I'm gonna combine it for just one question.
Okay. All right. Email that, and I'll once I actually see the question in front of me, and I'm not tired like this, I'll be able to choose better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tua. Uncle Justin Neff. So yeah, Tua Saba, Uncle Justin Neff for this Nefer class. Tua to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody watching, everybody live, everybody watching in the future. Sending reciprocity, everybody who do support. Tua to you, Uncle Justin Neb. Tua to all the supporters, the future supporters. What you have done, Saba, is very nefer, very powerful, very impactful, ineffable. A word that I picked up from Harass did. She put me on to that, so shout out to her for that. And yeah, today's class, it all correlates to Nefertiti for asking that question. It all correlates, it all comes together, combines, like I was saying earlier with Moon. like this is related to the lucky question, because it's like the more cool, positive cool that you bring into you, the more you're magnetizing more positivity opposed to the negative aspects. So that's very important. I enjoy the consistency, the repetition, constantly putting us in that same direction. And even though you have so many different topics, it all relates to ma'at. It all relates to our discipline, our way of life. You always find a way to bring it back. And it's just a funny thing for outsiders who haven't been, in the sequence as in the continuation of the consistency of watching you. They don't see how it can relate to your own life, and there's so many pieces and puzzles that you already shared with us that all you have to do is connect the dot and it all makes sense. It's kind of like how the presentation that you had today with the force and the power, that once you have it, once you're in that zone, it all flows, it all connects, it all makes sense. It's like it allows you to expand consciousness right there and then. I even wrote that in the comment earlier with the expansion of consciousness. Those little jewels you just busting, and it's like, wow, man, it's just an effort. And yeah, man, within every class there's like 1,000 million trillion gems, so it's an effort thing towards you, Saba. It's definitely a gift that you have, and I'm really appreciative of that. And I'm definitely appreciative of the Aout. I'm appreciative of your Aout for taking care of you, feeding you, Nani Aset Mer, Titi Amun, all your pets, for keeping your Dejet strong and who you are, because I know they have a big part in your life to continue to keep you sharp. So Tua for that, Saba. And yeah, I'm gonna email you that, and I'm gonna still email you the info as well for the comedic artifacts. So I'm gonna do that as soon as possible. It's just that some of them are a little untrustworthy. But to us, I'm gonna end with my war cry. No crying, just war. War spirit. Sem Sem, Hotep, Meri Eve, Netiru, Ma'at, Nuk At Ker, M Kat Ah. I am without evil in my body. Septu Kwa, I am wealthy. Aha, ah, Sekem, ah, Kesef, ah, Meret, ah. I rise up, I gain the power, and I repulse the evil which is against me. Behen, ah, Seba'u, may I crush the evil one. Se, Hetem, na, Apep, em, Atef, ma, na. May I destroy a pep at his moment. Sakur, na, shimmy. I have overthrown the destroyers. M, Sa'u, ka. I have came that I may be protecting thee. Makeru, Makeru, Makeru. Aka, Ua, Kurt, FMF. Hotep, Nitiru, Mary Ma'at. Tua Saba.
Tua to you, and I appreciate that. Beautiful words. I like the way that you read the Metanetter. So I'm going to put you on to a movie that's going to be a movie you like. I don't know if you heard about it before. It's called Immortal. And it's a blue, the whole thing is a blue background. He wears a Heru head, and they read Metanetter exactly like you. Have you heard of it before?
Saba, listen, I was literally gonna ask you that because while I was seeing myself on the screen, I thought of that movie. I'm like, I wonder if Saba's seen that movie. And here you are reading my mind, man. Like that's never, yeah, that's one of the movies that I seen when I was younger, probably like when I was like 15, and it really inspired my mind. I love that movie. I bought it. And I kept it. I showed it to other people, but they don't get it. The eugenics, everything in that movie is. I can't believe you know about that. And it's like I was just about to ask you, but I'm like, nah, let me keep it quiet. And here you are, because yeah, I see myself on the panel, and I'm like, I remind myself of that character that was. I don't know if he was Tehuti or Heru, that'll be enough a question to send in though, Saba. So yeah, to us, Saba. Definitely, I love that movie. That's like one of my favorite movies, Uncle Justin and Saba.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, good. Yes, that's the movie reminds me of you, and you read the Mentornetter just like that movie. So that's excellent. And keep up the good work, good brother. Keep it up. And that's one of my favorite movies. And he wears the Heru head, and the background is always a greenish blue or something. It's like wonderful. Keep it up, good brother. Uncle Justin Shinam, to you. I look forward to the emails you send, and wonderful, wonderful medu, wonderful appreciation, Nina, for everything you appreciate me for.
Nino, Uncle Justin and Saba.
Wonderful. And last but not least, on to Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Atef, what country are you in today? What part of the earth, Americas? Where are you located today? Are you home?
Yeah, I'm home today. I'm extremely tired.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta present tomorrow. Had a real busy day today. It's a lot, but I'm super grateful. Super
Mm-hmm.
grateful for you, Saba. Super grateful for this class. For this moment right now. Everything that you do for us. I did. I was watching. I was watching it, but I couldn't really digest it like I want to. When I saw how deep you were getting and how you switched it up with the Tehuti overdrive, I was like, okay, let me just relax and because I was I was doing a bunch of things at the same time, so I definitely look forward to going back and I automatically knew though that this was my favorite class, and I never read that book before, but I saw it. I saw that book.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it around at my job in different places. Um, so yeah, I definitely look forward to this class and really being able to digest it and process it. I hope you have a Nefa Upesh and Hotep Henu to your family, to your mates, to your animals. Hotep Henu to all the supporters and everyone that keeps this class going. Hotep Henu to you, Nefertatan, for asking this question, and look forward to more consciousness questions from all of you that constantly support consistently. Hotep Henu to the great brother Dejed and his Aout. Hotep Henu to the great brother Ani. Hotep Henu to Nukpu Nukpu, great brother. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to Amun and Amunet. Basatut, Robert Williams, everyone that came to the class, Haraz did. I saw everybody in the chat, the great brother Visionary, Blickett, Hotep and Hinu, to everyone that's on this frequency. As Saba taught about being in the flow, I was definitely able to process some of it. And I'm super grateful for you, great Saba. I'm eternally grateful. May your name live forever. Dua Dehut, Keri Sekmet, and Medu Necha. Per A in Ma'at. Shibai Rek, Tehuti, illuminator of minds. You record the words of Ra, forever in the book of the sky. Continue to grant us wisdom and clear speech. May you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. May your name be remembered for eternity. Hotep Hinu to you, Great Sabo.
Nini beautiful, beautiful meadow. It put me in a deep zone. Nini for everything you appreciate me for. Tour for the beautiful words. And Tour for your great appreciation and consistency. You're very consistent. And did you see the little section in the class I put you in? Did you catch that part?
No, not yet. No.
Oh, you're in the oh, there's a section in the class where I discuss the papyrus. And I showed everybody when you look up the papyrus, you're the first algorithm.
Okay, I look forward to that.
Yeah, your read pops up before Budge, Peachtree, Faulkner, Miriam Lithium. You reading a particular papyrus pops up on the internet algorithms. If somebody puts in that papyrus, you come up.
Really? Oh, okay. Two off for that, Great Saba.
So that was what extra I put in the class there. You'll see it when you watch it again. You type in this papyrus and you got all these different things. And number one, a Tefrem Kema'at.
Wow. Tua, well, I'm working on some more stuff right now. So
Wonderful. You have a great night, a good brother. Tua for everything you appreciate me for, and Enoch for all your appreciation, and Tua for reading the ancient Medu and bringing it to today. That's making it continuous. And good luck on your presentation tomorrow. It's another read, of course, from a papyrus you
yeah,
chose.
yes.
Do you know which papyrus is it?
I'm an in-hat
Oh, beautiful.
teacher, teaching for his son.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love that you're reading those. That is good for your brain. You one of the first things you were changed about yourself when you saw me on Killer Priest, or at least one of the first things you said was that you changed your language, how you talk, and reading these papyruses. When you see Amenemhet, you see the conversation between father and son. What a difference between how fathers and sons spoke then to how people speak to each other now. So that's always going to be in your subconscious the more you read, and people will notice that your speech is changing because you're imbuing the network frequency. So good, consistent choice you made as a reader of the papyrus. Because when that channel started, you weren't. That wasn't what it was. You somehow chose that, and you've been on that path. Beautiful path. I appreciate it. You're representing well.
Tua, Great Saba. It's very ironic. It's very interesting how I got here, but I'm very grateful.
Nini Uk, wonderful. I think that's everybody. I checked the Cash App, PayPal, no other support donations. So I think we can end it off now with the Tef doing the affirmation. And let me take the banner off the screen. Okay, Tef, are you ready?
I'm ready, Great Saba.
Okay, we'll start on the count of 3.
Okay, on the count of 3.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. Unki Ema'at. An NS. Nintet or Sat Ema'at. Min Hapapat Ema'at. Her in Hu Kui. Per Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you for that. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Appreciate that. I'm going to bid everybody a wonderful night. Get a good rest. I know it must be like 3:15 over Amunet. What time is it by you?
It is 3:15 right now.
All right. Hopefully you'll be snoring by 3:17. Get your all of you get yourself some great rest. And I know it's later with the Tef. Where is it by you? What time is it now? Later than them, right?
Yes, 4:16 right now.
It's almost time for your breakfast. You have a good rest. The jet is on my time. Nook Poo's on at Tef's time. So you all have a good rest. I'm gonna go big screen now and just close it up very fast. And yeah,
I'm on Netra time, Saba.
oh my goodness. I have one more meal to eat. Somehow I got another meal to eat, and I'm gonna rest. So you all have a great night at Tepu, and I'm gonna go big screen now. We'll
Love Saba.
Peace and love.
What'd you say, Tef? Sorry. Sorry, Tef. What'd you say?
I said Nafa Upesh, Great Saba.
Oh, thank you, Nefropesh. So peace and love to you, Amun Hamonet. Peace and love to you, the Jed. Peace and love to you, Nook Poo, and peace and love to you, Atef.
Unken Ma'at.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Hotep Saba.
Hotep. Okay, that's it. Hotep, everyone. You all saw what you saw. I have no comment after that class. 2.5 hour class. Enjoy. Support the podcast. You all know you should. Support what supports you. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I'm glad you all appreciated this wonderful journey that we went on. Again, power versus force. What is spontaneous nature of the netter? The mental field of individual ego dissolve. What is it to live in Hotep? Self-unified empowerment. Do you raise or lower your frequency in order to reach higher levels of consciousness? Power versus force. Dr. David Hawkins. Spontaneous nature of the netter consciousness. Live in Hotep. Beautiful class. Everybody, peace and love. Support the podcast. If it has benefited you in any way, send in your questions. We are the House of Aten, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Neteru. I hope y'all appreciate. Peace and love.